misfits, what and all to tonight's Skeptic Bible Study, curses, blessings, and the plastered stones. Oh my. Where tonight,
plastered.
That's right. Well,
we
are going to need it because welcome everyone to our Skeptic Bible Study, which is a little bit more of a fun, literalistic, because sometimes we get a little bit, sometimes we get criticisms from the fundamentalist, in which case, James, you're just reading it a little bit too literally.
Right. Yeah. We do get that criticism from time to time. And then, of course, we are also sometimes told that we are taking the text out of, what's that word, Amy? Out of
context. Oh, that's right. You got to understand the
Basically,
text.
What that really means is, well, God is a God of love. So if you find something that seems unloving or mean in the Bible, well, you just take a few hundred lines before, a few hundred lines after that, and hopefully somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't sound so bad. And you'll just go with that one because good is better than bad in the end of the day. If you watch movies, you kind of know what we're talking about with that.
Exactly. Because tonight we are talking both villains and heroes, or really in tonight's Skeptic Bible Study, cursings, blessings, and the plastered stone. We continue the book of Dudes as Moses commands his people on how God blesses and curses the Israelites, but also goes over laws written on plaster stones. So, welcome everyone out there on the interwebs. We'll say hi in a second. However, won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we swing in the book of Deuteronomy for a plastered good time. That is right. What is up, everyone out there on the intertubes? It is amazing who you will find out there. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow if you're out there on the Twitchosphere. What's up? Or subscribe. Hey, YouTube. Woohoo!
Hey, guys. We just saw you guys, but hey, we're back.
Exactly, we're back in black. Might not get a new Men in Black movie for a little while, but still sending love out there into the internet-osphere.
Getting to be at his age, Tommy Lee Jones a smack to the face might, cause serious injury. When you're in your 70s or 80s,
you just have to digitally make him younger.
Oh, a CGI smack.
CGI, there you go. Which is what I'm going to be talking about on Friday. If you'd like to head over to Modern Day Debate, where they are going to claim that all the video footage is visual effects and CGI with no expertise in the subject. I do have to just send. We are about to go into a little bit of a housekeeping, a little bit of a Sam Harris housekeeping. But I do have to just send a pat on our back, a trophy. Well, I can't really pat ourselves on the back because half of it was me being just a silly Billy. But I just want to thank the TOS gods for continuously sponsoring skeptical science comedic material that even happens to be politically incorrect. And so
Maybe even a little offensive from time to time.
Even if a little offensive. If you watched last night's episode, know that it is completely monetized. That someone from YouTube watched that episode and you went, you know what? Screw you. We support our content creators. Heyo. So thank you, YouTube gods.
They've been pretty kind to us. We can't complain.
They've been amazingly kind, which is the funniest thing. Like, for all the people that sit there and QQ, hold on, I have a different, like, that go out there and, like, they're trying to block me, and they don't like it when you say spicy, offensive content. Yeah, well, the shenanigans went on last night. We actually debunked a whole lot of superstition in between. We had a great conversation with Pat. We
learned a few things. Yeah.
Early Christianity. Not only, can I tell you why? And I was thinking about it. Not only did we learn things, if those dudes stayed around long enough, something may have had to have seeped in. I like to think. Probably not, but
I mean, I guess if each one of them only has one brain cell, since they work together, they can rub them together. But judging by those two, they're probably rubbing something else together, if you know what I mean.
Oh my! Oh, I bet they were, judging on the material and what I assume is their browser history. But yes,
yeah, they probably didn't have to look far for it. I mean, it was probably just there in the next tab, like Alex Jones.
They're like, hey, we just want to share. We just can't help what we're into. That's right. Plant seeds of doubt. Because I like to think that we are merchants of doubt.
Ministers of doubt. Please stop believing.
As I choke on air. Speaking of which, we are sending love out to everyone out there like Tim and completely theist and theistic. And James Wolfe and Nick and Baldhead and Iron Charioteer and Ian Davenport and everyone out there who
we got all our friends
saying hi as you guys come in and greet us. But if you have a comment, question, or one-liner, just like Baldhead here, did I win? Yes, we are all winners in our own little way. I like to think.
Everybody gets their participation trophy. You all won.
And so we used to do all sorts of experimentation. Like, if you had a specific chapter.
Not anymore.
Thought, but we are going just completely in order. And it still ends up being like 2-3 hours. But we do have an open mic at the very end of the chapters. We do open it up. But we will read all of your comments. So if you think we're doing something silly, you just tell us. All right. So we said hello to everyone, but I don't know if you guys know that, but we signed a contract. He said that he would do 1 billion years, test the waters, and maybe after the first billion, he may even re-up. However, reporting live from hell and straight to viewers, please, Gilbert, tell us what we're about to read.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Thanks, Gilbert. I hope hell is treating you fantastically. I know it treats James and I well, as our day jobs selling timeshares there even. But yes,
trying to fill the place up as quick as we can. I mean,
we do
reserve your
want
spot
to.
before it's gone.
Exactly. There are lovely places like by the Lake of the Screaming that, once again, if you don't like screaming, it may not be your thing. But if you're into that, endless fun.
It's really, it's right by where God tortures all the non-Christian babies.
Evil babies. That is my, I some of my talking points, my shticks I get from other people, but Skylar Fiction is just in the back of my head, just going, evil babies, evil babies.
Right.
Evil babies.
And right across the street from that is actually where God tortures the victims from the Holocaust whose ancestors didn't get the memo about Jesus being the Messiah. So, I mean, it sucks that what happened to them, that they were persecuted and, all these terrible things. But that was really nothing compared to what God had in store.
But they get justice in hell.
Exactly
or
what they deserve. Yeah, exactly what they deserve. Yeah. Praise God.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Not quite the salute they were doing probably at the time. Anyway, sending love to everyone out there, including, once again, the TOS gods. Woo! The only gods we do believe in. Nonetheless.
All right, we're here with you, Iron.
Okay, thanks for starting. I'm going to go lay down now. Sending love to you, Iron. Here. We hope you are rested. We also hope we like to think we're tucking everyone either into bed or whether they're like eating a sandwich or painting or whatever you're doing while you're listening to the podcast.
Building IKEA furniture like Randolph.
I know. But hey, he builds some great stuff. I've watched him build like basically.
Oh, he does know what he's doing.
Half a house.
Yeah.
Been sending love to Randolph Richardson and runs a great stream with Taco. Taco favorite kisses. Wait, no, that's someone else. Sending love to Matt and Trey, who are also, it turns out, not only can they do, speaking of people who can do visual effects and motion graphics, but they can actually sing and play instruments. And what is it they can't do, ladies and gentlemen? Woo! Thank you. Hey, the goal is getting up to 2K. I think Completely Theistic sends so much love out there. And because James and I think we remember when we were just basically ranting into the void, where we couldn't help ourselves. Like I think pre-debate, during the debate, post the debate, it was just so much fun to rag on religion together that we're like, hey, we should record this. And here we are,
might be interesting,
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it might be interesting.
But I have confidence in the future. I have confidence in basically the vast majority of the non-believer or skeptic content creators out there that I've been seeing. They always try and make like a new name, new atheist. even though they were really the same atheists, just new people, because that's what happens. The old ones die.
Oh.
And then so now you have people. I've seen titles that were like the new atheists, because we don't want to be associated. Exactly, ladies and
The
gentlemen. It's like a
empathetic
treadmill.
atheist.
Empathetic, yes, empathetic atheist, not allowed. Empathetically to get pizza at Chuck E. Cheese. What were we talking
I mean,
about?
he's got to send somebody else in to pick it up. Or
I hate that I rag on shit, like, but they kind of deserve it. Like, these are the people that defend not only apologetics, but we get the Dawa channels, which once again, you know, a lot of them have been nice to me. It's not that I'm complaining. I've actually had a good track record of, if they don't consider, oddly enough, if they don't consider them like a crazy, they like someone like Nathan Thompson considers himself politically incorrect, even though he's like Banhammer, Mr. PC guy for everyone that actually accepts physics. Or
we don't allow profanity
here, because yes, I would
any
never.
profanity,
I don't go on a flat earth
immediately
forum.
banned.
But yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I've heard. I've heard that basically when you go on to just present things, they straw man you and then kick and ban you for saying that you made bad arguments. When once again, a lot of the language that they use is the same things they talk, you know, like a Ken Hovind, where they're just projecting. You know, have you heard about all this cartoon CGI footage? Really? I didn't get to see like great video evidence of a flat Earth from space, so that'd be lovely. Let's get to.
I think we've all seen those little peepee streams where somebody will come on and start talking for like 5 seconds, and then he'll jump on and boot him back to stage, and then
that too. There are people, and that just makes a conversation. It makes you just in the back of your head walk on eggshells. It's why Soros says you can keep on going, don't have to shut it down. Okay, making sure.
No sodomy, Hammer?
No sodomy unless you're into that kind of thing. I forget my last thought. George just has so much power over me. If you...
It happens.
During our Skeptic Bible studies, like we've been doing, we will continue to greet everyone on screen. We like to say hi and bye, and that's also my sexuality. However, help us as we try to pour some water on this dry text. It's just a Ben Shapiro joke every time I feel in my head. I don't want to get political in this. It's always there hovering. And yet, help us help you. Like James was saying, show that comment by tagging at James W. and at Amy Newman before I choke on air again.
Get it done, Amy.
Sponsored by Brando. It has electrolytes. It's what plants crave. What deities crave. But they don't have cells, so they don't need that. Oh. Do. Ha ha ha. I was going to say metabolism's been on my mind, but I guess metabolism's on many people's minds, or at least their subconscious. Anyway, we try to tag, we try to tag me, tag you. However, you may be asking yourself while we're reading this, what version, because that's they love that. It's a kind. What does kind mean? Well, it kind of means whatever I want. Oh, that's a great definition. But
basically, you go to the biology department, you fire all the professors and scientists, you bring in a bunch of 4 and 5-year-olds, and you let them tell us what biology, which animals are related.
If you would like some context, we saw a debate where a gentleman was trying to. Was that Neff? I'm trying to remember.
That was Neff.
was trying to present that basically showed a bunch of, I assume, either pictures of cave paintings or
Of dinosaurs, yeah.
or drawings of cave paintings, and then these children, they're like, "Hey kids, does this look like dinosaurs?" And the kids were like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Science? No, that's not science."
Well. I mean, on the other hand, we've got kids thinking they look superficially similar, and then we've got all this
That's true.
hard evidence saying dinosaurs existed millions of years ago, and humans didn't arise until maybe 1 million to 2 million years ago, depending on what you consider to be human. Either way, that's a pretty big gap in between, like some 60-some million years. But I mean, that's what the scientist says. But the kids say, "Oh, the pie gaps, yeah." But the kids think they look kind of similar. So I mean, I guess we throw all that science out and go with the kids. Yeah.
Why do we even have biology textbooks? Look, James, I don't know if you know this, but there is an ancient philosophical argument. We have a book, and not only do we have a book, but that book does say a thing. I just want to remind everyone. So we're actually going to be reading it tonight.
I don't know why you would want to read a biology book when you have a book from the creator of the universe. I mean, that should be like have the most important information in and out of any other book. Why would you waste time?
Well, and I mean, if you just have faith, why do you even need to do works or read the book or do anything? Just have faith, James.
And we get the important things like talking snakes and donkeys, deities talking to trees and then killing trees for not bearing fruit out of season. I mean, you get all the real,
as you do,
important things. You know?
But speaking of important things, you may be asking ourselves once again, what book we may be reading. And that brings us, as James said, to our categories.
Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Amy, the Bible is not a science book, as we all well know. But you know, the thing is about that is, if it's going to be a book and it's going to say things about the natural world, and people and the deity wants people to take it seriously, it should at least make sure that when it does say things about the natural world, it at least gets them mostly right, instead of getting them wrong like 99% of the time. Just a thought.
Yeah, you would think so. Oh, and I just realized I completely
breeze through the Patreon.
Skipped over. That's true. We are gonna send love out now. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. No, I meant this. This is a feature, not a bug. Sending love also, by the way, right before we start, thank you so much for all of the support you guys have been giving us. Thank you guys for the super chats, for the channel membership, which you guys can see right below by pressing that button and becoming a member to get evolving badges. That's right. Doesn't matter what tier you decide to join, the badges will naturally evolve, thus kind of proving that creationism is not
It's
true.
like living organisms.
Actually, it just proves evolution is real. It doesn't prove that. Or one more thing that he does evolve, you could say. But yes, boo. But wait, there's more. You can also, the best way to help us is by going to our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content and which helped us sign that $1 billion contract with Gilbert. So thank you, Gilbert. It's lovely to have you on the team. That's right. And lovely to have all of your guys' support, just like James is saying, subscribers, viewers, people who like tacos. We are just happy you're here. And with that, let's also give a thank you, I keep on saying, also to Oz, our brother from another mother.
Oz. The whole tank
who
crew.
you can find at youtube.com/the Atheist Network Group. Exactly, the whole Tang group. You can find Jena, Shane the Skeptic, Biddy Buddha, Uncle Beck, Student Dr. Ben, J Mike is on there. I'm on there. Go check out Tang Gang.
Mike, the whole crew.
Pasta Mike, Nate, everybody, go check it out. All the cool non-believers. Also, Ian Davenport, woo! Sending love out there, Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian.
And also, when we listen to creationist claims, we're sending love to our grumpy old Cuss. It makes us go bleep, bleep, what the? As well as Diana Smith, reminding us
Grumpy.
that the Bible
you,
does not like women. In fact, women got a little bit of their hands cut off for accidentally touching men's genitals in a fight that their men were having. Very abstract, very
I guess
random.
you won't make that mistake again.
Yeah, sucks to be that one lady. But thank you, Diana Smith, and thank you, Pat Lowinger.
Thank you, Diana.
Pat is getting ready to do so much awesome content. He's about to do a Tang Gang stream tomorrow, I think, with Dr. Josh.
I'll be watching that one.
Go check that out. Sending love out there. We're also going to be doing a lot of content together, as well as pre-production of more Talk Skeptic to Me. Yeah. Is the taco thing a double entendre? It is now. It is. To put the cat out of the bag. It's about as reverent as I can get. I just like to really get all of our viewers on equal footing. Once we are enjoying tacos, I feel we can move forward. No mercy. What is up? None of your business. God equals the square root of -1. I'm trying to think of anyone else. Doc Fearsome, Sadie, everybody, as well as Pat, Dale Pastel. We're looking for empirical evidence. Thank you so very much, Dale. Dave Gar, Dale Pastel.
Dave Gar.
People, thank you so very much, Dale Pastel, looking for empirical evidence. And Dave Gar, thank you so very much, looking for the flat earth that we can't find. It looks, Sorry, someone took the mic down.
Amy, we have an alert. We just got the trees.
In simple terms, I see a complex, beautiful world that I believe has intelligent designer.
Trees.
The trees. We do have, in fact, what is up, Skywatcher? Another fantastic reminder that we should all look at the trees, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at the trees. Have a gander at them. What's up? It's an age-old argument. Right there. Don't you see him? Or her?
Oh, thank you,
trees
Matthew.
actually do have sexes.
Yep, they have all.
They can have the both.
They have all
both.
77 genders.
Aha. So fungi actually have thousands of different mating types, as do bacteria. But yes, exactly. Matt D, woohoo! What is up? Sending love. Woohoo! We are Skeptic Bible Studying. We are gonna also thank Scott Duke, reminding us that the animals out there are naturally evolving and that we are also animals, as much as that triggers them. So sending so much love, that. Scott Duke. Sending love, Regos, reminding us that yes, we are doing a Skeptic Bible Study. I also need to get God ready. Here we go. We got God, but also Regos. Thank you so much, Barbaretta, of course. And her nickname, of course, is Bob, but Barbaretta as her I would say Bob. Her formal name on her license. But also sending love to Rachel Holland. Lovely and fabulous.
Thanks, Rachel.
And amazing. Thank you so very much, Rachel, reminding us there's a lot of slavery. Not indentured servitude. Not like kinky sex play. Like good old, we're just going to pillage and raid from the nations around you, kill the men and take the women and children. Or as they like to call it, family values.
Right.
But yes, thank you, Regos. Thank you, Rachel Hall.
Family first,
so much love. Family first. Or at least that's who they take first. Sending love also to Senator Cato. Boom, boom, boom. Reminding us that the separation of church and state is as important now as it is ever. It should be important in every country. 16 countries, they kill us for just not believing. But no, I'm sure it'll be your denomination in control. Sending love, Senator Cato. Sending love, James Wolfe. We have two archaeologists that come on to share their expertise, information, and knowledge. Pat Lowinger and James Wolfe. Woo! Reminding us all that we have very late night streams. This is almost evening for us. We're like midnight. Jeez.
This is early.
Early.
I know.
Make that bacon. Make eggs. Breakfast. All right. Sending so much love to Senator Cato. Sending so much love to James Wolfe. And last but not least, he's in chat. Sending love to Matt D.
Thanks, Matt.
Woo-hoo. Reminding us, creationists have no clue what they're talking about. And them, like flurfs, do not have a model. They cannot explain how a universe, a world, a galaxy, anything are created.
If you don't have a model, can't prove it wrong, right?
Exactly. Well, and I may be talking with Snake. We're excited for this upcoming debate, but there's a very specific tactic.
Sunday, Saturday, Friday.
Yes.
Friday.
Which I think that even I was saying both you have to be Socratic, but you have to also be a little offensive. And I guess not mind if you offend in that case, because, there was, I do think that you win more people over with honey than you do with vinegar. However, there are some people that are only going to give vinegar.
Appropriate.
Yes. And so you need to bat their absolutely silly ideas for what they are. And I sometimes ridicule is a powerful method to do that. And so, I'm going to be as nice as possible. But if, I like punches sometimes because that allows me to
How about a Hawaiian punch?
Well, there. Exactly. I get a little excited. So I'm excited for Friday. Boom, boom, boom. Be there, be square, but not a square circle because that is logically incoherent. All right. I think that's as much of a housekeeping and sending love as we can.
Thanks, guys.
with that, hem. Like I said, during our Skeptic Bible Study, try and greet everyone's screen, but keep on sending in those questions, comments, or specifically one-liners to @JamesW and @Amy Newman. However, on the previous episode, Fist Fruits, oh my, Moses again instructed the Israelites over legal disputes. Ancient Better Call Saul, but less charisma. When a man over legal disputes, like when a man must marry his dead brother's wife, as you do, and when
What happens when he doesn't want to have sex with her?
Yeah, you don't want to have sex with me? We're gonna need to have a council meeting over this, and then apparently you're gonna have to throw a shoe at
elders of Israel. He refuses to have sex with me. And come on, dude, she's not that bad. Come on, just do it. The Bible
we
says
said
it.
Keep it in the family. We're keeping it in the family. I don't know what
your brother's
the problem.
Dead now. His wife, you gotta have sex with his wife. That's just.
This isn't called Game of Thrones for nothing. Wait. Wrong book. Anyway, but also when to cut off a woman's hand. That's right, ladies and scritch. But when to cut off a woman's hand. Yes, you thought it was just Sharia law. You thought it was just Muslims. No, apparently the Torah randomly cuts off women's hands. And they won't say randomly. It's very specifically if two men are fighting and the woman accidentally touches the other man's genitals during the fight, you cut her hand off. I don't understand. The wisdom is just self-evident. And we finished it off with instructions to give your first fruits to God. Right. He's picky. He likes it ripe.
He doesn't want your second fruits.
No.
He doesn't want the old scraggly red heifer. He wants a young, without blemish.
It is so funny how he does have particulars on like a sacrifice. What a picky God. No, it makes sense. In this episode, speaking of arbitrary, curses, blessings, and the plastered stones. I think I read that, Harry Potter. We continue the book of dudes as Moses commands his people on how God blesses and curses his Israelites, but also goes over laws written on plaster stones, the finest plaster stones, for a plastered good. Excuse me. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. A plastered good time, sponsored by Sugarwood.
God's not going to keep carving this shit out of pure granite. He's going to just make it out of plaster of Paris, you know.
Exactly. In fact, behold the 10 commandments. Mel, baby. Was that Mel? Maybe I wish we'd make more. Yeah, it wasn't not Mel. Mel Brooks. I don't know if those two Mels would exactly mix, but hey, who knows? Like the Odd Couple, they need to be in a buddy movie. Oh my goodness! Now I'm just what I would pay to see the buddy comedy of Mel Gibson and Mel Brooks. Anyway, we were biblical reading, right? We were talking about the Bible. The finest. We continue the book of dudes because God blesses and curses the Israelites.
As you do, right?
You do. But also went over laws written on plaster stones for a plastered good time with chapters 27 and 28. Our bodies are indeed ready.
And Yahweh is plastered again.
God, we're going to have to check his ID. This freaking God. But yes,
Yeah.
the book of
Your date of birth, Yahweh. He just looks at you like, I can't explain that to you. I can't. It doesn't even make sense for me. You can't ask me that.
under time it says not existent. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to get out. But yes, we are reading the book
I think
of
he's on the
Deuteronomy,
registry too.
chapter 27. You joined Winnie. I guess it doesn't. There are believers and non-believers that I'm sure on the registry, but there are like two religions that seem to just, happen to defend people that are on the registry. Anyway, the entire law is written on plastered stones, which of course, as our first little category here, makes us have a little bit of a giggle. We can't help but laughing because it's very specifically written on plastered stones, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
But it's okay. Once again, a good fact to know that a decent, maybe not a decent amount of budget, but often the most expensive scene in a film or pilot is often the opening scene. They'll spend a lot on closing, but the number one is always, because that's the way that it hooks you. So they either hook you now or you're going to be tuning out. It's like your
Gladiator.
first impression. Yeah, you got to be shy. You got to show something off. And so the entire law is written on plastered stones. We're moving into chapter 27, and we have, of course, our friend Charlton Heston. And Charlton Heston, very specifically, who was given a death sentence like a long time ago. Like, this dude is not allowed to plaster, is not allowed to get into the promised land. He was told that he would die the moment that he enters.
This guy's been carrying water for this god for how long? He's been basically blowing this god for chapter after chapter after chapter. And God's like, yeah, thanks, Moses. Wonderful. You know that place that I'm taking you guys to eventually, one day, maybe? You're never going to get there, so screw up.
Yes, you're also never going to give me up, never going to let me down, never going to turn around and desert me. I hope, right?
Make you cry, say goodbye.
Make you cry, say goodbye. But Rebel says, what's up, Rebel? Welcome. Says, the Bible must be true, and it's single-handedly the only book that receives the most scrutiny. Now, I would say you got a lot of channels out there that are just doing regular Bible studies, and we actually support that. We wish that, as I squeak, that more Christians, Jews, I guess even Muslims would read these holy texts and actually understand them. I got into a gentleman today who said that conversation, he said he was not a Muslim, but he said the Quran was true. It was not clear. And not only that, but he seemed very surprised that the ant was a chapter, because he started with, I had read the whole Quran. And I'm like, I started talking about the ant. He's like, what is this random passage? I'm like, no, it's a chapter title. He's like,
the ants.
Oh. And then he quickly kind of changed subjects to, those are metaphorical, James. They're not supposed to be literal, which is good because he's not a Muslim apparently. So I guess that's
right. Yeah, balls on chin. Next.
Exactly. But yes, Charlton Heston. Well, I had one other comment, but I'm trying to remember. That lady that I'm going to be debating two people, Witsit Gets It, and a lady who I should know her name because I was just looking at her channel. Feel like I should find it, not just to be an arrogant.
Let me look it up.
Just like I'm like, oh, I don't even know what her name is. Bodu, you're gonna hear the clickety clack of my mechanical keyboard. Karen B. So sending, and this lady, runs her own Bible studies, but she runs them. She calls them anti-scripture religious studies. Now, I found this interesting because I was like, hey, that's kind of sounds similar, but when you look into it, it seems much more. It seems like they're theists. They're just trying to take this in a way that fits their cafeteria. Now, that's just my first interpretation. Maybe she would speak differently, but it definitely seems like she's a theist that is at least friendly to the Bible. Just that she's one of those. They're just using it wrong, James. At least that's what it seems like. Alex Gordon's like, Whitsitt is insufferable. And I'm going from Nathan Thompson to Whitsitt gets it. And so
it's like going from Ness to John Maddox.
No, I'm excited because Whitsitt gets it, in my opinion, is more of a religious person, and that is my shtick. Now, nonetheless, I'm going to focus on why flat Earth debates even are talked about and the information about why it's round. However, it's always, if this were a plant, the seed would still be superstitious, religious belief. Be highly surprised if she's an atheist. I would like to find that out. But we're going to move on into our Skeptic Bible Study. And if you're a theist, a Christian, tell us where we're going wrong, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Charlton Heston. With the Elder Scrolls of Israel.
Shmishmail.
Listen, we are paid by the Shmishmail. That is how Soros pays.
Is that how I get paid now?
I'm pretty sure. Commanded the people, saying, keep no. Keep all the commandments. They're like the favorite thing. That's what everyone brings up. Or else, yes. Exactly. It's James, it's out of love. Once again, it's out of love because if you don't, then he's going to torture you forever and ever. So once again, you want to believe, don't you? Don't you?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Objective morality.
Objective morality. Just don't let him pull the trigger. But yes, Israel Shmishmael commanded the people. So I shall command you to this very day specifically, no other day. So please mark it on your iPhone or Android calendar. And it shall be on the day that is marked on your calendar now, when ye shall pass, getting Shakespearean again, over Michael Jordan himself onto the land of Azeroth, which the Lord Bob, this lovely lady right here, thy goddess, giveth thee, that thou shalt thee up great stones. Oh, like you better have great stones. And plaster them
no problem there.
with plaster. Oh, whoa.
I mean,
I like
if
that.
If you're going to
choice.
Plaster something, I guess it should probably be with plaster.
James, they could have plastered with anything, but they chose plaster with plaster. That's what I like.
Sometimes when you read the Bible, I mean, the text, it just jumps out and like straight into your heart, and you just know that this is true. Heart.
I got told today also that there were neurons in the heart, which I don't think is true at all. I just think that I knew he wasn't either not telling the truth or bullshitting, because when me and another skeptic pushed him, he was like, well, there's signs of magnetic fields. I'm like, yeah, okay. And thou shalt write them all the words of this law and order, SVU. Great series. SUV. When thou art passed over. Oh, don't pass me over. And thou mayest. I was trying to say mayoist, and my mouth wouldn't let me say it. Go in onto that land. Hard go in onto that land, which the Lord Bob, the lovely girl right here, thy goddess, giveth thee a land. And I always love that they compare it to floweth with milk and honey. This is like the best they can think of back then. They're like, there's going to be milk and honey and just all of the great things that we can reach within basically a 5-mile range, because that's all we know about.
Oh, I mean, was it like rivers with milk and does it rain honey? I mean, I don't get it.
It does. It just rains honey, and then Pooh Bear comes and just eats everything. I'm not making fun of you, China. What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. I love you, TOS gods. Don't let anyone hurt us. They could have plastered them with anything, but they chose plaster. It's a plaster, though. That's right. Listen, it was wise, and the Bible said it was wise, because they are not redundantly redundant. Okay, moving forward. And thou shalt write them upon the words of this law and order. Oh, wait, hold on. Did we flow with milk and honey? Okay, I'm sorry. Sometimes it just speaks to me because I have to read it over. As the Lord God of thy fathers have promised thee. Oh, good. You promised thee. And that sounds, once again, a little Game of Thrones-y. Our fathers, but hey.
Like, yeah, he's been promising and promising and promising, but never delivering.
Never delivering. And
on
Yahweh,
this fucking land he's been talking about forever. It's like,
we were supposed to have a Messiah in 30 minutes or our money back, and yet still no Messiah.
It's like, I mean, you think for a deity, you wouldn't have to drone on chapter and chapter and chapter after chapter about this fucking land he's going to give him. You think you could just give him the fucking land, but no, he's got to drag it out.
He's got to drag it out, which is different from when I go to drag shows and just throw money. Ba-da-ba-ba.
With Ben Shapiro?
With Ben Shapiro, yes.
Oh
my God. He does. He sings WAP. Oh. Which is really all I have stuck in my head now. Because someone put that together. Therefore, it shall be when ye be gone, totally gone, blitzed over your mind with specifically Michael Jordan and Jordan Peterson for some reason, that ye shall set up these stones, like the biggest stones that you can find. Not the stones you're throwing at people. Those are much smaller stones. You got to fit those in your hand. Which I command you, but clearly they can't be too small
Amy,
either.
If the stone is too big, I mean, if the stone is too big, you might kill him with one blow, and where would the fun of that
exactly.
be?
And it can't be too small, then how are you supposed to kill them? I know.
It's not going to do any damage to them, yeah. So you got to have it so each one will do a decent amount of damage, but not kill them. So you want to hit them with at least like 20 or 30 stones before they die.
It's a very sympathetic problem. I'm trying to find Grandpa. Grandpa may have avoided me. Elusive. Oh my. But yes, they like to say we come from rocks. So we also have Grandpa sitting behind here somewhere. All right, I need to find Gramps. I don't know. Maybe we put him in a home. But yes, we are reading Deuteronomy chapter 27. The wisdom is already pouring out. I can feel it. I actually looked. There are people that, because some of these chapters are so random, I know none of the channels go over. This seems to be people have gone over this. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're digging into, let's find some true wisdom tonight, which I command you this day. In Mount Ebal is where the rings of power were forged. Wait, no. And thou shalt plaster them with plaster.
Again, wow. What wisdom.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know what to do. We've got plastered with plaster here, and we got plastered with plaster here. 2 scoops of plaster. I like
like
it.
plaster.
He loves it. Listen, like I said, in an opening scene, you got to be as flashy as possible. Not even the 10 Commandments get this treatment, but apparently these do.
Stoned with stones, I mean.
Stoner with stones. I mean, what else would you like? You got to go with the classic. Woohoo! Sending love, Ian, and everyone out there. That's right. It was forged in Mount Doom. Along with Frodo being really hot. Actually, he wasn't. It turned out that, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen it, though, that's kind of your fault at this point. It turns out, what is it? Schmeagol? What the heck? He turned out a little hot.
Gollum? Smeagol? Yeah.
Golem. Yes. Da-da-da-da. I command you, shall plaster them with plaster. Tons of wisdom. In fact, what have we been reading? Have we been just teasing them? Well, it says Moses commanded the people, saying, "Keep all the commandments that I command you today." Or else, as soon as you cross the Jordan, set up some big stones and plaster them with plaster. Cool. Like it should just say, "As you cross the Jordan, set up some big stones and plaster them," right? That's it. Bible. Are you being written? Like, James often brings up how this dude that was writing it had to have been being paid by the word. Like, there's no other reason. But sure, no, that makes sense. With some plaster, write on these stones all the words of the laws, so when you cross over the Jordan, get some big stones on Mount Elbel and plaster them again with plaster. Cool.
Again.
Thank you. Just checking.
God. Praise you.
Thanks, God. My precious.
Like I should.
My people, yes. Yes, and therefore, here we go. This is how you know it's not a cult. And there thou shalt build an altar. Next to the virgins.
At least we haven't had an altar being built in a few chapters, so this is great.
Exactly, and we're not spreading blood over it, which is an actual thing that happened. Unto the Lord, this lady, thy goddess, an altar of what? Well, if you have lemons, make lemonade. An altar of stones. Thou shalt not even lift up, bro, any iron tool, especially if you're trying to get gold or diamond pickaxes from Minecraft upon them. Thou shalt build the altar of thy Lord Bob, thy goddess, of whole stones, not half stones. I went with half stones. The first time, it didn't fill me up. Wasn't as good as a value. Now I just shop at whole stones.
So it's whole stones.
And thou shalt...
You can't use tools to shape them.
No.
So, I mean...
Gotta have big old whole stones from Whole Stone Creamery. God damn it. This god, apparently. And thou shalt offer burnt offerings. Krispy Kreme burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord, thy God, Barbaretta. This god is here.
Thanks, God.
Thanks, God. And thou shalt offer peace offerings. You'll know it's a peace offering because they have a gun to their head. And shalt eat there and rejoice, but not with your mouth full, before the Lord thy goddess. And thou shalt write, dear diary, upon all the stones, all the words of this Law and Order SVU very plainly, so it be on reruns over and over and over, and yet somehow it's still good. And Charlton Heston, coming out of his locker, probably actually needs a pay raise. He's kind of on the decline at this point over his, he's not the top build anymore, and yet he's kind of the rock of the entire cast. He's who everyone knows. Your mom knows him, but you like him. You didn't know that he was a child actor, and yet here he is with gray hair 60 years later. And the priests who get him away from young Charlton Heston. What?
Talking about Steven Seagal?
Yes, exactly. Hey! And Moses... Charlton Heston and the priest class, who hopefully are level 60 and aren't touching anyone at band camp, and the Levites' genes spack onto all the Israel. Saying, "Take heed and hearken, O Israel.
Shmishmael.
This day thou art become the people of thy Lord Bob."
Oh, just this day? After all this time, this day they're his people?
Only this day. If you actually go over, they charge you another day. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, yeah, no. I didn't pay enough the first day. That's fine.
10% for the big guy.
They're just lucky they have my credit card, and so you can't really argue, and I just want to get the hell out of here, and so fine, take it. But the fact that you're going to, charge me for taking time to get out, all right,
or
whatever.
Or, when you call your credit card company, they're going to try to get you to hang up by reading all your charges, like, okay, Miss Newman, we have Bob's Bondage Barn charged for $637. We have bondageporn.com, another charge.
Listen, we were having a barbecue, and we were like, hey, wouldn't it be just funny if we just charged a whole bunch of porn at 3 a.m.? Anyway.
Handcuffs and chains are us.com.
Exactly. Sending love also. What is up, Norfolk? What is up? Everyone that's continuing to stay with us. We love you all. Brian Johnson and Completely Theistic and None of Your Business and Baldhead and everybody out there. We are in Deuteronomy chapter 27. We are reading through what is just absolute wisdom. And I know there may be theist Jews who probably would just roll their eyes and say, nah, we don't follow any of that. But then Christians that are like, no. You just need to understand the context. What is up?
Thanks, Brian.
Starting to tag all these episodes also as Deuteronomy chapter 26 or 27 and 28. We'll see what I'm interested actually to see after cataloging a few of these and looking them up. If any start to actually catch that are not like I said, some of the chapters that I think are not popular are actually some of the most interesting, because it's just like, who knew? They didn't cover this in Hebrew school. They don't cover this in Bible school. None of this stuff. We were at 9, I think. We were right on stones. Did I finish it? I'm trying to remember. Levi's genes. We said Israel twice, thy goddess. We'll just finish. Okay. Thou shalt therefore obey, kinky, the voice, which we're okay with reality TV, of thy Lord, thy goddess, Bob, right here, and do her commandments and her statues. It's kind of a big
always.
deal. Which I command this day. I thought this said which I command all day. Like God's getting sassy. I command all day.
Well, thou art a stiff-necked people. Well, some stiff, but it ain't necessarily the neck, right, Amy?
I had a Christian that tried to like defend the apologetic that like falling on their face is not silly or something, like in front of your Lord, or it's reverence, or they brought it up out of nowhere. Well, because we're using the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, I think, and they don't like the King James, so I think they were NIV, which is always funny because the atheists will say, "Oh, we don't care what version of the Lord of the Rings you read. We're just reading. We're just picked one at random, but they're all silly." So I know you think one says indentured servitude and one says slavery,
silly,
but all of them say take people from the nations around you and then own them as your property. So it really doesn't matter the context or what version you get it in Latin or English. Later, it's still slavery.
Because it's your property.
Well, you got to read that fine print, James. It was right there at the bottom, but they never read it. 12, moving forward, we had our big opener. We had to plaster some plaster. But we are moving forward now to 12 curses from Mount Doom. I mean, Ebel. What'd you say?
I'm sure we'll plaster some more plaster in a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure. I think you have to get plastered to understand any of this. Speaking of which, we're going to have to continue laughing because a lot of this stuff is silly, like just downright silly, and it can't be changed or modified or no.
Stuck with it.
And then our second category you see right here, this big thumbs. Oh my God, James. Wow.
Yep.
There may be something good in the Bible. That's so weird.
Once in a while.
Hey. Yeah. A broken clock twice a day. And so I guess here we are. There may be something good in between. Well, something's about to get really sexy time. We're about to have a sexy time going on. And I'm sure they're about to treat women very fairly. Which, speaking about, which is our next thing, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, excuse me. Sponsored by Brando again. Feminism tops off the category list as we move down Deuteronomy chapter 27. The 12 curses from Mount Doom. Neville. And Charlton Heston, who has just had enough of your shit. He finally got on Medicare. He doesn't care about you. Fine. I'll take you to the promised land, whatever. Charge the people Visa or MasterCard, but gives you extra Discover points for Discover. The same day, also shipping, saying, "These shall stand about Mount Gazorbazorb to bless the people."
Yeah, cool.
These to bless the people when ye come over. Jordan Peterson and Michael Jordan, also Simon Says was there, and Levi's James and Judah, specifically the song personified as a person, also is a character. This is like anyone who is any programming experience will know. This is basically what everyone names their variables. It's what are we gonna call? It's a character. Nailed it. All right.
There you go.
And Joseph. Joseph. Oh my God, we get to see Joseph again. Fantastic. Joseph, he's back once again in black, back on the team, talking to aliens. And Benjamin, Breaking Benjamins, specifically the band. So we have a hit cast as far as I can tell. Once again, God's just naming shit. I always love. Well, okay. What did we just say without all of my nonsense? On the same day, Moses said, "These tribes will stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people as they come over the Jordan. Specifically Simon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. Wow, deep. But wait, there's more. Call in now. And these shall stand upon Mount Doom to curse.
Doom.
Well, you would. To curse Dave Rubin. And Gadsad. They will probably had an interview together. And Asher. Specifically, either Ash Ketchum or... why was I thinking... What is that fucking Archer? No, Archer is not Asher. So we're sticking with Ash Ketchum. But I love Archer. Great show. And Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin specifically.
Oh,
and then,
well,
I'm trying to see this.
Yeah.
This is a...
Contain your heart.
I think it's an Arabic name. I always have trouble reading names sometimes. It makes me feel stupid. And then, you don't want to insult people. But, and Dan. Okay, I think I said it
making
right
another appearance.
Exactly. It's been a while since the tribe of Dan has been
made an appearance.
Exactly. And he's a good guy. Such a good guy. Him and his whole tribe, the Danites. They all high five. Very, very oddly enough. And Naphtali. Which has side effects, but sign up now. Ask your doctor about Naphtali. Or Dan.
Don't let male pattern baldness ruin your sex life. Ask your doctor about Naphtali.
Also, I definitely think we just figured out which one is Samwise. I mean, Dan, it happens. It happens. Though, spoiler alert: who is the absolute hero? The person that took down Sauron, okay? Samwise Gamgee, okay?
Oh, okay. All right.
He is the person that is the Lord of the Rings, baby, okay? And he wants to tell you, he wants to give you the knowledge that potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. More wisdom than you're going to get from anything else we probably read tonight.
Definitely. Stick them in a stew. You used to be a Jew.
That's right. Which triggers so many people.
It does trigger. On both sides.
Indeed. Well, there's three people who care about who is a Jew. Jews, people who don't like Jews, and Muslims who can go either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm out. Whoop. I get to do this and criticize Yahweh, which is fantastic, ladies and gentlemen.
It's more fun.
And a lot of them will be like, well, how could you criticize something that doesn't exist? Right here. You see it? You see the words on the page? It's right there in front of you. I could
criticize a fictional character. I mean,
I could put Harry Potter on there, but it's fiction. So
how could Superman defeat Lex Luthor? He doesn't exist.
How could he? I know. And also, New York. Well, I guess it's Metropolitan. I was gonna say New York does exist, but that's just their knockoff. But
Gotham City.
Exactly. There's a Gotham City, right? I'm so used to there's an actual Gotham. Therefore, I'm pretty sure there is an actual Gotham. We think of it so much with Batman that nonetheless there is an actual Egypt. And it doesn't mean that the Bible is a historical document. Which I think the flat earther, I love that. Everything I need to know about science I learned from the story about Adam and Eve. He didn't even, he seemed confused when we tried to tie that back to Judaism. He's like, Judaism?
Who said that?
The flat earther that we talked to randomly in the middle of the debate brought up Adam and Eve, which I love. Bringing up religion to me, that's
not Nathan, that was the other one?
No, it was the other guy. The other guy suddenly was like, I think we know where science came from. And it was, Everything he said with the Adam and Eve. In fact, his exact words were the Adam and Eve tree. That's where it comes from, ladies and gentlemen.
Science. Yeah.
Science. Wisdom right here. That's how you know. Basically, an accurate representation of a historical document behind me. All right. We're moving back into the absolute wisdom. I think we covered, that we also, the 6 tribes also stand on Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zubin, Dan, Naphtali. All right. And then the Levite genes, who are a tight blue, but they make your ass look fantastic, shall speak and say unto all the Israeli men of Israel with a loud voice, like so loud that you wake up probably all of these men. Yes. Cursed be the man. What about the woman? That maketh, I do give shit to people who gender God, but I can't help it because it's another in when they have to be like, no, God has to be a guy. He's got to have a swinging ding-a-dong and everything. It's like, okay.
He's got a ball sack. Got to have a sack.
I'm pretty sure we know what their browser history too. Well, we're not judging any size queens out there. All right. A loud voice. Such a loud voice. Cursed be the man that make any graven or molten fire image. If that image is lit, I am going to be pissed. In fact, it is an abomination against the Hulk. It is a fantastic battle. Unto the Lord thy Bob, right here, the work of the hands of the craftsman. Fantastic products, even in the Iron Age. Exactly. Love out there. Cursed be that setteth light by his father or his mother or the uncle or whoever's around. And all the people shall say, Amen. Or just a lot of men. We were pointing to men.
Only at Mattress Giant.
Yeah, only at Mattress Giant. All right. Amen. Gesundheit. God bless you. Then the Levites will say with a loud voice to all the men of Israel. Wow, cool. Cursed is the man that makes a graven image. More of a yeah. You can see this in the Muslims. The God doesn't like any fucking taking pictures of him. He doesn't like the paparazzi. He's camera shy. The work of a craftsman is an abomination to God. Oh my, you prissy little bee. And all the people will say, Amen. And I love that this is going to be a repeating thing. Like, just take what I say, peasants. All right. Curseth be he setteth light by the father or the mother. We're saying that. Did I just say that again? Okay. And all the people should say amen. Okay. I did say that. Okay. Cursed beeth that removeth his neighbor's landmark. Wow. It was showing up on Google Maps and everything.
Like taking
and
your
all
neighbor's
the people,
garden gnome.
Exactly. Punt. There goes the garden gnome. And all the people shall say amen. Amen. Everywhere. Cursed be that maketh the blind. Can't see shit. To wander out of the way. And all the people shall say amen. Oh my God, I remember saying shit like that in Hebrew school. Cursed. I know. I can the beginning of it I can remember from Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Okay. Cursed be ladies and gentlemen, the indoctrination machine. My joke is you can't groom people to be gay, but you sure can indoctrinate them with religion. Cursed be, and we're just sending out the triggerings, folk.
Would you like
Trigger
another
warning.
helping of puberty blockers,
Yeah.
little Johnny?
Which is what they all think. Just people are on standby turning their kids gay, as if being gay has not existed since multicellular organisms.
Been around for a
Ta-ta.
little bit, yeah.
Indeed. Cursed be that if preventeth the judgment specifically from the paladins of the stranger danger. It doesn't matter if you're fatherless or you're a widow from the Marvel series. She just had a great TV show. And all the people shall say, Amen. Fantastic Rotten Tomatoes reviews. Cursed beeth that lieth with his father's wife, or specifically the dude that slept with that guy's wife yesterday on that podcast that we watched. Whew. That guy was not having a good day.
His wife left him, yeah.
Because it's just still the funniest thing. You like, why was this guy talking about modern Christianity and Jesus and bands? And you'd be like, I don't know. It just seems like a random Christian topic that he was talking about. And so he was like, I just want to remind all my viewers out there that Jesus loves you, that Christianity is spreading, even if it isn't the modern Christian church that we once knew. And you, Vanessa. I'm sorry, what?
She didn't like my man bun.
Something was not quite like the other, but okay, whatever's on your mind. Because, all right, back to cursing. Speaking of cursing at wives, because he uncover his father's skirt. Oh my! Got a little Games of Thrones and Eddie Izzard all at the same time. And all of the people shall say, Amen. Okay, we've been reading a few amens. What have we been reading? I remember we did the first one. So, cursed be the sets lights by his father or mother. Really? Okay. Remember, this is curses from God. And all the people will say amen. Cursed is he that removes his neighbor's landmark. And all the people will say amen. Cursed is he that makes the blind wander out of the way. Oh, there's the good thing. And all the people will say, it's like a treasure thing. Found it. Found the needle in the haystack. Amen.
Hey, we found it.
Cursed is he that misjudges strangers, the fatherless and widows. The tack goes forward. And all the people will say, Amen. Cursed is he that has sex with his father's wife, because he, by doing so, uncovers his father's skirt. I feel like he had a different problem than the father. That's like when someone says, yeah, the worst thing about the murder was the hypocrisy. No, I'm pretty sure it was the murder. But okay. Good old probably. Norm Macdonald joke. And all the people will say amen. I bet they will. Yes, there is some really weird stuff going on in this book. What is up, SS 1964?
Hey.
Sometimes you get like a chunk of good in between genocide. And so, oh boy.
And then a chunk of boredom and nothing happens.
Yes, followed by excitement only because they are throwing titties on the screen and then killing everyone else next to them. So take your pick. Do you want to be bored or filled with sex and violence? Choices. Anyway, thanks God. Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast, because we needed the Bible to tell us that. And all the people shall say, Amen. Yes, other animals can't consent. They are like children. That's why, by the way, they get all worried. By the way, this is a PSA. Pedophilia will never be legal, at least in like a secular, sane, rational society, because we already illegalized all of that bad shit in the past few hundred years after you guys were having good old child marriages. I saw someone with the name the other day that said Mary was a 13-year-old wife, and I'm pretty sure many interpretations actually put her at 12.
But I don't think you can say specific, but I think definitely in that 12, 13, 14 range.
Definitely a little shady.
Yeah.
Now, once again, they take pot shots at Islam for Aisha, and all we have to say for that is, yeah, that's icky too, probably even more so. But it's not like a icky competition down to the bottom. It should be all of us agreeing that animals, children, can't consent. That's the point. And that will never change because as far as I can tell, that's a biological fact. Unless unless dolphins evolve in like the next 100 years to where they are speaking English. They're like the dolphins from what's it called? From Hitchhiker's Guide.
It is kind of weird. There was one guy who said he had an encounter with the dolphin, but he said it was the water, and so he said there was no way that he could have forced the dolphin to let him do what he did, and that if the dolphin didn't like it, she would have been able to easily get away and would have been able to basically kill him or
Can I tell you that is such on the line? That is basically the uncanny valley of what we're talking about. Because dolphins could pass the mirror test, and they also They do things that are also horrible. Like dolphins can also they do rape and murder and they also do fun and all sorts of shit.
They have the potential to do gratuitous violence.
But I don't know what my thoughts about that are. That is
it's a little unusual.
Your Honor, I'm gonna plead the fifth towards that. I'm gonna need empirical evidence. My vote still stands that is not concession. Well, prove me wrong, I guess.
Prove her wrong
on that, because that is something that could pass the mirror test. I know there are other apes that can pass the mirror test, and I'd be very
leery of that.
Uncomfortable. So who knows? But
dolphins, guess what happens in the dolphin tank?
But the fact that there can actually be a dolphin that we can consider to be an asshole is kind of an interesting thing. Like there's actually like a good Samaritan dolphin and an asshole out there.
Yeah, they're different degrees of their own degrees of temperament.
Yes, but yes, them crows. Very, very short list of animals. And all the people shall say amen, because we love men.
Gay men.
Gay men. Big old burly gay men. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father. We're getting Games of Thrones all over. Or the daughter of his mother. Unless you were paying attention to earlier stories, in which case that shit was totally okay for some reason.
Not anymore.
Not no more. There's a new sheriff in town. And all the people shall say amen.
Amen.
No, this is literally the same God. This is not even the excuse of this. But that was the Old Testament. Yeah, that's where we are. Cursed be he, Michael be he, that lieth with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say amen. All right, what have we been covering? More just, let's see, blind. I remember blind. So cursed is the misjudgers, strangers, and the fatherless, and the widows, and all the people will say amen. Cursed is he that have sex with his father's wife, though I'm pretty sure there were rules for actually, like, getting that. They're a little... Oh, yeah, I almost forgot, James. Oh, my God, we almost missed this category out of nowhere. There might actually be hypocrisy in the Bible. There may actually be contradictions. Cursed is he that have sex with his father's wife, because he's doing so and colors his father's skirt, whatever that means. And all the people will say, ramen, tastes great, even with soy sauce. Cursed is he that has sex with any kind of beast, like we needed that, and all the people will say amen. Nor like any of these, really. Cursed is he that has sex with his sister, the daughter of his father, of the daughter of his mother, twice removed. And all the people will say amen. Cursed is he that has sex with his mother-in-law, and all the people will say amen. And all right, we're going to finish up this chapter.
Here we go.
Cursed be he, the smithiest of smithies. He made a smite. His neighbor secretly. Shh. And all the people shall say, Ramen. Cursed
Amen.
be that taketh the reward. Dun, dun, dun. You found the princess. To slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say, Amen. Very good. Very good.
Amen.
Cursed be that conformeth. Don't be a conformist. I mean a confirmeth not all the words of this law and order to do to him. And all the people shall say one last big Amen. Oh my. Oh my. We made it, ladies and gentlemen.
Amen.
But yes, cursed is he that smites his neighbor secretly, and all the people will say amen. Cursed is he that takes a reward to kill an innocent person, and all the people will say amen. Cursed is he that doesn't do all the words of this law.
Cursed
and
is
the
he who
people will
steals his
say,
neighbor's Wi-Fi.
amen. Exactly. That steals his Wi-Fi password. Don't call it password 12345 then. But yeah, James, that was
like
just holy shit.
Beavis and Butthead do the universe, and they get somebody's phone, and they realize they can pay for shit with it with Apple or Google Pay, and then like
bloop.
And the clerk is like, what's the password for your phone? He's like, password, and he's like, that's original. Keys and password, and it opens up.
Once again, it's so simple. I just feel like it keeps all the hackers out. But yes, we just got run reading Deuteronomy chapter 27. I think I'm going to be right back a second, and then we're going to go on to the next. Though, James, we see some spice in chat. As you can see, Islam is truth. I don't know.
Truth now.
See, I always love it when there's like one word redefinitions, because truth is truth, and I know that's a tautology. You could say Islam is true. That'd be a better accurate representation of your beliefs.
Truth.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't agree.
Promise out there tonight, today.
But yes, we're about to go into Deuteronomy chapter 27. But James,
I'll talk for a few minutes.
This stuff can't be edited, can't be changed. Once again, we had some good stuff, but also mixed in with some bad stuff and some just down out redundant, silly stuff.
Hey, Jena, good to see you.
Woo, woo, sending so much love, Jena, the queen of non-believing skeptic production herself. We are sending love to Jena, the entire Tang gang. You guys should be. I think she just did a basically an interview on Tang Gang, which was fantastic. You guys should also just be checking out all of the fantastic content that they're putting on out there. Yeah, just can't keep on sending love. That's just one more thing I say before I.
There you go.
And also, Beamsy says, you would think as the second attempt at it, they would do a better job. You would think so.
What's that? The Bible or?
They get it right the second
Islam.
time. Oh, Islam. And I love the funny thing about Islam is they retcon shit. Like, I get into arguments. The quickest way to get into like an argument to nowhere is talking about Moses and Noah being real. None of the the Muslims want to argue deism, like they want to argue high level claims. But man, some of the absolute fundamentals, like Adam and Eve and stuff, they're like, no, that how can you even say that that's not historically accurate? They get really fundy really quick once you take them away from it.
I haven't heard it in a long time, but I think I once heard a Muslim making the argument that when baby Jesus was born, but he was born as a baby, but he was like fully intelligent, so he was like talking to people, and even though he was an infant, basically as soon as he pops out, he's like, hey, what's going
Makes
on?
sense.
I know I'm a baby, but I'm fucking God. So, well, no, according to them, he wasn't God. He was a prophet. But
the thing is they don't go over. There's no like baby Jesus miniseries or even like teen Jesus miniseries of what he did in his in between years.
There's very little information, about what he did before he started his ministry. Very little information. Forget how old he was when he went to the temple and he kind of bedazzled the scholars there. I guess we'll get some more coverage on that when we get into the New Testament, which at this rate will be, by the time Jesus actually comes back. But in order to do that, he'd have to come the first time, which I don't think he did. So, needless to say, we're going to be waiting here for a while. So what do we got coming up over the next couple of days? Tomorrow, Amy, I believe, is going to be moderating a debate on modern day debate. It's not anything that has anything to do with any of the things we cover on our channel. So, you can check that out at your own peril. There you go. Then Friday, she's going to be back on modern day debate with the other Flat Earth debate versus Witsigitson, who is like Nathan Thompson. I think he's just a little bit more overt about the religious aspect of his beliefs. But that should be interesting. And then we may come back. I don't think we're going to do another Flat Earth after show because we just did one of those, and you can only squeeze so much juice out of that Flat Earth lemon every so often. And I think it's pretty much given up about all it's going to give for us for now. So we'll come back at some point and hit the Flat Earth again, but not right now. Yeah. So you guys remember last night we had a fun episode. We were looking at a video of the No True Scotsman, like, modern Christianity is the real Christianity. And then Pat came on and he was talking about some of the parallels between the modern church and the early church as existed like the 1st and 2nd century AD, which, actually learning some stuff, getting some good information. Amazing, huh? Right? And then we had a couple characters, a couple assholes trying to come in and derail our stream, trying to distract us from the work that we're doing. And it really is a work that we're doing. This takedown, this assault against these terrible superstitions. And they'll stop at just about nothing to stop it. Yeah. I love Islam no matter what. Well, hey, that's up to you. Have fun with it. What can we say? I think a lot of people, I love Islam no matter what you say. That's basically saying you don't even care if it's true or not. You just like it, so you're just going to go with it. I think we run into that mentality actually quite a lot. I think it's I think it comes up pretty much. Yeah, Beams. Yeah, I know it wasn't even that good. I just guess they just happened to show whatever happened to be on their browser history, which, hey, I mean, I'm not going to judge, but yeah, I'm sure they could have come up with something better. I mean, if they really would have done their homework instead of being idiots, they could have came up with they could have found some videos that might have hit a little closer to home for Amy, if you know what I mean. But apparently they don't have time to do any kind of research like that. So, yeah. Yeah, two of them together. If they had one brain cell between the two of them to rub together, maybe. Yeah. Anyway. we're just having fun. We're not going to let them idiots like that distract us from the work that we're trying to do, which we do feel is important. Because me and Amy both used to be religious. We both used to believe. Now neither of us do. And we do get a little pushback from sometimes. The guy, who's a nice guy named Eloy, he comes on a lot and he's always saying, like, why are you guys doing what you're doing? I mean, don't you guys get it? Some people just believe because they believe and that's it. Hey, sure, yeah. But some people used to believe and now they don't. And so that's what we're going for, even though a lot of people will just never be ready to reach that point where they give up on religion. And that's okay. That's okay. We're not going to convince everybody. We're not going to convert everybody. We understand that, but it's not going to stop us from trying. Right, Amy?
Indeed. Dealing with bad arguments, even when we've heard them over and over and over. Not saying anyone in our chat, because our audience is amazing, but we hear the kalam, the contingency argument, the heard Pascal's wager being used. Yeah.
The hard-hitting theological and philosophical arguments that religion has. I said while you were gone, if the two particular individuals last night had bothered to do maybe even like an hour worth of actual research before they came in, they might have been able to show a video that might have hit closer to home, if you know what I mean. But they're not thinking. These caliber people, if they're able to dress themselves, then I think that's
their whole point is to go on streams and demonetize them. And so the fact that both of them work together,
demonetize, derail,
and that they tried to do it twice, and that YouTube was like, screw them. I just can't help thanking the TOS gods over and over and over again.
But we're not going to let them win, because we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing. And you have to kind of, in a way, feel sorry for them, because these are the kind of people who wake up in the morning and they just hate. They hate people like Amy just for being who she is. She's never done anything to them, never would do anything to hurt them, nothing like that. But they just hate her for who she. They don't even really know her, but they just hate her because they don't understand. And most of us who are not part of the LGBT community, we don't understand what it's like to be part of that community either. But you can at least empathize with people, and you realize that they're people just like us. And why would you want to hate somebody just for being who they are? I don't know. But these people, their heart is kind of filled with hate. It's it must be a very sad and depressing state of existence, but that's the only way that they feel good about themselves, is when they lash out at others and try and bring other people down.
So what is up, Bowhead? I am Amy. It is lovely to meet you, and my joke is always, it's Amy, short for Amy.
Oh.
Indeed.
Yeah, BMC. Amy might have a beat in that regard, so they definitely don't want to make a comparison there.
See, now I'm trying to read chat, but it's catching up for me. But send in love. We're about to go into the next chapter.
Thanks,
1 second.
She certainly is. Yeah, clockwork they do, and it's their fear that gets projected outwards as anger, as hate, as we see so often. And you have to realize a lot of time that's where it's coming from, a place of fear. The world is changing. like it always has. You could say these are uncertain times, but in a way, all times are uncertain. There's always societal evolutions taking place. There's always fears about what could happen, what might happen. And like Amy was saying before, and I'll reiterate that, nobody knows how society is going to evolve, but you can rest assured that it will keep evolving. And just to say that, well, maybe at some point in the future, it'll take a turn that we don't like or that we today think is wrong. So maybe we just stop it right now. No, that's not how it works. It's never happened that way. It's not going to stop. And we just have to be hopeful at the future. I can't imagine certain things happening, but it kind of is what it is. The people in the future are themselves, and they will make up their own minds and decisions. And just like we have broken from our ancestors on certain things, so too they will break from us. And we don't have any control over that. And to try to stop that is just foolhardy. It's just not possible. So we get a lot of this fear mongering, like, oh, if we allow this, then maybe 100 years from now they'll allow that. Well, I mean, hey, none of us can predict the future, but we just have to keep faith, I guess, keep hope that our descendants will share a lot of the same values that we had. Will maybe even improve upon our values and our understandings. But it's a really silly excuse to try to stop progress from happening now based on, well, maybe in the future they'll do this thing that I really don't like. Well, I don't know.
Well, it always comes out of fear.
Right. Like I
Might
said,
as well stick with our Star Wars analogies.
our descendants are just that. They're our descendants. They will make up their own minds on things. We can't control that. But to say that we have to repress people or we have to be cruel to people now, because if we're not, maybe 150, 200 years from now, they'll do something I don't like. It's just really silly. But anyway. Yeah, mute.
Ooh. Soros almost shut me down. That or I do that once or twice a podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward. After I burp. Sponsored by Brando. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28. We are moving forward because we've had
Bless you.
cursings. Now we need we need blessings for obeying God. Oh boy, oh boy.
And I just have to point out real quick before we get into that, I sent a picture of it to Amy the other day. I was opening up my YouTube feed yesterday, and it popped up. The first line was, "God bless her," and it's a 5-year-old little girl who's been battling cancer for a year and a half. It's gotten to the point where the doctors have told the family, like, it's really, there's not much more we can do. And so they've taken her off the chemo, and she was trying to fly back home to spend her last few days at her home with her family, and trying to just enjoy her last few days. And they got a pilot to actually fly her out there, because in her medical condition, they don't want her to fly commercial just because of liability and what happens if anything can happen in the air. They just very squeamish about that. So they actually got a private pilot to charter her back home so she could spend her last few days at home with the family. And it's just to say God bless her. It's like, I mean, wait, wasn't it God? wasn't it God's idea the whole time to give this little girl cancer? And wasn't it God's idea that probably the parents and the family were praying nearly nonstop for
But
2
James,
years?
you have to understand, at that same time, someone on the other side of the country was able to find their car keys. And so
Get it?
I feel like the prayers even out in the long run.
Yeah, but just imagine like this girl's mom and dad praying every day for, and God being God, he received all those prayers, he heard them, he evaluated, he decided, the chemo, it's not going to be successful. I am going to make it so that cancer continues to progress, and it will ultimately, the treatment will be, now it will be a long drawn out treatment that's oftentimes painful and burdensome, and so that's going to happen. So it's going to be lots of suffering and pain, but in the end, it's not going to work, and she's going to die anyway, and that is God's
But James,
plan.
God has, as you said, a plan. Here you go. So it all works out. They can smile and feel good that their child just died.
Hey, at least she went to heaven, And I totally get it, why somebody would want to think that. I wish it were true.
Well, I mean, I would be fascinated in continuing to live onward as someone, once again, who is obsessed with consciousness. I would love to think that my consciousness is going somewhere. I just such a highly unmotivated concept for our consciousness to do. Every other mechanism in my body and cell is like, oh, sure, what do we get out of that? Like the cells in our toes that have no neurons are like, oh, you're going to use me and then you're just going to chuck me out, right? Then that's where the real life begins. Sure, you don't even need me anymore. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. But okay. Let's move forward. Sending so much love out there. Once again, guys, continue to send us in your comments at James W. and at Amy Newman with your questions, comments, or one-liners. And if you enjoy the show, we hope you continue to like, follow, and subscribe. Hey. We are also excited. I should send the link out because we've been trying to grow the Twitchosphere.
And it is growing. We got 4 people on there right now.
It is. And we're live on Twitter. What is up, Twitterosphere? And nothing bad has ever happened after someone said, hello, Twitter.
Is that a fact? Maybe.
I'm pretty sure.
Sounds good.
So come join us. What is up, Twitch? What is up, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, everybody? Raise your keeper.
Thank you, Beamsy. Okay.
What is up, Beamsy? Sending so much love.
You be either X Music. I'm not convinced.
You know what I have to do while we're talking? And actually, James, can you give me a second because I'm about to do something, and then I'll explain it.
You want me to talk for a minute? Is that what you want?
Yes, because I'm about to do something that I'm...
Oh, do it to me, Amy. So yeah, coming back over the next few days. I know Amy's, like I said, she's modding a debate tomorrow. Enter that domain at your own peril. And then she's doing the Flat Earth debate Friday. We may be back Saturday. We'll have to see. Or maybe just we might take Saturday off, come back Sunday. It'll be several nights in a row for Amy. She's been soldiering on, but you can rest assured it won't be too long before we're back. And we have lots of fun videos coming up that I looked up a bunch of. It's always a subject near and dear to my heart. End times, Christian prophecies. The world is coming to an end. Near you.
Okay, if I did it correctly, sending love to Beamsy out there on our Twitchosphere. I've been doing a casting call to get more people on Twitch. He's saying hi. I can actually see those emojis on Twitch. That's interesting.
What emoji is that?
Yeah, it works. Damn it, Amy. I was supposed to be relaxing. But Beamsy just got promoted on Twitch to a mod there as well because we are looking for mods. And so welcome to the team times 2, Beamsy. Welcome on board. Again, you also you get a badge here, but then you get a badge here that says your name tag. It says the exact
Nipple
same
tassel?
name, but exactly. So sending love to everyone out there on the interwebs, and we are moving into chapter 28 of Deuteronomy, blessings for obeying God. And we got 2 little appetizers here, I think. Wow. It must be. At first I was going to just say 1, and then there it is. My James, maybe a contradiction in the Bible. That's really weird. I had to say that first because I've never seen that before.
We've never seen one before.
Yeah,
All this time, now it's going to have a contradiction.
Yeah, how could there be a single contradiction in the Bible but never before?
Doesn't really add up.
Oh, X Music, you triggered something. And I can't help myself. Though I have to actually, it's like kind of cool. I have to put, I think, even cooler. But what I will show off, because I can't help myself, if you come down here.
She likes to show off.
And come to our store tab, we actually have, this is the featured, there should be a lot more. But we have a whole bunch of merch for sale, including Debate Me Brah, Talk Skeptic to Me, Skeptic Ranting. We have a Bible study t-shirt as well in the Skeptic and Ranting store. That comes in a whole range of colors and sizes, as well as in unisex and also baby doll. And I like to think they're at a decent price.
One for all 57 genders.
Exactly. So couldn't help myself because you gave a shout out to us, and we give a shout out right back. We're going to get even cooler stuff on there. I want to get emojis, though. I want to get, like, the stuff that says, a book says a thing, and the do-do-do-do-do.
I'll have to take a good picture of Gizmo for one.
Both look at the trees and a book says a thing. We're trying to get those made into t-shirts, and I also want to get more emojis. I want to get also just things like Merchant of Doubt and all sorts of skeptic and non-believing, merch, more than just the T. Well, as much as not only do I like these, but I think I'm going to get a few of these so that I can maybe show them off and get people motivated. But thank you guys so very much. And now this is blessings for obeying God, chapter 28, Deuteronomy.
Let's do it.
Apparently our first contradiction, and of course more laughter, because that's kind of what you get. Oh, that's right. Let me send the link also. Give me just a second. Though I will say, if you just go to our tab on the channel and just go to store, it should take it right there. I don't know why I see featured, because I have a whole thing and it was showing it earlier. Now it's not showing. But it is the Skeptic and Ranting. Let me... La, da, da. We're doing live tech support, ladies and gentlemen. Sending love also, once again, the mechanical keyboard. I'm sorry. Sending love. Trying to get a decent link. There we go. There we go. Hopefully this shall work. Sending that in there. Maybe we'll even start showcasing. If people buy shirts and they wear them and send pictures, we'll start showcasing them. Maybe that'd be a thing. That'd be pretty cool. Send that out there to Twitch and YouTube and everything. And so sending love. Thank you guys once again for all the support. We love you guys hanging out with us. And yeah, my hope once again is that this will become a skeptic's reference, just like the Skeptic's Annotated Bible itself. If people like the video version of it, we hope one day that a atheist or a non-Abrahamic person can pick out what they like or debating and just go over it. But yes, enough of my yapping. Let's get to my yapping.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Sir. I'm actually on Mr. Batman's Discord server, I think, arguing with a very specific theist. Not Mr. Batman, who's just been off somewhere. I didn't even know it was his server, but it's called some like atheist graveyard. It's very, very Darth Dawkins-esque, but I can't help myself. It's just so much fun. All right. Chapter 28, Blessings for Obeying God. 2 scoops. SS 1964. We hope we tuck you into bed or off to wherever you're going. And that's right, no tank tops. What's up, Jay's Clown Girl? Hope you're doing well.
Not yet.
All right. And it shall come to pass. Or I guess it's really, you shall not pass. Do I pass? No, we don't accept trans fats here. That's a Simpsons joke. Simpsons did it. Beat me to everything. Thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Barbaretta. This one right here. She's so pretty. To observe basically from the high point, and once you have the high ground, it's all over. And to do all of her commandments. All of them. All 600. None of this just 10 shit. Which I command thee this day. They always love to do the top 10. For thy Lord, thy Bob, who touches you with her noodly appendages, will set thee on high above all nations of earth. Oh man, I see all nations on earth. Hey, is this like the flat earth reference? Almost sounds like it.
Probably.
Just randomly on topic? Well, on topic for a debate coming up. That's true. Some trans fats, I think it's, what the hell is it? Is it saturated? One of them's bad. There
trans
are good fats, though, and you do need fat to a certain degree. Unless you're American, then all of us probably need less fat. But I'm sending love. Da da da. On 4chan, when you're on the pole board, they call Americans burgers. It does explain. It does, kind of accurately represent us. And I do love hamburgers. I can't help myself. Are you really past Exodus already? We are. I will say we are moving through it at more like an aging fine wine. However,
turbo speed.
Exactly. But yeah, we actually are making ground, though. This is episode 72, which is fantastic. I love, and yes, hamburgers with bacon. I like making kosher hot dogs with bacon, just to get everyone's head. But yeah, we're. I think, and let's just check for 1 second, just because can't help myself. Let's see here. 34. We're almost done Deuteronomy.
Yeah, like 3/4 of the way through.
Making our way through. Took me 2 years to get past the genealogies. Legend has it I'm still reading the genealogies. That's funny. Woo! We may be reading this. Well, the goal is actually, and we'll keep on saying this, we're very humble right now. We can only do what we can in between, everything else, though it has slowly been growing and growing and growing. And we hope one day to do not only a Skeptic Bible Study once a week, we hope to do it 2 or 3 times a week, just like we'd like to basically do all of our other shows, not only more, but open up more shows. Woohoo! Okie dokie. Let's get to it. Almost saw fist fruits again. And show the kiss, high nations, and all these blessings shall come on thee knee. Right on my knee. You could have aimed higher, but on thee, and overtake thee. You sexy minx, that thou shalt hearken unto the voice, the same one as we were watching on whatever station it is on the TV, of the Lord Bob thy God. Oh, she's so pretty tonight. I think someone did her noodles, and that's what really shows. Blessed, Gesundheit, blessed shall thou be in the city. They have a great slice of pizza. And blessed shall thou be in the field, the cornfield. Blessed shall be the fruit of the loom of thy body, which is generally what their commercials look like. And the fruit of thy, ground, damn it. Fine. And the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle. And just like a fruity guy over to the side, but
fruitcake.
He's kind of cute, so whatever. Just let him do his thing. He's going to get a boyfriend and they'll shut up. The increase of the...
Hey to the Twitch sphere.
What is up, Fire Eyes? Good morning, all the way from the Dune. Is that Denmark? All the way from Denmark?
Sounds like it.
What is up, Fire Eyes? Sending love from these nuts. Sending love from these nuts.
Hey.
That also sounds about right.
She loves that. Love.
I was gonna say, as long as you have showered, and so now listen. I understand some girls like he was in the woods. All right, that's cool. It still smells like ball sweat. So please shower, and then I'll do whatever
she
you
still
want
appreciates
on your outer ovaries.
When they're clean. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Why, yes, it is. We are reading the Bible. It is true. This is the King James right over here. And then this is the Skeptic's Annotated version, which is a fancy way of just saying a bunch of skeptics are just putting notes over here. But yeah, we're not as serial as most people who read the Bible. Probably not.
No,
A little bit less.
it's not your average Bible
Yes,
reader.
we're trying to get sent to hell because that would just save us time, damn it. See? James, the identity politics, they cannot help themselves. Though I shouldn't say identity politics, because can you tell that falls under my 2-word category? They got to bring identity into it. That feels cleaner. You see how that feels cleaner?
Yeah.
I am a tranny. Welcome to the channel. I am indeed a tranny.
If that triggers you, good.
Yeah. And I feel like I almost went overboard last time from the people that tried to troll last time. I don't know which way I should go. Welcome aboard. Yeah, he's like, no, there you go. He's saying it's all good.
Thanks, Wildheart.
Because we're as Twitch is growing, we are learning the hard way. I literally yesterday had a fool me once. It's their fault. Fool me twice, and then everyone was like, "Hey, yeah, Amy, what did you think was gonna happen?" But I can't help myself. But YouTube sided with us. Thank you, YouTube. Oh, the TOS gods. Oh, mwah.
It's just not
Well,
tempting
welcome
too many
aboard.
times.
Feel free to say whatever you want, as long as you know the Twitch gods. And yeah, we're
Bitch
gonna
gods.
keep on moving through. We'll eventually have an open mic, and we'll tag you if you want to keep on saying stuff. Sometimes I always feel like the light is shined on people, but we can't help it. We love our growing Twitch community.
Wildheart sent an important message for you.
Recently showered and ball sweat free. Smells like violets. What is some Wild Heart? Sending so much love. Another great non-believing content creator out there. Wild Heart kind of reminds me of us. You know, I sit up here and I make lots of karaoke references because I personally like karaoke. But Wild Heart is just, in the similarity into Oz is I think because of their just their lay speaking, like they have very formal conversations with people. I think theists underestimate them. I have seen, as I choke on air, I've seen Oz and Wild Heart just really Socratic method people to town, really take people to task. And so
yeah,
what's up, Wild Heart? I can't help myself.
Some of people sideways, they don't expect it.
Well, there's like a great clean purity to skepticism that I think the religious fundies wish they had. Like the fact that we're just like, we just don't believe bullshit. And just all of us universally not believing in bullshit just creates a community of everyone being kind of chill and accepting different views and dialogues and being able to entertain thoughts that don't agree with your own and just all that chocolatey peanut butter goodness. But yes, I could go on and on. Sending Heart, go check out Wild Heart's channel as well as Oz. We're gonna keep on sending love Tang. Who is doing a Socratic show on theirs? As we're about to have my own. I'm really excited the Socratic method, just like in the street, because I've done it before. It was very surreal, and people were like. The people around me were like, "You're not supposed to actually put a soap box." Like I took a cardboard box and like
you
pushed it down so that I could stand on it, like flattened it, gave myself like a place. Be interesting though. I am looking forward to it. All right, we're gonna continue on. We're reading Deuteronomy chapter 28, and then we're gonna go into the open mic for anyone who wants to join us. The pandemic, I think, is coming closer to an end. It is true that we need to be always vigilant, and because of evolution, the shit is not going away. Something else will come around. We don't have a name for it yet. It'll be the next thing. And so the practices that we thought were intelligent to do, like washing your hands and being sanitary and not sneezing into people's mouths, turns out that's just going to continue to be good. Yes. And this channel is like anti-vax. I think we could say pretty well.
Reasonably.
If you are an anti-vaxxer, come on and talk with us. Anyone out there? But we would love to. We haven't done an anti-vax topic. We should do that.
Because I think one of the videos I sent you had an anti-vax thing in it, and the thing is, the video is it's monetized, so we should be able to rail on it and still keep it monetized.
You would think, yeah. Oh no, I think I'm starting to realize if we are taking basically a misinformation topic and correcting it and actually spreading good information, the internet, it's like a breath of fresh air, which is often, I just heard this from Jeff Ross, is often what comedy is. It's just saying things that a lot of people have been thinking. It's a lot of truths said so fast that your body just makes a sound. And emotionally, a lot of times it is a sigh. You finally said the thing that I have been so uncomfortable to say out loud. And speaking of which, what is up, Ralph? Do people like evolution or alchemy? It's a good question. I would say James and I tend to be team evolution. Do you? I guess that would make you team alchemy. I don't know.
I mean, evolution has so much reason and evidence and behind it that I think that would just turn Ralph off. Like anything that has actual, real, tangible, demonstrable evidence, Ralph is very suspect of.
Listen, reason is treason. Can I also tell you, I forget where I get this from. Just because it rhymes does not mean it's true. I love rhyming because, in comedy, it's easy. It's a shortcut, just like cursing is, and oftentimes being funny. It's why, just hi, and did you know my sexuality's bi?
I think they heard.
Exactly, but it's an easy thing. But yes, reason is not treason. It turns out. But welcome, Ralph, and all of our theist brothers and sisters. Yeah, and who would watch Full Metal? Who would watch Full Metal Evolutionist? Huh? Oh my goddess! I'm actually that already is a series. Hold on, let me load it for you. See right there? There you go. It's evolution, I think. Right?
Oh,
right. Look at this happy child and dog. We're gonna be great. Gonna be great. Gonna be great. Anyway, we like to keep this podcast happy and fun. Woohoo! Sending love, Ian. Sending love. Also, Beamsy. Everyone is tagging us in with comments and everything. Like Doc, I can't help myself. I like my alchemy with a dash of caliber in an evolution waffle bowl. I think waffle is what makes the evolution bowl so good.
Indeed.
Best thing about that picture is those characters will always be together. But sending so much love, Beamsy, and sending love to everyone out there that isn't crying themselves because I and Beamsy just made those jokes. I'm gonna need a moment. And yes, for everyone who doesn't know, those two just became inseparable.
Did they now?
Anyway,
So
making so many anime jokes. It's close up to there me making Marvel jokes, but I want to keep on doing it, folks. I cannot help myself.
Well,
Hey, it's your way or Yahweh.
just so you know, in terms
Tested
of
by
jokes,
Hey. See?
don't-
Rhyming. It's so easy. I'm
I
sorry.
don't think
What's
you've
up,
hit
Terry?
your timer yet. Your
Your
BB timer.
My
You're at
BB timer?
220, and you haven't made a reference to him yet.
Oh, that's true. I have not talked about Bill Burr yet.
Yeah,
So,
221. And I had to spoil it, but,
it's true. It has been a while. It is kind of our Sherry's Berries, which was great. You have to admit that was great. Okay, that is the way we will continue to do.
He's a funny dude. Yeah.
Woohoo! He is a funny dude. And speaking of funny amazing people, Ian Davenport is sending us a super sticker of a jumping pair going your
Thanks,
number
Ian.
one fan. And we are your number one fan. Thank you so very much, Ian Davenport, for all the love and support. It really goes so much more in funding great content that is part for the community and part because it's cathartic. Oh my goddess, is this cathartic?
It's
It really is. It's also, I've been gathering so many premises. Speaking of which, I said this and I got some stone faces, but I've been collecting so many good bits, premises to go up and do stand-up comedy. So I know I'm going to keep on saying to be continued. It's probably going to take another month for me to actually get my butt up there and try material, but I want to get back up there. I'm so craving it.
She's craving it, guys.
Craving it.
You hear that?
Craving it as much as I'm sending love to Ian Davenport.
Yeah,
Thank you so very much again, Ian. And all right.
Oh my gosh!
Also,
did you see this?
What's that? I educated the panel on the so-called claim of slavery.
That's what he wants to call it.
That's weird. I don't remember that. I remember slavery not being indentured servitude, specifically being slavery. But I love you. Such a love. See, I always feel bad.
When is his debate with Pat? On is that tomorrow?
Coming up
on Kerbania? When is that? Your way or Yahweh?
That is going to be on the 7-day calendar. Looking forward to it. As much as we give him spice, we love all the theists that come and interact with us, all the Christians. And yeah, we're going to keep on going. I'm excited because I may be doing, eventually, I'm going up against Muslim debates on MDD. I'm looking forward to it. I want to talk about some ant, baby. That's right. Craving it. Get in. What's up? Sending so much love, Wild Heart. And also, what is up, Kill Doggy? How are you doing tonight? Tomorrow 9 p.m. Your way or debate way. Girl streams. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward. And all right, we can't help ourselves. James, I don't know if you know this, but I may have ADD.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADD? Well, yes. Oh, well.
You'll learn good workarounds. You write everything down, ladies and gentlemen. It's what this, you should just see the notes that I take. Just notes and notes and notes. Because it's the only way that I keep this shit organized when they're making points because I cannot help it. Or else my brain would go everywhere. And I'll tell you something, because I wasn't a note taker for my entire K through 12 education. And my excuse, and it's a good excuse, has always been, it tends to be when I'm taking notes, I'm not paying attention. And so I've had to, because I'm not a great multitasker, as people can see. People could always tell when my beam is like, you can feel it's, from my impression, it's like a very intense beam. You can feel the focus on, you can feel the focus off. And so that means that I can't split it. Fucus. I forget where sending so much less.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Yeah.
So I learned, but I learned that actually splitting enough energy of your brain to actually write notes down is fantastic, because you can keep yourself muted as long as people need. No one's ever, every once in a while you overtalk. I sometimes get excited and overtalk, but generally you never get complaints from being overtalked. Stop overtalking me. Stop writing, because I have all of it written down. You take as long as you need to say. I'll just keep on writing all the crazy shit you write down. So you keep on saying it, and then and I've been told that people appreciate it when you go back to it. People will say, "Can you steel man my position?" And I've had times where I've gone, "Well, you said blah 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 blah." 3 hours later, kind of like that guy in our last podcast. And so, yes, once again, just a shout out to note taking, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome. Why, thank you, Ian. I want to thank you very much. I like to bring it around with me places. It's a great one. It has always just helped, and sometimes it works as a fantastic football, or shall I say egg ball, depending on where you live.
It's kind of bulky, but I consider it carry-on.
Yes, exactly. Oh my God! You say bulky and carry on. All I can think about, very random, but I mean, we talk evolution so much. It's just the arms race that the brain has to go through, because we often get, the question, why aren't we these super giant intelligent brains? And it's like, well, you didn't have to fit that through your vaginal canal, so
which, it kind of is silly the way that when the Christians claim, the angels had sex with humans and they delivered giant babies, but I mean, they still had to pass through the human vaginal canal.
Good luck with that.
How's that going to work exactly? Oh no!
Oh yes,
babies were like
we're
40
finally
pounds
dilated at 47 feet.
Yeah. A 40-pound, 50-pound baby coming out of there.
Pibble biology, ladies and gentlemen.
You forget you can't really ask about the logistics. Whatever. God just magically made it so they could pass through a woman's birth canal.
Exactly. If you believe in magic, then basically you can fit anything. Especially when, women are coming from ribs. You don't need anything to come from nowhere.
Oh, yeah, I think he knows your way. I think Pat's ready for you. Just eat your Wheaties before the debate, my friend.
What we're trying to say is... Okay, that's enough of that. Jumping right back in. Sending love to Pat and Terry and Gur. Gur is
I'm not
so
back
funny.
in 5 minutes.
Same with Knock. I like Knock and Gur. I think they're going back at each other in a playful way. You don't get many takedown videos of atheist versus atheist, agnostic versus atheist, because we don't schism. It's kind of great. You take another sip, and we're jumping back in.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm sorry, everyone. I don't have my pea shield for those types of Foley sound effects.
Pea shield.
All right. Yes, you should have a on your microphone. If you've ever seen a guard right in front of the microphone, it kind of looks like a transparent mesh that is called a pea shield. Specifically, because there is a note, the within a visual audio software makes a specific type of sound. I know this will sound very random to people not within the audio, but so to solve that specific problem, people have what are called pea shields. It goes right around. I have one. I should be wearing it, but it's I don't know what the fuck it is. And it guards and actually cuts all of the puzz out of the audio file. Now you know.
Now I know. Learn something every day.
Exactly. Kill Doggy says Amy and James are not true atheists. Come at me, bro. Don't bait me, bro.
We're like half atheists.
Half atheists. Yeah, and I get that. I've been debating with someone who says that atheists can't exist because God exists as a concept and God exists
We
as
all know he exists.
a word. And so, no atheists. There you go. Poof.
That damn poof model.
It makes sense, definitely. But yes, we're jumping back into Deuteronomy chapter 28 because I'm sure there will have a lot of interesting
Lots of wingles.
wisdom as we talk about cursings, blessings, and the plastered stones. Once again, my favorite Harry Potter book. Blessed shall thou be in the sex in the city, and shalt thou be in the field, the cornfield.
Oh, the field.
Blessed shall be the fruit of the loom of the I feel like I go up. Must be. No, I didn't read Basket of Store. Oh no. Okay, we were and the fruit of the loom of thy ground, and the fruit of the loom of the cattle. Welcome. This is Wendy's. And the increase of thy kine, not kine, and the flocks of thy sheep. By the way, if you aren't a sheep, you don't need a shepherd. Just a PSA out there.
Kine is a German word. It's kind of weird.
German. I love German shepherds. I have a puppers. Shout out to Cooper.
Cooper,
who is such a good boy sleeping somewhere.
He's a sweet boy.
He is a good boy. He could be a brat, but he's a very good boy.
Oh, can't they all?
Can't they all? Indeed. And yes, sending love to Oz out there.
Thanks, Randolph.
Sending love to the entire
no wonder our
stream. Holy
jump. Like 10 more people.
Thank you so very much, Randolph. Thank you so very much, Tang Gang, Oz, Jena, Shane, Biddy, recently about to be, I think, either tomorrow, getting my it actually is streams from Ghostbusters. It's a pun. Dr. Josh and Pat were just on there, or are going to be on there. So sending love. Go check them out. Go check out Tang Gang, and Ger Streams, and Randolph Richardson, who does a stream with us. Or I say with us. What am I saying? I do a stream with Randolph Richardson and Taco, who hosts it and allows fantastic, T-Jump and JL Warren and Peter and J Mike has been on there. Fantastic people, folks. So sending so much love.
Woo-hoo.
And we're going to finish this chapter up before we roll into the open mic. Welcome, everyone. Feel free to tag your comments, questions, or, of course, your one-liners to us so we can read them on screen at James W. and at Amy Newman. And we are jumping back in. Blessed shall be thy basket at thy Apple store. Ah.
Your Amazon cart is empty.
No. Blessed shall thou be when thou comest.
Well,
Comest in. Naughty. And blessed shall thou be when thou goes out. Oh, fine, go out. You already comest. The Lord Bob shall cause. Oh my, we're about to have hashtag loving God. Where is my love stick? Very specifically. Ooh, that almost sounded double entendre in and of itself. Did it drop? Here we go. The love stick. There we go. The stick of love, just like the baseball bat of love. The Lord Bob, this lovely lady right here, Barbaretta, but all her true friends call her Bob, shall cause thine enemies that rise up. Sending so much love, Jena. I know.
Thanks, Jena.
I can't help myself, and it has been, as the props have grown, I think I've gone over before, but I can't help. I love it that there is
You guys have created a
things
monster
with
here.
faces. So this has a face. This you'd say this is a boob, but this has a face. Things that have faces. A banana is in here. This does not have a face. This should not be in faces.
Well, according to Ray
Here's
Comfort,
a tardigrade. Yeah, tardigrades.
according to Ray Comfort, the banana does have a face.
Well, it's the atheist defeater. And
Yeah.
so there is small weapons, which I have over here. So I have like my hammer. I have nunchucks in
Stop
case
the
ninjas
hammer.
decide to attack. No. Ha.
I mean, basically, they had to
Something's
build a whole
fixed out
new
there.
Amazon distribution center
Just to
to
get my
handle all
props
the
up.
packages.
James, do you know that process was magical?
I just drive down
I
that
can't help
street, you
myself.
just see a procession of Amazon trucks backed up 4 blocks away, waiting to make their
Yep,
deliveries.
that's right. Back it up.
I mean, we got a lube delivery. I mean, they go by the gallons.
Jeez. Yes, finally, my props have props. Inception. But Randolph says, "Is that the won't you be Minecraft love stick?" Why, yes, it is. He says that. Wait, hold on. I almost ruined. Let me see if I can get this pun. Is that the won't you be Minecraft love stick? I really dig it. Okay. Woohoo! Sending so much love out there.
We love all the
To
positivity.
people that agree and disagree with us. Hey, if you think the Bible is the bee's knees, which apparently means really good, that's a really odd expression now that I say that out loud.
Cat's meow.
Nonetheless, the cat's, yeah, come tell us. Before my knees get all sticky with honey from these bees' knees. Yes, we're being blessed. We got to come. Hopefully we got a snack afterwards, and you at least cuddled. Jesus Christ. Literally, I think. We had enemies. Oh my god! I thought that said "bite them on the face." It says, it'd be so funny. Which, oh my god! Which I do have to bring it up, just because.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Sir. Oh, it's 43 seconds. God damn it.
What is it?
I want to bring up something just because
Oh.
it brought me up. I knew I was going to play it tonight because it's Cosmic Horror. It's a clip. I wonder how much of a clip you can play. Oh, I'm doing commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing commentary. Just a random in between that I'm just going to show some Cosmic Horror. Just very quickly. Less than a minute, folks. You know what? I'll wait because I had to stop share. It'll get us off topic. I'll do it while we're boarding. To be continued, folks. I'm going to show you Cosmic Horror tonight. Oh, don't worry. I won't forget.
You won't miss it.
And it's very cute, adorable Cosmic Horror. It also has to do with... I don't know what you're talking about, Morty. I think it's fucking fine. Yeah, maybe you should lay off me for a little minute and just give your grandpa a little bit of credit where it's due. What? Oh, gee, Rick. I don't know. Anyway, the Lord shall... We got blessed. Oh, we're about to move in. We're about to get storage. The Lord shall command the blessings. Tons of blessings upon thee as long as you store it properly for $9.99 a month. And in all that, you will get a lot. You will apparently get thy hand.
A lot, okay.
A lot.
Not a woman's hand, otherwise.
No.
No reach arounds.
No reach arounds. You want a woman to give you oh my god. That reminds me of when when Jesse Lee Peterson was like, are you saying girls? They use that with their mouths?
They put that in their mouth?
Yeah, who were you having your mouth go to? Hey, we're not shaming anyone, but
ladies,
yes,
your mouth is not made
so
for that.
amazing just how surprised he was.
At least acting surprised.
Acting surprised.
Like he's like, I don't embarrass y'all. Like, if you guys,
I am completely positive, or I could completely believe him that he has no idea that women actually go down there. I'm confident he knows of another gender that has gone down there, and he probably has proof of that himself.
Remember, he's like, I'm not going to embarrass. He's like, I'm not going to embarrass you, all the other guys there. If you've ever done that, I want to embarrass you guys.
Yeah, it was amazing. He also, I heard some of the greatest claims. I heard that an orgasm, that's what he said, makes a woman
is
like a man.
Yeah, she's trying to be a man.
Like when you as a male give your wife a orgasm in a heterosexual relationship, that's a little gay. No, this guy wasn't in the closet at all. Not at all. And then the other thing I just heard on our own debate, we get so much stupid shit. Like any one of these comments, they would be isolated. We would probably do whole podcasts on them. But it's just so much like the guy that I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to remember which one it was now. I guess it doesn't matter. One of them claimed that all porn is gay.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just like, I feel like you need to see a therapist. I guess I'm just an armchair therapist, but please see one. All porn. And it just reminded me, it is the
Well, I mean, Jesse Lee Peterson's porn is all certified to be vagina free. He won't purchase it unless it has that certification.
bringing up the Ron White. I'll save that too. I'll save that for the in-between as we're going to the Ike and Mike because there's a great bit. Anyway, moving forward. About wanting a big D for, heterosexual guys. But it's a joke. This guy seemed to have taken that literally. Or at least his daddy issues tell him that. Anyway, if you took a shot every time I said anyway. The Lord shall command blessings upon thee in storehouses. Great, great hand. We got to reach around.
Whorehouses.
God giveth thee, and God can take you away. What if we've been actually talking about? And all the blessings will come upon you. You'll be blessed in the city, in the field. Your children, crops, cattle, and sheep will be blessed. Your basket and store will be blessed. Everything will be blessed. Nothing can stay. All must go. You'll be blessed when you come in and blessed when you go out. Jesus. Just throwing blessings. God will cause your enemies to be killed right in front of you. Wow. Death Note, anybody? They'll attack you one way and retreat 7 ways. All right, now it just feels like you're showing off. Your storehouses and everything you will do will be blessed, or your money back. The Lord shall establish thee, not 3, but thee and holy people unto himself, all over
and holy
himself.
People.
As he has sworn unto thee on a stack of Bibles, so you know he's telling the truth. Even before the Bible was written somehow. If thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy Barbaretta and walk in her ways, and all the people of the round earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord Bob, and they shall be afraid of the dark of thee. And you know it's a good guy. I always love when they say you should fear God, as if that's like a good thing. It's just
fear
that's
God
Stockholm
is the beginning
syndrome.
of wisdom.
Yeah, that is no. That
I put the fear of God in you.
It's just like you're in the fucking corner like this. No, I love you, God. Please don't, please not another God. Oh yeah, no, that's the good guy, definitely. Oy, oy, oy.
He loves you though.
But he loves you. Hashtag loving God. Shall be afraid of thee for 3. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous right up here. Right here. And hopefully, like, right back there. Right there. Okay. If I could use all the Dragon Balls to use a wish, I could just get, like, a bigger ass. If you don't mind. Just do Pilates, Jesus. The Heaven to give shout out to the Dragon Ball Z movie that is actually in theaters. So good. I give it 2 thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even gonna do spoilers. Just 2 thumbs up. Go out and check it out. If you're into anime, that is to say. Hey. This is a rhyming stream. I'm going to do it as much as I can, ladies and gentlemen. We basically have a ticker in the back now. Bless all thine work of thine hand, and shall lend unto many, many nations. And thou shalt not borrow unless you're at 24% interest. Wow. I'm not taking that Kohl's card. I love shopping here, but I think I'll pass.
Yeah. It's sodomy.
Oh my.
They sodomize you with those rates.
Yes, they do. Oh, they are. Now listen, if I've worked at many retail places, and I'm not calling anyone out. This is what they all are, okay? Please do not get those credit cards, because what they do is even if it's great, I had a place that would offer 30% off coupon.
Even if it's great
so
initially.
You're like, holy moly. But 24% APR. What does that mean? Okay, cool. You got that 30% off once, but if you ever miss a single payment, they basically got you already. Almost takes two maybe to make profit on you, but that's it. And you bet, and that's just an interest. Even if you pay your payments, if you pay it slowly, they're still going to make it off you. Starting to realize how killer debt is. Sending so much love, though.
You should know. Back to your days with the tribe.
Well, I always joke that there's proof positive that the Jews just do not control the world. Like, if so, then my parents they're both Ashkenazi, so why do I owe all this money?
Yeah. Hey.
Want to know. All right. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure. He's going to give you a map. You're going to go on a quest. It's going to be a great time. Bring suntan lotion. The heaven to give the rain onto the land in his season. Hopefully, once again, it almost sounds like we are praying to a god for rain, but that would be silly.
Oh, the rain god, yeah.
Yeah. Then again, they're in the desert, so when it rains, they're like, and to bless all the work of thine hand. Again, we like blessing thine hand. And once again, I guess if you're in the desert and you don't have a lot of lotion, and thou shalt lend unto many nations and might not borrow. Okay, we get it. And the Lord shall make thee the head, like a really big head. We're not sure which one you're using. And not the tail.
Not the tail?
Okay, not the tail. Ooh, what is up, the wonderful, fabulous, and amazing Titan your anus? Says I'm part Ashkenazi, so I can really have partial control. Okay, so like on the remote, you only have half the buttons, but that's okay. I mean, that's really all you need. If you got play and rewind and fast forward, you're good. Am I allowed to say that, Soros? Right? Oh, no, we're not shutting down. Okay, we're allowed to keep on going.
You made it.
Oh my! See, these are the kind of statements that I like to see here.
That got our attention.
Listen. I'm not biased at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Is someone sweating? Are you sweating? Deuteronomy chapter 28. All right. We're also about to we're talking about heads and getting beneath people. I mean, come on. Can you blame me? And tail. Someone's getting tail. And thou shalt be above only above, no below. And thou shalt not be. Oh my God! Sometimes I roast the Bible. Sometimes the Bible
roasts you. Yeah.
If thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord, thy goddess, thy Bob, which I command thee, which I don't do. It could say, goddess, which I offer really humble suggestions. But no, gotta be command.
Always.
Thee to the day, to observe and to do them. I request of thee, if you're in the mood, and thou shalt not go. Can I tell you something funny? This is just completely off, just about Minecraft. I know, like I said, the funny thing about Minecraft, even though, like I said, because it's 2D, and so it looks so childish, but the other animals, you have a much easier time mating. Like, you can just
in Minecraft
give them food, and they'll mate. But there are villagers there are NPC villagers, and you can't just mate them. Like, you can give them food because they have two different meters. They have to both be satisfied with food, the other animals, and then they have to be in the mood. They literally have basically like a mood meter thing, and they will only have sex. Gotta have a good meal, wine and dined, And maybe if they're into it, it's just funny.
Maybe.
Sending so much love to video game development. I love game design. I really do. It's fun. Ladies and gentlemen, to anyone who says, should you play God? Yes. That would be my answer. It's great. Try it out.
Try it out.
Fantastic. Try the Unreal Engine. It's free until you are really making some good cash off it, basically. Until you need an entrepreneur license. Unity is fantastic.
License.
The Ashkenazi license. I love the Unreal Engine, the Half-Life engine. You can use the Half-Life engine, I think, for free. Unreal costs money. Unity is free, open source. Go out and use it. And you don't even need... and great thing about it is with Unity is not only is it free, but it accepts programming languages in both C#, so C derivative, and JavaScript. JavaScript's very friendly, or at least it did. It might have narrowed it down, if I remember. Nonetheless, there are plugins. Unity is basically, in my opinion, has become the Steam of game design. I like the flash in the background there. It's become... Basically, it has a built-in marketplace of both free assets and assets that cost money. But you can get great... You could basically because used to... Building a video game is just connecting a whole bunch of media, interactive media, and looping 30 seconds of that interaction over and over and over long periods of times in unique ways. But you could, you had to go all different places. It used to be, you had to make a model or have a 3D modeler, and then they would get it and they'd make it, and then you'd have someone to rig it, and then you'd have someone, which is basically just make the skeleton. And then so to make you make the model, and then you want to make a sword animation go swing, and so you have a guy go ha with the model you just created, and then you put that in there, and you add a sound effect that goes ha, and then you put that all together, and your brain just starts putting it. It's almost very similar to what our consciousness is doing. Funny enough, is this emergent kind of thing. I use some of that terminology when I've been because I think we're real-time streaming and things like that, which is what a game kind of is. It's rendering in real time, which is another visual effects term. Normally takes a long time to render things, but we can't have that happen, so we kind of render in real time. But yes, Unity will allow you to do all those steps. You could do it all right there. You could find whatever you want. You could find tree. You could find superhero. You could find music. But not only that, you can find GUI-based scripting systems, ladies and gentlemen. If you are sitting out there and you're saying, listen, I've been telling myself I wanted to make a video game my entire life, but the dirty little secret is that coding is just such a high learning curve. I get you. Jump into the shallow end with me, which is, I think, from that Wings podcast, where you can do GUI scripting, which is a way of basically making it's similar to pseudocode. Pseudocode is very high level concepts. Whenever you see whiteboards behind you, and it has all those diagrams, in the Facebook movie, that's pseudocode. It's what you do when you're trying to get your brain ready to code, and you're just trying to figure things out and get pathways started and stuff. You can have GUI scripting. It has all the options, high level. It's taken all the commands and all the codes, and made it so that you can just click and scroll, do options. You still got to think about it. You still got to think about things and learn about concepts like variables. That's not going to go away, but you don't have to write a goddamn thing. So go check out Unity. That's my last shilling for Unity. I can't help it. Spent so many years in there. I might as well. So yeah, send in love. We're moving forward. I can't help a tangent. I've prevented myself from 2 tangents though that I'm waiting till the end to screen share different things for.
Otangelo.
2 Otangelos, exactly. But yes, we are. I think this is the last one. So don't go after any gods. Let's see. Command the to the day, observe and do them. All right. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words, because I kind of like Scrabble. It's kind of my thing. Reminds me, there's also a character from Fear of the Walking Dead that comes to mind, which is another random tangent, which I command thee this day, to the right hand of Bob, or to the left. What? To the right, but also to the left. Why'd you just say to the hands?
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about.
Exactly. Oh my God, there used to be a Cold Stone pokey. They don't do it. Either they don't do it anymore, or the lady was too embarrassed. But I used to work for Cold Stone. You put your spades in, you put your spades out, you put your mix-ins in, and you turn them all about. You do the Cold Stone pokey, and you turn yourself about. That's what it's all about. Thank you. I'm trying to pay for my college. Thank you. Enjoy your ice cream. Oh, that was a good time, though. I like that job. I like singing. I can't help myself. I was one of the few people, because a lot of the people sung begrudgingly, and I guess it's the comedian. Well, they used to, yeah. I don't know if they still do. But you would sing for tips. I mean, it wasn't like a $2.50, like a waitress or a waiter job. They pay you regular minimum wage, then yes, you are supposed to almost like a sir. This is why I feel I am an entertainer. And I guess you're an entertainer. But it has always been in my bones. I have been doing things for people to try and entertain since as long as I can remember.
Always.
I always. And I know that'll sound weird. But it reminds me of just Norm Macdonald used to just have a bit, because he used to criticize, I think, a lot of, even though he did think that there were a lot of women comics, but I used to go around, and there would be people that if you would have like a little crowd, because I would do imitations. This is horrible, by the way. Absolutely horrible. I used to fake that seizures, which no one knew that I was having a seizure, because they were all kids. By the way, epilepsy runs in my family, and I now have epilepsy. It's not karma. I guess it doesn't run in my family. But it wasn't out of nowhere. But no one understood what it was. So in high school, it became known as the fetus. That is literally what they called me. They would shout. They'd say, "Do the fetus, do the fetus," and I'd fall on the ground, and I'd close my eyes, and I'd do all this shit. Once again, horrible things. However, as the jackass years progressed, I would, my friends would duct tape me, my entire body, and I'd run through the mall screaming. Just all sorts of extremely smart, highly intelligent stuff.
Everything's funny when you're...
Those are the same guys I worked at Cold Stone with. So I think I'm just a sucker for being a clown.
Can't help it.
Yes, exactly. Can't help myself. All right, let's finish this up. I could tangent all day. This is, I think, the last one. Actually, I'm going to take a swig, and then we're going to read curses.
Well,
for
this one is
disobeying
loaded
God.
down. Look at that.
I know. This is the full meal.
God didn't go light on this
Mile away.
course.
Yeah, not half-assing it. All right. So, curses for disobeying God starts with, of course, injustice. You have
Excellent.
objective morality from a subjective God. They don't think he's subjective, but that actually is what a mind is. The subjective experience. No, it totally makes sense. But anyway, he's judging you. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yo, I know. It sounds so weird. It wasn't an abortion
the
debate.
fetus.
None of that shit. It was just something really rare or something really weird. Because I used to do, because people didn't know what it was. Once again, I am a horrible human being, but I used to try and do that sort of shit until I wanted to people to like, you want people to freak out and to call someone and be like, look for help. And then what I would do is I would jump up and look really surprised, and I'd just look and I'd be like, oh, and then you just run. That would be your only out. Yes, James Wolfe says, you've heard the evolutionary argument as to why there's a greater imperative for men than women to be funny. Oh my God. Okay, this is... So I wasn't going to say it. I just went to my story, but that's the story that Norm... Because I disagree. Women can be funny. But there is a biological reason why. And I think if this is where James is saying... because I'll be as real with you all as I should have been a few minutes ago. Because Norm was like, "Oh, you all run over," and because someone asked him, "Are women are funny?" And they're like, "You know who? You know, you just saw a crowd, and there's just a bunch of people, and you look down there, and it's a woman." Which once again, I mean, there's an irony because I could see it. You know, technically, I am a woman that was doing that, but then they'd be like, "Well, you're a tranny. You're a tranny." I don't know. I go both ways sexually. What were we talking about? But my what I would say if I get real shit. I gotta shout out his name. Hold on one second. God damn it. He's like fucking amazing comedian that's dead. One of the greatest. I don't mean to give dead air. I just have to give shout outs to people like hold on one more second, ladies and gentlemen.
Bear with her, people. Then we'll be on the open mic soon, right? Yeah.
Patrice O'Neill. I'll go Patrice O'Neill. It's because that and I was watching the debate. I was watching a little debate on MDD. I was lurking because I disagree. I don't think that with these black pill people, I don't think that
what debate?
Looks tonight on MDD was the black pill debate.
Oh, I thought that was the debate you were doing.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I thought that's. I think either it got switched or I just read it wrong. Probably I just read it wrong, and I think tomorrow is a one with T-Jump, and so I don't think that looks are the number one thing. And not only that, I literally live my life as someone that's a little bit. I like my makeup. I wear my face. I like my clothes. I like things that matches. I have to have 1 to 2 accessories on me when I actually go out. I feel naked without it. Nonetheless, I think about what would happen if someone threw acid in my face and I was just horribly disfigured? Would I continue my work? And the answer is 100%. 100%. Because what's important to me is beyond looks. Now, like I said I was going to go Patrice O'Neal. That, there's a lot of ladies work at it. We try harder when it comes to that department. I think a lot of guys could try harder in that department. They QQ and complain when they're like, why don't girls like me? Well, it's like, what are you offering back? Okay? Are you funny? Which is what we're really talking about. I almost think there's a good evolutionary thing because there are many unattractive, funny guys out there getting laid. Do you go out there and work out? Do you get educated so you're, more than at the shallow end of a deep pool? You can hold a conversation with a woman. It's actually a lot of ways to interact with the other sex. I forget where we were even going from. House of Comments got cooties. By the way, careful. Don't get cooties. That's how you become like this. I did not get my cootie shot.
Get close to the girl deck.
Yeah, it all goes downhill. Thank you so very much, Ian. Yeah.
Thanks,
I mean,
Ian.
that type of attack only seems to come from the religious. Not to put it on any one religion, because if I do, then they would complain, even though we're getting acid thrown on our face. But that's fine, because once again, when that stuff happens, it means that they're scared of our ideas, that our ideas are actually, to them, as worthy as their weapons. Because their God can't physically attack us, so it has to be their believers with physical weapons.
There you go.
But yes, we were speaking about God being judgmental. We were speaking also now of God being prejudiced. God just loves an in-group, out-group. Well, I mean, James, why even be in a tribe if you're not going to have tribalism, right?
There you go. That's the key. I mean,
it's the key.
Kind of doesn't make sense without it. Because there's us and there's them, and they're not us. But we can take people from them and make them as our own.
The out group. Exactly.
And if we take some of them to own as ourselves, I mean, we're allowed to do that, right?
Yeah. You wipe out all the men. Why not take the women and children for yourself?
I mean, what are they going to do? Just sit out there by themselves? Of course not.
Speaking of which, we get good helpings of violence. Good old helpings of violence.
I didn't see that one coming.
And laughter. Mm-hmm. And I can't help but thinking, of not only, I'm thinking now. Of women comedians.
You lost it?
Of like Sarah Silverman and Tina Fey and stuff. It's just a tougher crowd. Women just gotta work to fit their chops up. Can I say? Ha 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 ha. But I also like being a clown. I think it's a good group of people. It reminds me of the Skeptic community, the comedy community. Jeff Ross was, and I thought it was Dave Attell, but Dave Attell and Dave Ross were touring, and I just recently heard another thing by Jeff Ross, who basically said he can go anywhere in the world, and when he is with a comedian, it just feels like he's talking to family. Yeah, and that is my tribe. I'm realizing comedy is my tribe, skepticism is my tribe, atheism is my tribe, You know, if you're any one of those, you're part of my family. Yeah, we're laughing and apparently talk. Wow, sex and violence. Like I said, James, really, either
Well,
nothing's
if you get
going
both of
on
them, then
or
it's
sex
amazing.
and violence. Those are the only two options.
But if you get both, then you know God's in a really frisky mood.
I know God's like, we got this.
He's like
And
doing
yes, more helpings
a little
of
dance, a
feminism.
little shuffles as he kills people.
A little shuffle as he gets very feministic on us, meaning women are about to get shafted.
And
But
not in a good way.
also, James, you gotta think of all of those family values. Just so cute, so adorable. All the family values.
So valuable.
That they're about to run over with a sledgehammer. Or I guess smash with a sledgehammer.
Well, I mean,
Run
family
over
values,
things
you
with
know,
a
how much
sledgehammer.
can you get for your children to sell them into slavery? That's how you value your family, according to
Indeed.
God of the Bible.
Ah ha ha. Once again, I don't. In my little stutter there, I felt like Rick. I'll tell you, Ralphie. I was trying to get the portal fluid, and it turns out that you messed with it, Morty. You messed with it. No, I am not in a tribe. I'll tell you what. I actually did. Like I was
You
just
can run,
saying,
but
I
you
gave
cannot
up
hide,
my
Ralph.
tribe. I'll go full blue hair on you. I'll go full blue hair, okay? This is as blue hair as I'm going to get tonight, and I get if everyone just turns the wokenista off. But, you know, I have complications with the term race because it doesn't biologically exist in humans. Once again, the spice begins, ladies and gentlemen. But because of that, and because of how much, like, I get told factually that I'm white and factually that I'm not white. And it is like a Schrodinger's thing going on.
Yeah.
And so you get to a point where you're just like, you know what? Maybe I'm just out. I don't want to be any of them. I'm none of the above. And so I don't have a race. I don't have a religion. My tribe, I will repeat again, is comedians and skeptics. The people that can seek truth. Those are the people I want to hang around. Those are the people that don't seem to have sticks up their butts and also don't mind people who have their partner stick things up their butts.
Yeah.
So,
Sticks or dicks.
Yeah, sticks. Don't mind. Yeah, we're not size queens. Or I guess inanimate or not. It's okay. Yo. 100%. It's why I don't use language like separate but unrelated. It's why I don't use language like transphobic, racist. Like even saying racist to them means that they won't even talk now. Like as if you wanted a racist to talk with you. But so I don't use language like that. I don't use politically correct language. Well, it's not It's not, in fact, racist, actually. Ironically enough, racist is not politically correct. They could say it's being used that way, but it doesn't fall under my prong thing. And so, people don't want to be called out on them being an asshole. They don't want to be called out and being a cunt. Like, and not the kind that's you're just being a cunt. Not like the buddy one, like the one like you're just once again being an asshole. And I that's why I allow people to pronoun me whatever they want when I go into the lion's den, but I cannot get them off my junk. I've gone on to many servers and like they all have these weird gotchas that, like, when they ask us what's a woman, and I don't just me as a tranny, I mean like the skeptic, like we support biology. We're the ones, even though I know you guys have that slogan, do you even know what a woman
What a
is?
woman
Do you
is, yeah.
accept biology? Yes. Do you know where women do not come from?
Oh yeah, they come from. You see, God. He put Adam to
Sarah the
sleep.
snake. Just thought of
He
that
put Adam to
randomly.
sleep, and he took out one of his ribs, and he threw
Yes,
that into a
exactly.
pile of dirt, and
You
he
see
made
where
it
I'm
come
going
alive.
now. Yes, as if that's real science. And so don't sit here and tell us, talk about my genitals if you're going to talk about Applegate. Ranger Richardson says, as the saying goes, one person's junk is another person's treasure. That's right, Randolph. And another word of wisdom and a
Well-
PSA for everyone out there. Anything is a dildo
both-
if you're brave enough.
And apple versus the genitals, they're both for the mouth too.
Exactly.
Even Jesse
both
Lee
good
Peterson.
for tongues and consumption.
And women are allowed. Sorry,
And
Jesse.
women are
They are
allowed.
allowed. They are allowed
Oh.
to put it in their mouth. We're so
you can
sorry,
even
Jesse.
have
You don't like the
fem-
competition.
yeah, that's
Jesse
right.
doesn't like the competition. Instead of being in a woman's mouth, all the dick should be in my mouth. I want all the penises in my mouth. Isn't that a famous quote from Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Ow,
sure
ow.
it is.
I want all the penises in my mouth. They don't go in women's mouths.
Also, we just want to shout out another triggering
Hey,
moment
Moonlight.
for all those female-led households out there. We're just trying to upset them as much as we can.
Usually successful.
Over-sexualized and need chemical sedation. I thought we were under-sexualized. We're not producing children and shit, which isn't true. But
Chemical
which one
sedation.
is it? And wait, Ralph. What do you take for chemical sedation? I think you meant, well, I'd be interested because if it's a hormone regimen, then there's an irony somewhere there. Anyway,
I'm sure Ralph takes his hormones and everything. He complies with his doctor.
what is
He's
a
on a-
female
on a
household? Sounds
800
like
Ralph's
Why?
on at least 1,000 milligrams of estrogen a day.
Oh, can I tell you how many houses, like probably 50% at least, are being run by them women? Let me tell you, they may not call their wife mistress, but when she calls, they better have their asses there. Happy wife, happy life. I wrestle with words. That's okay. I like wrestling. I'm about to do, I think, jiu-jitsu again. At least, I don't know. I go back and I'm trying to. I'm afraid to go just temporary because I know once I go, I'm gonna go back and get hooked. But I do love it. All right, we're gonna keep on kidding. Feminism, family values. Oh my, the Bible's getting naughty.
Nathan Thompson might have to ban the Bible
That's right.
for profane language. He doesn't allow that. Listen,
That's right. He doesn't.
you do not allow
if
profanity.
the servers seem to not allow Nathan Thompson on their computers.
Even Tinder, and they said no pussy for you, Nathan. Sorry. Well, I mean, you gotta figure he was
poor
probably just
Nathan.
big match with women and just spamming them flat Earth links.
Flat Earth memes and shit.
Yeah, like, hey, you're cute. You, yeah, forget about all this.
Hey, you're
You heard about
really
the fucking
cute.
flat
Have you
Earth?
seen this infograph?
Yeah, I mean, gas pressure without a container. Like, I'm just looking for a date, dude.
I'm just Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't know what you're talking about. And also, we got the Bible is
Jesse
cursing.
Peterson posing as a woman so he can ask guys
Oh,
for their
my.
dick pics.
Oh, now you're starting to understand the erotica I read. And last but not least, the Bible is getting politicized. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Religion and politics. All now, brown cow. We're talking curses for disobeying God. We are wrapping up, I believe, the chapters of Deuteronomy 27 and 28. All right. Like a kidney stone, it shall come to pass. Though if thou not hearken unto the voice, once again, a fantastic reality show. Well, Cat one's in, Cat one's out. Once again, the true rulers of the universe.
That's true. Hillary's email. They might just do both. Yeah.
Yo, I know. Well, once again, and it always goes back to me. I think that was the theme earlier in the night. Evil babies. What you gonna do, evil babies? Because somehow, and also, evil. I always love how free will goes out the door. They're always like, well, they were gonna grow up and be evil. Okay, so then why not wipe out all the people that are going to grow up to be evil?
That was
why?
He's
like,
what are they supposed to do? Just let them grow up, and then they can be evil like the parents.
I know, Rebel. I can't help it. I will admit. Once again, I need to FUCUS. In fact, I think I'm already. If we do an open mic, I'm already breaking my. I keep on breaking my 3-hour rule. But we can't help it, folks. We're having fun. We hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves, relaxing in some sweatpants or having a good time while you're working. Randolph says, well, at least nobody falls asleep in the pews when Amy Newman and James W. read the Holy Bible. Woo! Sending love from Randolph Richardson. Thank you so very much, Randolph. That's right. Like I said, hopefully we are the water in this dry text, because if you legitimately want like a completely serial reading, hopefully it's on there for you to understand, in plain text, what all of our jokes are trying to put on top like a pepperoni pizza. But then, if the Bible isn't really your thing and it's kind of dry and you already read it and that's basically why you are a skeptic, welcome. We've basically come to roast the Bible.
I mean, it's like back in the day, in the Puritan times, where they would have the guy who would walk around the church. I think he would have a stick with a feather on it and like a rock on the other end, and you just look for people sleeping, and if he found someone asleep, he would use the feather to try to wake them up. If that didn't work, he would clunk them with the rock to wake them up. But I mean, if somebody was sleeping, I mean, that's the only person there making intelligible use of the time. I mean, it kind of sucks.
James, I can't help but maybe this is Rebel. Are you I should ask, Rebel, what is your religious denomination? Because I see the true descendants of the Israelites, which is I always love when people try to take the claim, like, who's the true Jews? Which is always like, you have them. Because no one wants to be the chosen people. Yeah. Please, I'm telling you, everyone, run away from this God. If this God chooses you, say thanks, but no thanks. But yes, the last was that. So we came to pass, and we will not hearken on the
true
voice.
Descendants of the Israelites.
True descendants upon thee, and overtake thee. Curse shall Curse shall thou be in a city. a sex in the city, and cursed shall thou be in the cornfield. Again, cursed shall thy be basket and thy gingerbread store. I love
By
gingerbread.
Nathan Thompson.
And Nathan Thompson. I was showing James today because I saw it in one of those girls that girl's stream, that Karen B stream. Someone was linking basically conspiracy theory snacks. It's the only way I could explain it, is that it's trail mix that promotes flat Earth, anti-vaccine. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. Like all of this shit, it was, I don't know. It's one of the funniest things I've seen.
And I don't think it's real, because I don't think you can get people who believe all
Really?
that to be able to put a company together. No, I'm saying,
That's true.
I don't think they
I
really
get you.
believe
No,
it.
I get you
I don't
now.
think they believe it.
If they
and I
had
think
more than one brain cell to put together a
Right.
website, then they probably
a company, they're just selling the shit to these people. Okay, these idiots want to buy our shit. Hey, yeah, we'll sell it to you. Yeah.
Night, Randolph. I just
Night,
want to
Randolph.
send one more love to Randolph Richardson, who, along with Taco, every fortnight, as he will point out, we do a fantastic stream where we try to get theists to convince us that a god or goddess is real. So far, it's been good conversations, but haven't been convinced. But sending love to Randolph, because him and Taco, it has been really fantastic. I have enjoyed every single one. So I think, and I'll keep on saying this, and then we'll finish up. But it's just my personal experience. Once again, I feel like theists want us to use some personal experience. Does personal experience mean anything to you? Well, it just seems to be like when we go on to evangelical and Dawa streams and argue with people, debate with people. We don't argue. Who would argue? Have good conversations, that their stream numbers go down. And that when theists, pop their heads in atheist streams, our numbers go up. The dirty little secret is, ladies and gentlemen, we want people to disagree with us. We want to see if our views can last to the scrutiny, because if not, we want to have better views. Wouldn't you want that, James?
Get a better belief system, yeah.
Who wouldn't want
These Christians, they spend so much time defending these silly ideas. I mean, just get a better belief system.
Yeah, you would think so. But yeah, we're gonna put that up there. Also,
Or when they complain about us, like they complain about us making fun of religion. Well, get a better belief system that's not so easy to make fun of.
I always love the claim when they're like, God will not be mocked. And then you're like, ha ha, God's wearing silly underwear. Boop.
Christ on a cock.
Oh my, now we're talking more my style. Speaking of that, cursed shall be the fruit of the loom from thy body. Oh my. From my body, right
that's
down
right,
there.
young man.
Oh my God.
That's right, young man. Take those Fruit of the Looms off. Let Jesse see what you've got packing down there.
Take a big bite, if you could, of my fruit of the loom, of the land. And increase thy keen, and thy flocks of thy sheep, or as we call them, young earth creationists. Oh, I'm just kidding. Oh, we love you. We're just cursed shall thou be when thou comest. Oh my God, we get to Cummins twice? Whew. You have permission? And cursed shall thou be when thou goes out again. Oh my God. Hopefully not for cigarettes.
Another beer run.
Another beer run. The Lord of the Rings of Bob, right here, this lovely lady, shall send upon thee cursing, vexing, and rebuke, basically spitting all over your face, in all that sayest thine hands unto for to do, who, until thou be destroyed. and until thou perish quickly. Oh, this is the good guy. We get it.
The most
What
good.
is up?
Hey,
Sending love to everyone in chat. What is up? Carlitha? Sending love.
keep telling
Still
yourself
got
that, Ralph.
Peabot and Beamsy, James Wolfe, Clockwork Rex. We're tucking Randolph into bed. And we are also talking about vexing. Oh, it's so vexing. He even destroyed people. And you're going to perish so quickly because of the wickedness of how awesome the play Wicked is. Of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. Okay, you don't have to be dramatic about it. Dan, I know. We talked about Dan earlier. It's fantastic.
Forsaken me. Why cry when Ralph deserves?
All I see is I meant
Angels.
apologist, and I have to scroll back up. Okay, I'll fill in the blank. I sometimes toy with the idea of posing as a counter apologist. It sounds conceited, but I often form better arguments than the obstinately sincere. James, you would make ostensibly. I English all over, but James, I would just say that you would make an awesome counter apologist. Once again,
I think
you
he
do the
means
thing
though,
that
like
Christians-
posing as a real apologist, like
Oh, you
he
mean
means
posing
as like a Christian? Yeah, because
That would be
even though he
funny.
doesn't believe it, he could still make better arguments than a lot of the ones they.
Oh, sure. Well, I would say oftentimes, once again, this is my bias showing. I think that we have an easier time steel manning people than the theists of different denominations, especially the more fundy. And hey, it's her birthday. Well, then, hell's yeah, we're shouting her out happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Carly. Good to have you here.
Oh, in fact, this is how long. This is the capitalism in me. So I already gave people my my Cold Stone Creamery. Let's give her some Applebee's. If my brain can do it. Happy birthday from Applebee's to you. We wish it was our birthday so we could party too. Hey! Are you seeing the theme, James? The music randomly performing thing? I can't help it.
Sure. Yeah, we see it. We see it, everybody, right?
Like,
just nod your head. Just
like,
nod
listen,
your head.
we get it. We get it.
Nod your head. Smile.
You're so artistic. Pat yourself on the off. Can I tell you something that's so silly? That when you actually pat yourself on the back, it does feel good. Like that is the.
Hey, sometimes terrible. Nobody's gonna do it for you. You gotta do it yourself.
Oh my god. This makes me want a back rub. Oh yeah. Yes, sending love out there. Woohoo!
Happy birthday.
We are wishing such happy birthday wishes, and yeah. I'm trying to think of some and insert extra witty thing here. But also, we are going to finish up on Deuteronomy chapter 28.
We are almost done, guys.
I wish we could give birthday tickets of Wicked. I want to go see more Broadway plays, if I'm being honest. I want to see the Book of Mormon, goddammit. The Lord, thy Bob with her long noodly appendages, shall make thee pestilence. Oh, God, now you're going to be a pestilence. Cleave. I'm pretty sure you're now an anime villain. On to thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whether thou goes to possess it. Don't possess me.
Or to repossess it.
No. The Lord Bob shall smite thee with a consumption and with a fever. Oh, with a fever.
Disco fever?
Disco fever. And with an inflammation, but you can take it. Take a Tylenol, take an ibuprofen. And with an extreme burning. Oh, my. Never mind. Ignore what I just said. Go see a doctor. And with the sword. Okay. And with the blasting and with the mildew. Oh, my. And they shall pursue thee until thee perish. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass bass. And the earth, terra, and is under it thou be iron. Because we have learned, ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the Iron Age.
With the wings.
The Lord Bob shall make the rain of thy land powder. What?
God's going to
And
make it rain.
dust. I'm sorry. Can you buy land powder? From heaven shall it come. I mean, I guess you can. It's called dirt. Land powder. I would like 50 grams of land powder, please. And dust. Okay, now we're going into James. Did you know that he who controls the spice
I have heard that one before.
controls the universe? From the heaven, oh my, shall it come down deep upon thee, like deep, until
Balls
thou
deep?
be destroyed, balls deep. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten. Oh my God, he's so cute. I'm just smitten before thine enemies. Listen, got long hair, tall, dark, and handsome. I don't know what you want me to do. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 or 11 ways before them. Ding dong. And shalt be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth, even the ones in Atlantis.
Even the ones that don't exist.
There you go. And thy carcass shall be meat unto all. Actually, before I read carcass, what am I even reading?
Carcass.
But if you don't obey God and observe all of his commandments, all of the following curses will come upon you. God will curse you in the city. He'll curse you in the field. He'll curse you with locks. He'll curse you in a box. He'll curse your basket and your store. He'll curse your children, land, and sheep. Once again, the good guy. He'll curse you when you come in. He'll curse you when you go out. He'll destroy you with cursing, vexing, and rebuke until you are destroyed and die quickly from your wickedness.
Destroy you until you're destroyed.
If you didn't get the message, he'll
dead,
consume
dead.
you with pestilence. I know. He'll after you die, he'll kill you again. What a nice guy. He'll smite you with consumption, fever, inflammation, and extreme burning. Wow. It really was basically like you try and make fun of it, and then you see that like it actually is that, and then I just don't even know what to do. He'll kill you with the sword, blasting you, and mildew. Well, you kind of already have extreme burning, so you got one problem, now you just got other problems coming out. He'll pursue you until you're dead. Yeah, we kind of got that. In fact, at that point, it's probably a mercy killing, but thanks. The sky will be brass, the earth will be iron, God will make the rain powder and dust until you are destroyed. Jesus. Like, extra enough? Like, we get it. You're angry. Cause you to be smitten by your enemies. You'll go out against them and flee 7 times before them. You'll be removed from the kingdoms of the earth and seven heaven. And there we go. Once again, hashtag loving God. We're all caught up. And thy carcass shall be meat. We get it. Jesus. And all fowls of the air. And there was actually a dude who wrote this. Like a human being who had to go to the bathroom, who had a favorite meal, who may or not have gotten lucky in life, wrote this passage. Fucking humans. All right, we get it. Ahoy! What's up, Grum's Grotto?
Hey, Grumpy Grotto.
Sending love. Welcome aboard. God's telling us how bad it's going to be when you go against him. Which, like, I feel any one of these passages would have done. But, okay, sure.
I mean, did you know I'm all powerful? I could totally kick your ass, dude.
Do you, like, even lift eternally? No, I don't.
I'm the god who shoots universes out of his ass. You can't do shit to me.
Exactly. Well, and my joke is going to continually be, we used to think that Thor made lightning. Now we think that Yahweh makes universes. We're getting closer. Turns out, just the physical laws of nature. And on to the beasts of the earth,
god of the
who
universe.
apparently we're no longer having sex with until this chapter.
I'm
And no
omnipresent. I
man
can suck
shall
all the
listen
dicks
to
at
the
once.
fray. I'm sorry, what did it?
I said I'm the god of the universe. I'm omnipresent. I can suck all the dicks
That's
at
right.
once.
I'm Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, outdo that, Jesse. I'm your god.
Exactly. And you shall listen to the fray them away. It shall make them go away. And in fact,
make them
it
turn
may
gay.
even go in over my head. And I never knew that we were falling through. But yeah, everything I knew was waiting on a cue. Anyway, the Lord will smite thee with this bitch. I think.
Please do.
Of New York. I'm sorry. It's a real place, ladies and gentlemen. A real place exists in the Bible. New York. New Yorkians. And with the emeralds, after he's collected all 7 emeralds, then Yahweh will finally be able to control this universe. And the scab. What is this?
One ring to control them all.
How many MacGuffins can we fit into this? And with the itch.
Don't tempt God on that.
I know, don't tempt God. Whereof thou canst not be healed. Well, maybe you're out of mana. Are you a priest? Are you a paladin? A shaman?
Something like that.
Something like that. Listen, I do not have a problem focusing. And honestly, it is completely offensive that you would even be like, oh
head.
my God.
What the fuck is he talking about? You think you could fit it in there? Would it?
Oh, I got it to work. Right. What are we doing? Anyway, the Lord is smiting. He's casting spells. He's basically a wizard. Pew pew. Has a beard and shit. Shall smite thee with madness, multiverse of madness and blindness, and an astonishment of a heart. Once again, I heard a claim that neurons are in the heart today. I keep on hearing crazy shit. And then thou shalt grope at noonday. Did I hear that right? Because I'm pretty sure I did not change any of the English there.
I think you got it right, yeah.
Noonday.
Which day is that? I don't know. We don't know.
Oh, my.
God makes up new days once in a while.
It's noonday somewhere, James. As the blind gropeth in darkness. Well, what else do you want them to do? Give them a handful. Well, stop making them work for it. They're blind. Jesus. Thou shalt not prosper in thy ways. What ways will they prosper? This is the way.
Why not?
And thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled even more. What? these seem like contradictory things. Maybe I don't understand the context, but whatever. And no man shall save thee. No one's going to save you. Boo hoo hoo. Thou shalt betroth a wife. That okay. And another, are you talking to Moses or everyone? And another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build a house. Yeah, are we just like doing random projects now? And thou shalt not dwell therein. You're going to build a house and not live there. Thou shalt plant a vineyard. I was about to say, you're not going to taste any of the grapes. And then the Bible, once again, James, it's trolling me now. And thou shalt not
Thou shalt
gather
make a
the
bookshelf. Thou shalt paint the sidewalk.
But don't read any books.
Thou shalt play hopscotch in thine underwear.
Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, which is a little bit traumatic, but it's our new Applebee's policy.
We'll
And
make you
thou
drink
shalt
something
not-
other than beer.
Yeah. When we said fresh meat, we said, what can I tell you? Here comes Betsy. Shall not eat thereof thine ass. Clean.
Okay,
Do a shower. Shall be violently taken away from before thy face. Was there ass in your face? And shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and shall thou have none to rescue them, not even those chipmunks
We will
who
take
are
away
always
your
rescuing
dessert.
people. Alvin and the chipmunk. Yes. So thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, completely different group. You won't even know them. And thy eyes will look fantastic with this shade of eyeshadow, and fail with longing for them all day long. Getting little vapors from just thinking about them all day long. And there shall be no might in thy hand. Something else. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. Nom, 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 nom.
Don't eat it.
Nom. And thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed away. Oh, okay. All right, we gotta, every once in a while, I gotta at least cover what the hell have we been talking about. He'll cause you to smite your enemies. You'll go against them, flee 7 times before them. You'll be removed from the kingdoms of the earth. Your carcass will be eaten by birds and beasts, and no one will scare them away. Well, at least someone's getting a good
Bruno
meal.
Mars
Gonna take
music
in a
will
drink.
be played.
God will smite you with a botch of Egypt hemorrhoids. Wow. A specific type of hemorrhoids. Not to get personal, but God was like, but I'm going to do it anyway. The scab and the itch from which you will not be healed. He'll smite you with madness, blindness, and astonishment of heart. But besides that, you'll be great. In fact, you will grope at noon, be oppressed, and no one will save you. You will get married, and another man will have sex with your wife. Maury, Jerry. Bible. Build a house, but not live in it. Plant a vineyard, but gather no grapes. Your ox will be killed in front of you, and you won't eat it. Your ass will violently be taken away and not returned. And your sheep will not be given. Will be
You'll go to
given
the
to your
bathroom,
enemies.
and there will be no toilet paper.
No. Your sons and daughters shall be given away. Jesus. The fruit of the land that you will eat and be another nation and will oppress you. You'll go mad because of the things you see. God will smite you in the knees and the legs with a sword. Botch. How do you not recognize this is literally explaining what happened during slavery in America? I mean, I'm not understanding, like, terrible things did happen during the slavery that happened just a few hundred years ago. What does that mean? No, this is not explain. So, first of all, this is not predicting the transatlantic slave trade, but eventually this got used as inspiration for the transatlantic slave trade. But sending love. Yes,
harder.
we're going mad. Smite thee. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The Lord shall smite thee right in the knees. Wow.
Harder.
Like, but every time that we're trying to make a metaphor about him being a mafia boss, they're like, hold my beer glass. I guess they're like, hold my baseball bat.
Yeah, hold my bat.
Now God is actually taking people down at the knees and in the legs. It literally says the Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs.
Break your
with
knees.
The sore
break
botch.
your legs.
That cannot be healed from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king from Game of Thrones, which thou shalt shed over thee, over your knee, onto a nation which neither thou nor their fathers have known. Daddy, I don't know you. So there shall serve other gods, wood and stone. Oh, thanks for getting us back on subject to stone. It's like it's taking us full circle. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword, and a bird is the word. Among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee, thou shalt carry much seed. In fact, if you eat a lot of protein and you eat pineapple, things will be good. But into the field and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. And God kind of has the thing for locusts. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them. You're going to make little clothing for the grapes, and they're going to be adorable, and you're going to sell them on Etsy. But shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. Jesus, God, we get it. Thou shalt have no olive gardens throughout all thy coasts. No, right now you've gone too far.
No unlimited pot, breadsticks, and salad for you.
Know. Yeah, not even. You're going to try and take that warm, breaded, buttery goodness away from my endless mouth? I don't think so. And you're going to anoint thyself with oil? We could have been putting that oil on the bread. For thine olive garden shall cast their fruit. Okay. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. All thy trees, and remember, everyone, please continue to look at the trees. It is just the go-to passage. Go-to argument, I'm sorry.
Wait, I think Rebel Nazarene, he's that flat earther, I think.
He is. Yeah. He's a flat earther, but he's also a creationist. So, I mean, same.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
But hey, we love all of our theist brothers and sisters over there.
He was the one who was trying to say, oh, the Pentagon says the earth is flat, right? He's the one like, oh, yeah.
7-Eleven is a part-time job, ladies and gentlemen. But that's not a good argument. See, here's the thing. I've been arguing with people that are like trying to tell me the word God exists, therefore God exists. Like, using Jesus's name in vain does not mean Jesus was the Son of God. In fact, I'll tell you why people use Jesus's name in vain. Because we actually have a nodule in our brain that separates curse words from regular words. And studies have shown, like, people that actually curse a lot, you don't get as much relief. You actually get a relief. So when you don't curse and then you do, it releases a kind of little bit of dopamine. You know that you're saying a naughty word. It's why I keep on thinking about it. Like, James can't help it. He's like, you fucking wingles. You're ruining society.
Destroying things, everything. They destroy everything.
Because in my little fantasy sci-fi story, there's a derogatory term for non-humans who don't have wings, and that's wingles, because angels in my story exist. And of course they're going to make fun of those who don't have wings. So yes, we take your Lord's name in vain because there's actually something in our brain that says, in our society, this is a bad word. And you gather them. You gather them. There's probably going to be we will create new curse words. Never forget, 7-Eleven was a part-time job. No, it still is a part-time job, but you can work there full-time. Buy fake Jews. What are fake Jews? It is such a no true Scotsman. That just goes back to it. Also, I just always love it. There's only 3 people who care. I'm going to keep on going back to it. 3 people who care about Jews. Jews, people who hate Jews, and Muslims. I don't know. It's just an observation. I don't know why. And the people who did made 7-Eleven a part-time job, they took credit for it. Like, it was religion. So I'm not going to let them get away with it, because I'm not going to pretend it was our government, because that was us. That wasn't religion. That's secular. Yeah. It wasn't I believe our government used that as a jumping board. Was it Saddam Hussein who orchestrated 7-Eleven being a part-time job? No, it wasn't. It was they used the fact that Americans are fucking idiots, no offense, Americans, including myself, and that we were going to be like, Muslim, same. When no, that's not really how it works. It worked for us at the time because, once again, we were so angry at that religion at the time that it did work.
I don't think it was necessarily a religious persecution.
No, when I mean religion, I mean it was Islam. Oh, I mean, specifically the terrorists.
Think about Saddam he was ostensibly Muslim, but he was more of a secular. He wasn't like a fundamentalist.
James, you're now you are thinking way too. You're using your brain here. It is. He was a strong man, or whatever they want to call it. Saddam probably had hamburger sandwiches with bacon on them. It didn't matter. Yeah. What I'm saying is that they used the advantage that they said, but he was a Muslim, right?
That's what I'm sure he was.
That's what I'm saying. And that's just geopolitics. That's what seems to be what it was, is that he had his daddy failed a war. And so he wanted to take crack too at Saddam. But the people who did 7-Eleven was a part-time job were fundamentalist Muslims. So yes.
You had a lot. You did have a lot going on with that one. You had every intelligence agency all over the world, like even countries that they all thought he had weapons. They all got that one wrong. Like even the European countries didn't think we should have invaded. They all still said, yeah, but he does have these weapons.
Well, and I'm not
They
taking
all-
any
They all got that
side
wrong.
on those sort of wars. I don't on that kind of shit. I would just say from the way the TLDR version of that seems to be that there was a gentleman, and then we'll finish up. There was a gentleman who was had a Western education, who came from a rich family, who found fundamentalist religion. And in finding fundamentalist religion and having a good education, it allowed him to be a good orator. It allowed him to gain a following. It allowed him to work from this fringe mindset and still be able to push for a message. And he was able to convince a bunch of people that they would receive life after death, and that actually killing themselves was the rational and humane thing to do. And so a bunch of people got on a plane that science created, and they took people hostage during a time when this had never been done. They were the what's it called? The Columbine of this sort of thing happening. And so all of the Americans, or not Americans, all the Western people,
they all
on
assumed
board
the planes would be landing someplace. Yeah,
that the hostages would be worked out. That this was just people trying to get what they wanted, and how no matter how bad it got, even if one person maybe died, wasn't going to be everyone.
Most of them would make it. Yeah.
Yes, you can't kill everybody. You're not going to kill you. And so this was religion going wrong in its purest sense. And I'm never going to let that go away. I'm never going to let the conspiracy theorists, who tend to be religious themselves, and once again, all the geopolitics that comes after that, whatever, okay? The religious people put their autograph on it. They signed it and went out of their way to tell us. And so, yeah, I'm not going to let one of the main reasons for why I'm an anti-theist pretend like it's a simple thing. Now, once again, we must not persecute people who work at 7-Eleven, okay? It doesn't matter if they are wearing a hijab or even a full burqa. And that tends to trigger you because that's not very freeing. I don't think it's very freeing if they wear a full burqa. Hijabs are okay. You can see their whole face. They can wear makeup, and it can be like a green and blue hijab that has flowers on it and shit. My God, though, if you're wearing, the joke is the beekeeper suit, the ninja outfit and stuff, that's where I get. But once again, I want you to be able to wear whatever you want. It's just once again,
religion.
It's religion. Yeah. So I guess my ending of that is: don't persecute. Do not act like they're bad people, because these are our brothers and sisters. These, theists are the ones who view each other as different, maybe. Like I assume, as different denominations. But we as atheists, as non-believers, we have to look at theists and just say, they're us. Just us with a different label. Sending so much love, James Wolfe.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, I take no schnit no more from conspiracy theorists.
Oh, here we go.
Because imagine thinking a random group of fringe Muslim extremists could bypass the USA multi-trillion-dollar national security defense budget. Yes. Hold on. Let me give you my rendition of our security system back then. You see me picking my nose?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, just because you have a big military, you spend a lot of money. I mean, for God's sakes, look at the Mujahideen in Afghanistan versus the Soviet Union and then the American military. Look at the Viet Cong in Vietnam. It's not just all about money.
But I've heard comedians who have gone over bits about them bringing knives and guns on the plane before. Like, there was no multi-billion, million, trillion. I don't think it is a trillion, but it is not like it wasn't an industry. The security was that's why they were able to get like all of this and honestly, I think almost all of the stuff that they do right now is to make us feel safe. But you want me to get into my full Carlin mode? That's what it's all about. It's about making us feeling safe, not about being safe. But that's also what terrorism is. Terrorism is about making you feel unsafe, not you actually being unsafe. You could take that to a lot of different places. Because how many suicide terrorist attacks has the Western world had to deal with from these fundamentalist groups that are as big as like a 9/11 event? Nothing. It was a one and done. We will remember it for a very long time. It's definitely our generations and stuff. Nonetheless, it is that one event changed national security for vast majority of Western nations overnight. And so I don't get it. It's also conspiracies always run by like they are both these evil geniuses, but somehow fuck up.
They never get shit done.
Yes. Anyway, keep on going. Once again, I know you can hear the passion in my voice. Like I said, Rebel, and anybody here who disagrees with us, we actually want people who who disagree. Nonetheless, 7-Eleven is a part-time job. Jet fuel does melt steel beams. I don't know what to tell you. They made the plane into a missile. Yeah, well, that too.
Yeah.
But let's finish up. We can go on to that.
Enough that it can't support the levels above it. Yeah.
Exactly, and then it just falls from.
You don't have to melt it, but if you heat it up a lot, then it loses so much of its tensile strength it can't hold. So and then you have a pancaking effect. And that's the thing. Like there have been structural engineers who have gone through these multiple times and shown how this is not magic. This is just physics. But they don't care about that. It's a better story. It's more interesting. It's more exciting. And they just don't care about the reality. But that's what religion gets you.
Many of these people prefer a conspiracy theory over a theory.
It's more interesting. It's more exciting. And they're like, oh, have you ever heard them say, oh, look, they found one of the hijackers' passports like across the street. What are the odds of that? Like that it blew out from the plane and landed, didn't get destroyed. But I mean, I think an astronaut just went up to space in the past year with the soccer ball. And that soccer ball was originally going to be taken up to space in the Challenger explosion. One of those astronauts had this soccer ball in the space shuttle when it blew up, and it fell down into the water, and somebody recovered it, and it actually did go up to space. So what are the odds of that?
Yes, it's some crazy, debris survives.
Crazy shit happens,
Indeed. However, no evidence of miracles.
No.
Just rare events, which sometimes
we're going to plow through this. This is a long chapter. It's a lot of
this was I normally
we're already up to 43, and he's still not done yet.
Exactly. We may end up skipping the open mic tonight. You think?
Maybe do very, very short, maybe.
Short, maybe intro, outros if anyone wants to. Because we do want to get the juice in here of all of the wisdom that we've been getting, the fruits. All right, thou shalt beget sons and daughters, the fist fruits. We saw locust costumes. Okay, the very high. Okay, the stranger danger that is within thee shall get up above thee, and you will get him super baked, very high. And thou shalt come down
How high?
very low, like super high. Which, once again, if you're coming down from maybe a psychedelic, it's good to have. Like willing to, yes. Yeah. He shall lend to thee a fee of 3, he, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
Wag the tail.
Some of these passages feel so redundant, but I know we have not read that before. My goddess. Moreover, so. Good. Moreover, all of these curses. Oh, big couple of days. Awesome work. Woo-hoo.
Thanks, James. We're glad you.
Thank you so very much.
Glad you guys enjoy it.
Exactly. I think that we have a fun take on the Bible. I've seen many Bible studies by, I guess, the opposition viewpoint, and we hope this is the most fun.
We try.
45, I think. Even though I swear, once again, I saw tail earlier. It's like I feel like you're walking in circles. You're like, I saw this landmark before. Speaking of landmarks. Moreover, all these curses shall come all over upon thee. Can you aim for the titties? And shall pursue thee and overtake thee, and thou shalt be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice the TV show, but of the Lord Bob thy goddess, of her noodly appendages, to keep her commandments and statutes, which she commands thee. And they shall be upon thee, right all over me, for a sign and for a wonder woman.
And there's such a sign.
Such a sign, a big sign, 6 signs, 6 cents. And upon thy seed forever. Oh my, spread your seed forever all over me, but not on the sheets. Because thou servest on your knees, but not the Lord thy goddess with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, but not with the neurons in the heart, for the abundance of all things. And therefore thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in shame, and in thirst and in nakedness. There you go. See, right back to Game of Thrones. And it went all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Okay. And the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from the far end of the earth, like the edge of the earth? No? As swift of the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. A nation of fierce countenance, so fierce,
Very
which
fierce.
shall not regard the person of the old, nor shew favor of the young. And we're about to have many ands, so I'm going to catch us up real quick. Your sons and daughters, locusts. God will be knees and bees. All right, that's enough. God will smite you in the knees and legs with the sore botch, coming healed from the sole of your foot. I kind of remember. All right, God will set a king over you who will force you to serve other gods made of wood and stone. You'll become an astonishment. I know, a proverb and byword among other nations. Locusts will eat your crops. Worms will eat your grapes. You won't drink any wine. Your olive trees will bear no fruit. Your sons and daughters will be enslaved. Locusts will eat all of your trees and fruits. Take another drink.
Your beer kegs will be empty. There'll be no coins in your couch cushions.
I know. You'll stub your toe.
Your toilet paper will be replaced with sandpaper.
Strangers will be high above you, and you will be very low.
Your
Strangers
shower will
lend
turn
to
cold
you,
water all of a sudden.
but you won't lend to them. The stranger will be the head, and you'll be the tail. What? Moreover, all these curses will pursue and overtake you until you are destroyed. These curses will be a sign and a wonder upon your seed forever. God will force you to serve your enemies in hunger, thirst, poverty, and nakedness. He'll put a yoke of iron to your neck until he's destroyed you. Once again, this is the good guy, right?
Yeah,
Right.
like your
All
cutlery
socks will be
packet.
wet at all time.
Your cutlery packet will have 2 knives and no spork.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this guy is just going through his different ways that he likes to get kink shamed. But whatever.
Tell me how small it is, Amy. Tell me how small it is. Laugh at it.
Listen, it's not about the size of your God. It's how he creates the universe. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far. Barbaretta will do this. From the end of the earth, as swift as an eagle filleth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor shew favor to the young, and he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle, the fruit of thy land, until they be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee, either until there's cornstarch, box wine, or olive oil, or the increase of thine kind. Oh my God, you've said this before. Their flocks of sheep until he destroyed thee. And he shall besiege thee. It's a trebuchet.
Besiege me, God.
Besiege me. Yeah, my body's ready. Until thy high and fence walls come down. Oh my. That's right. Take my wall down, Daddy. Wherein thou trustest throughout in thy land, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which is the Lord God have given thee. Wow, deep. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're about to go all. What the hell is his name? We were just talking to him.
Oh, hold on. I got one. Let's see, where is it? Here we go.
While James is doing that, I'm just gonna keep on sending love out there. Good to have you on board. C-U-R-R-Y? Good to have you aboard, Clout Doorknob. Have X Music still hanging around with us. Hillary's emails. Materialist Dan. And our theist friends. Good to have Ralph, your Terry, every rebel, all you out there, sending love. It's about to get a little bit nuky in here. What the hell is his name? Now my mind is really drawing blanks. But yes, apparently we're about to go Armageddon. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thine sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God have given thee, in the siege and in the straitness, but not the gayness, where thine enemies shall distress thee. So that the man that is tender among you falls right off the bone, and is very delicate, sensitive. His eyes shall be evil towards his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, which is a weird sentence. His bosom, that's what it says, ladies and gentlemen. And towards the remnant of his children, which he shall leave. Once again, I'm sure this is about to be really moral. So that he will not give to any of them the flesh of his children, whom he shall eat, because he have nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness, wherein thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates. I'm sorry, what? He'll bring distant nation as swift as an eagle, who is a fierce looking, who language you don't understand. Oh my God, you're going to make me press 2 for Spanish? Ah! Who will have no pity on the old or young. The nation will eat the fruit of your cattle until you're destroyed, and will not leave you any corn, wine, oil, or sheep till you have been destroyed. The nation will make your gates and walls come down. You will eat your own children. Jesus Christ.
Indeed, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, indeed. I think he has his resume on there. The tender and delicate woman among you. Oh, let's see how it is. Actually, I am gonna be right back a second, and then give me a second to get a pee break, James, and then we will continue on and
You're
finish
good.
this. But yes, that's right, Sigma Straight Chad. That's who I think Yahweh imagines he is, even though he seems to be this little beta bitch.
I mean, if you think about it, like how much time does he spend worried about his people worshiping other gods? I mean, if you think about it today, like Christians today, like are they like so constantly tempted to join other religions and worship other gods? But you got to think, why were these people back then so ready and willing to just worship any old god who came by? I mean, these people had actual evidence of God. They saw God do miracles. They saw God manifest in reality. They saw all kinds of things we've never seen, but yet these people were, hey, you're walking down the street and some guy in an alley is like, hey, psh, come over here. Let's worship another God. I mean, these stories are just not very believable. People aren't this stupid. Like, was it like as soon as they got out of Egypt, and then God decided to fuck with the Pharaoh again, so he sent the army. God drowned the army. Then they went and by the mountain where God was going to give the commandments. Moses was up there for a while. They say, this is kind of boring. Moses been up there quite a long time. I know how we worship this Yahweh God. He just rescued us. He does all this magic. He really hates when we worship other gods, and he really likes to kill people when that happens. But hey, I mean, we don't really have anything better to do, so why don't we just melt all this gold that we stole from Egypt and make an idol and worship that? I mean, what could go wrong with that? They say, oh, that's a great idea. Even Aaron the high priest was like, yeah, I can't argue with that idea. That would be totally great. Let's make an idol and we'll worship it. And, what could go wrong with that? Well, I mean, hey, although this notion does, because a lot of times you'll hear from these theists that, if you're asking, well, why doesn't God manifest in reality? Why doesn't he give evidence that he exists? And sometimes they'll say, it's free will. Because if God did that, he would be forcing you to believe in him. God doesn't want to force you to do that. Only wants people to worship him who want to. So he's not going to prove himself to you, because that would be like forcing you to worship him. But that doesn't work, because these people had all kinds of evidence that God was real, and they had absolute proof that this God was real. Yet they still decided quite frequently, basically anytime they've been left alone for more than 5 minutes, the first thing they wanted to do was worship other gods. And you got to ask yourself, like, why, if that's the case, why couldn't Yahweh have just done stuff for his people? So to make them not want to worship other gods, why couldn't he actually take care of them, keep his promises? Not long after they got out of Egypt, remember when the people were hungry and they didn't have anything to eat, and God was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm God. I don't need to eat food, so I forgot that you guys need to constantly shove food in your mouth so you don't die. Are you guys hungry? Well, let me just prepare a nice meal for you guys. Let me be your God. I'll take care of that. And then he killed the people as they ate the quail, because how dare they bother God with their trivial issues like, oh, I'm hungry. You're hungry? You deal with it. I'm busy being God. Oh, I took you to a place and there's not much food there. Tough shit. Deal with it. Not my problem. I'm God. I don't need to eat. And yeah, if you could sum up the Christian God in one way that I use a lot of times, it's just that he gives no fucks. He does whatever he does, and that's just it. He doesn't care, and that's why a lot of times you'll be talking to these people and like, oh, well, I mean, God had to give the Bible in a language that ancient man could understand, because if he put things in there that they wouldn't be able to understand, they would have thought it's crazy. So yeah, it might not be scientifically accurate on everything, but he had to communicate with the people in a way that they would understand. It's like, no, God doesn't care about that. He gives no fucks. If you don't understand it, you don't want to believe in it, that's fine. He'll still punish you for it. You know, he will still withhold evidence that he exists, demand you believe it anyway, and punish you if you don't. So you don't get to weasel out like that. If God could provide ancient man with a message that it can understand in its own terms, doesn't make sense to us today, but it made sense to them, then he could do the same thing to us. He could give us a message in a way that we would understand, something that would make sense to us. But, he decided to go silent. And you go, well, why? Well, he just decided he's not going to do that anymore. He is not going to communicate anymore, because that's just what he decided. So if you want evidence today, too bad. You should have lived thousands of years ago. You would have had evidence, but you live today. So God doesn't give a fuck. Believe it anyway, or he will punish you because he loves you. Welcome back. Oh, hi, Penelope. She did fall in.
I did. I unfortunately, not only did I fall in, but I had to swim out.
Well, I mean, Rebel.
Down Atlantis. We're just talking
we
about
do it because it's fun, and because people do believe in it, and part of comedy is pointing out the blatant absurdity in things that people believe, the absurdity in life. And this is an absurd belief system that millions, billions of people subscribe to. And we're just trying to help. The doctor is here to help. Rebel, you can get a better belief system. You don't have to have the same belief system they had in the Bronze Age, Iron Age. You can modernize that a little bit. But hey, you want to keep living in your fantasy world, talking to your sky daddy, knock yourself out. You do you.
And I will say that we enjoy being the counter, the evangelicals. I can't help it. To Dawaists. That's right, caught in the riptide. And so there is, as I messed my own hair up, there is a need, unfortunately, for counter apologetics. And that's kind of our shtick.
I mean, just imagine people in the modern era trying to tell us that we need to adopt a Bronze Age, Iron Age belief system, and that is the pinnacle of truth, and that we have degraded only since then. It's quite laughable, and we laugh at it, and we have fun doing it, and people like to watch. Thank you, guys.
Woo-hoo, that's right. Thank you to our viewers. And we are going to just finish up. I keep on saying that. Well, I think we were used to. I even went through this, and I don't remember it being this long. But this is a doozy. This is a 5-pounder. Woo! What's up, Reservoir Gore?
You didn't miss much wisdom, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, there was some bosoms, and apparently male bosoms. Who knew? Then again, males do have bosoms, and they even have nipples.
No, I mean, it's only blind faith because you reject the evidence, because you don't want to see the evidence, because you don't care about the evidence. You just want to believe what you want to believe. But we actually have good evidence for the Big Bang and evolution. And, your inability to understand such wonderfully supported and demonstrable facts of nature doesn't mean it's the facts of nature that are stupid. You might need to look in the mirror on that one.
And we are going to finish up because we have tender and delicate women among you falling right off the bone, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for the delicateness and tenderness of the baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. But also, sponsored by Sugar Water. Okay. Grammar delegate. Her eye of the tiger shall be evil towards the husband of her bosom. Oh my. At least it says her bosom this time. Then again, we don't mind which way you go. And toward her son and toward her daughter. Then again, I think they are eating people. So it's getting a little bit of Walking Dead right now. Like, I think everyone's becoming a zombie or a cannibal or a zombie cannibal. Let's see. I know, James, we can't help ourselves. I don't believe in the Bible. Rebel says atheist. I don't believe in the Bible because it was written by man. Also atheist. I believe in the origin of species written by men. Yeah. Does that not make sense?
That is that nobody's saying the origin of species is holy or sacrosanct. You can read it, and if you disagree with something, you could go out and test it, try to prove it wrong. You can do that, and nobody's going to threaten you with eternal torment. Nothing bad is going to happen. You can just be wrong. But
and the point is, they are also both books written and inspired by men, but one of those books admits it.
There you go.
But send in love. I always feel bad when we have the mic, though.
No, this guy's a clown.
Oh snap! The spice is real.
He's a clown. And this is the guy who's saying, "Oh, I have government papers saying that the world is flat." No, you don't. No, you don't. You have a wonderful imagination. Is what you have.
Are you saying that he has a SpongeBob imagination?
Well, okay, Rebel, that's your interpretation of it, okay? There are billions of Christians throughout the years who read the same book as you. They have a different interpretation of it. And that's because it's all bullshit. It's not real.
Also, an afterlife doesn't exist. There is no heaven. So,
although I admit,
all different ways.
Your version of hell is somewhat nicer. It would still be incredibly cruel to burn people to death, but I guess if you let them die at the end of it, that's one thing. It would be cruel on a whole nother level to just keep them alive burning forever. But hey, I guess that's a step in the right direction. It's like Henry VIII when he thought about when he had the choice to have Anne Boleyn either beheaded or burnt, and he said he was quite vexed by the idea of her burning. So he made the loving choice of a husband and had her beheaded. Nice guy. I mean, hey, I guess he could have had her burnt, so I guess that is a step in the right direction. But yeah, not quite.
Not quite. But okay. We are reading Tender and Delicate Women, though pretty sure, once again, horrible things are going on in between this poetic language. Fantastic. It's like if the lady from Saw was trying to read you poetry. Or, I'm sorry, The Ring. The lady from The Ring.
Peace be upon Darwin.
Though if the guy from Saw was trying to read you poetry, I get the feeling that would also have equal. Anyway, and toward her young one that cometh out from between her feet, not going to end well, and towards her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them. What
She's
are
hungry.
we reading?
She's hungry.
For want of all things secretly in the siege of straightness, wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in thy gates. I know, Penelope. I agree. She wants to sit on the lap so that she can eventually go on the table so that she can eventually sit on the keyboard.
That's the goal, right?
That is the goal. Hi, baby girl. Okay, at least she's comfy. We're gonna go forward. Well, the Bible's telling us that people are gonna be eating children. The tender and delicate women among you will have an evil eye toward her husband and toward her children, whom she will eat. Dun dun dun! And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a
prophecy.
Made there. I know. Are we prophets now?
I guess you'll have to redo your hashtag. Prophets do exist now.
Prophets do indeed. But we know cats exist. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Oh, my baby girl. Okay, and we're moving. I try to scroll on the mouse. She pushes her head in.
She says, "No, not happening."
Literally, she pushes her.
Look at that cat on the screen, Gizmo. What is she doing? What is she doing?
Gizmo's like, ooh. Hi, Gizmo. Gizmo looks so content. We need as many cats as we can get on this stream. Gonna keep on saying. All right, where were we? We're bosoming, and someone was eating their children. You know, normally
normal Bible stuff.
We found the family values. All right, children between her feet, eat them.
Maybe they're like an appetizer at
I guess
Applebee's.
so. Once again, we've went through Applebee's. We've went to Cold Stone. We're going all different places tonight. Apparently, Cannibalists Are Us, which would sell cannibals. Let me think this over. TGI Cannibals? Yeah, that'll work.
2 for the price of 1.
As long as the punchline logic works. Yes, 2 for 1. All right, for the thing. Secretly in siege from your trebuchet. And in straightness, not in byness, and thine enemy, we heard you, shall distress in thy gate. If that wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious, oh God, it was glorious.
More idle threats from Yahweh.
Indeed. And fearful name. Oh, I love this, as it's in caps. It makes me wonder if, like, the actual author thousands of years ago wrote it in caps. Can you imagine a scribe just sitting there trying to
all
be
caps.
like all caps? The Lord thy God. Then the Lord Bob, this lovely lady right here, will make thy plagues wonderful. It'll be like Wonder Bread. Wonder Woman will.
We're plowing on to verse 60. We haven't had a chapter this long in a while.
I know. This has been
all these curses.
Kind of crazy. Even great plague. What? and of long continuance and sore sickness and of long. Okay. Tell me how that is not redundant. Like the perfect redundant sentence.
Yeah.
And of long continuance.
They wanted to
and sore
reiterate.
sickness and of long continuance. My lordy, I know. I love it when it's in all caps. There's some people I've debated with that, like, when you have to get used to it, because when I just see that, it's just people are screaming. Then the Lord Bob will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues. Oh, it'll go all over her. Okay. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of New York. Damn it, not the New Yorkians, which thou wasn't afraid of. Once again, a real place, ladies and gentlemen. Thus, I guess the Bible is historically accurate. Exactly. Egypt is real. New York is real. Therefore, Spider-Man and God is real. And they shall cleave unto thee, at least if you have your cleaving weapon skills upgraded. Also, every sickness, every dot damage over time effect, and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, them will the Lord Bob, this lovely lady, be destroyed. You about to make the jump? She's about to make the jump. You're gonna do it. There we go. Sending love out there as I play with my camera. That's how that sentence was supposed to end. My big fat camera, Nisha.
How many verses is this?
So you can kind of see the tuck here, and I think that this has to be notes. So I think we're almost at the end. But I've said that consistently every 20
like
passages.
Half hour.
And it shall come to pass. Hey, this has to be, because it feels like we're coming back. We're passing things again. Oh my God. Hopefully we've been taking fiber, drinking water, doing something. And as the Lord rejoiced over you. Obey his voice. Oh wait, hold on. I think I skipped. I can't. And it's all this wisdom. I'll try and go over fast. And ye shall be left few in number. Yeah, we get it. Whereas ye were as the stars of heaven of multitude. Yeah, we were a lot of us, and now we're a little. Because thou wouldest not obey the voice of the Lord thy Bob. And it shall come to pass like a kidney stone. And as the Lord Bob, this lovely lady, rejoiced over you to do good and to multiply you. There's a movie that just came out called Fall. I haven't seen it, but I saw the trailer. And this passage just reminds me of it now. Just like, how tall is the ladder? Well, I thought it was just a little bit down, but it turns out it's a 3-mile bridge upwards that we're going to have to climb down.
All right. 68 verses. That's the answer. 68. So we got
68.
a few more.
Oh, so we really are at the...
They stopped one short of 69 just for decency sake.
Oh, my.
For the censor.
And all right, so we're plowing for the TOS gods. Stars in heavitude, multitude. And it shall come to pass. We got that. But we didn't get the other half, so we're multiplying. So the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you. Great. God's really happy that he's kicking our butts. That is like someone smashing ants and being super proud that they're smashing ants.
It's like taking glory in defeating things that are infinitely weaker than you. It's like a tank running over a toddler and saying, "We sure showed him. We kicked his ass. Look at that guy.
Do this all day."
You guys are badasses. Yeah.
That's right. You do me, I'll owe you an extra one. We'll make something happen. Sending love out there. We are good. I know. Such a loser, baby. So why don't they kill him? And then the Christians would be like, no, we did that. We killed him. It was great. Wow, okay. You weren't supposed to take that song literally. Or 2,000 years
But he was perfect.
before. Perfect. No, exactly. That's what makes it. You could see the logic that if you're just killing anybody, then that's not going to work. But if you're killing like a really, really nice guy, I don't mean like just a really nice guy, like a really,
the nicest guy ever.
really nice guy.
Like
exactly.
Ned Flanders, you said. We're killing Ned Flanders.
Yeah, then it's definitely going to magically make all of your sins go away. Bring you not.
What are sins, by the way? That's when you make a deity
offending a god, triggering Yahweh, and ye shall be plucked from off the land, whether thou goes to
upset.
possess it. Where is he going? Go. Okay. Reservoir Guar says, like those videos of dudes who pour molten metal into termite colonies and marvel at the beautiful sculptures they've made. That is true. That is
actually amazing. Yeah, but
so,
I mean
so here's
here's
what I see. So I agree with you, James, and yet I instantly picked up on what I think Reservoir Guar is saying.
Yeah, you're killing things that
you're
are
kind of killing
insignificant
things
to you just because you can. And marveling
yes,
at
and
how
although
beautiful
it's
it is. No.
you really are basically destroying an ecosystem, basically for something pretty. So, yeah. But send in. I love ants and bees. Oh my lordy, have I fallen in love more and more with ants and bees? The fact that I know that ants practice agriculture now, to me, will always, specifically fungi agriculture, that leaf cutter ants cannot digest leaves. That to me is going to keep on being cool. They literally have to do agriculture. Just like us, unless you're gonna, I guess, hunt food. But yeah, one or the other. Pluck things off land. How is Moses still alive? I guess because we're not in the promised land.
Because he never existed.
Well, that I just mean like God gave him a death sentence many chapters ago, and he has been the consistent. He's the only character I can think of that has been this long running.
Totally.
Like all
they
of
got
the
their money out of
arcs, just they're out in a chapter.
A few chapters, a few chapters.
But Moses has been the only consistent main character we've
Jacob, had. A few chapters, they're all gone.
Yeah, they've had their 15 minutes of fame, but Moses puts in the work. There's been no harder dude that has worked for Yahweh, and there's no one more deserving of getting out of there. Like, just run. I know it's terrible. It's terrible.
You could have done better serving any of the other deities.
What's up, Ian? I know we couldn't help ourselves. We didn't know how big the fortress was, and so we're climbing. We keep on climbing, and there's somehow more rope. But we're glad to have everyone here, and me be queer. I'm just gonna keep on adding to that rhyming counter. So, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all the people. The Lord Bob. Oh, come on, Bob. Why are you doing that? From one end of the earth, even unto the other. Even unto the other.
Even unto the other.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
if you're going to scatter us to one end, but not the other end. Jesus Christ, God.
And thou shalt serve other gods. Dun, dun, dun. Which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. You told us that. I'm not
Rebel, you're
hallucinating.
projecting.
I'm not having deja vu. This dude is being paid by the word count. Okay, just checking. And among those nations shalt thou find no ease. Neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest, but the Lord Bob, her noodly appendages at all, shall give thee a trembling heart that apparently has neurons, and falling of eyes, and sorrow of mind, and whatever other X-Men powers you can think of. Pew pew, pew 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 pew. And in thy life shall hang in doubt a system of clout. I'm trying to think. Mount, but really I'm just making up sound effects at that point. I'm not counting that one. For thee, and thou shalt fear the day and night, or you'll have to put up a fight. See, that's a little bit better. And shall have none assurance of thy life, and don't sleep with my wife. Now we're back on track.
In case you remember the last episode.
I think we're gonna have closed openings. If you still want to have, if you're voting for an open mic still,
I mean,
I could be pushed in either direction, like my sexuality.
I feel like we should just to do it.
It is all right.
We won't stay long. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes max, if anybody even comes on.
That sounds good. Give me 1 second. Take another drink.
You still on modern day debate tonight? Modding a debate?
I am. I think it's T-Jump. I think it is. I'm trying to think if it's a Muslim, Christian. I think it actually is a Muslim, but let me check just because I like to make sure.
Muhammad Saddam.
Atheist versus deist. Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh, who's T-Jump against?
Ronnie Cameron.
Never heard of him.
So there you go. Looking forward to it because I like the back and forth between any type of theist. It is a good time, and especially in non-Abrahamic religions, because those theists tend to be more sane. But I love you Jews, Christians, Muslims, more, well, they consider themselves Christians. Insert whatever the hell that ties themselves to Abraham. Oh my, now we're starting to talk Reservoir Gore. I like being pushed in two directions at the same time. For some reason, I just like to say either I'm good at being on my knees, or good at getting people on their knees. One or the other. And thy shall hang in doubt. Either or, baby. Like my sexuality. There, it's the third time. Doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night cycles in video games, even though they're kind of cool. And shall have none assurance of thy life, unless you pay for that. Fine, you're calling me. I don't even know if I need a life insurance package, but fine. In the morning thou shalt say, would God love to get coffee with me? No, that's actually too much of a personal relationship. God doesn't seem to offer that. Would God it were even? Because that sentence. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even. Okay. And at even thou shalt say. Okay, Bible. I'll let that make sense to you. Would God it were morning.
So if it's evening, you say it's morning. If it's morning, you say it's evening, whatever.
For the fear of thine heart whereof thou shalt heart, and the sight of thine heart which thou shalt see. And the Lord Bob, with all of her noodly appendages, shall bring thee into New York again with ships. Makes sense, coastal city.
You always love it, though, Amy, when the flat earthers talk about people making stuff up.
You're a linguist, don't you? I strong corresponds for the original Hebrew Greek, where instead of making stuff up out of your bosom. Hey, we've been talking about bosoms. We had a boy bosom and a girl bosom, like just a few paragraphs ago. A man and a woman
both on a
bosom.
flat Earth.
Well, and it's just I always find the flat. I could not, like, you can make flat planes in a game design engine, but not like where you can, like, you can't have things not touching around where you come in from one position and you're going to go on the other position and in all directions, and it's not going to end up being ball. I would love to see how, like, you get day, nights. Oh, I would also, can I just ask this? Why also is it that we only get CGI and cartoons from flat earthers? Like, the language that they use, it's a very Ken Hovind tactic. They tend to use the language that, like, you know, hurts them the most. Just like I use tranny, I guess. They're very self-conscious about the fact that they believe in a fairy tale.
And Rebel Nazarene
a hoax. Too. I knew a pastor who used the phrase caress the bosom with disturbing regularity. The bosom is happy. Caress the bosom. Such a happy bosom.
Very happy.
But thanks to you, James Wolfe. And yes, that is up there with anyone who uses the word moist regularly. But just kidding. I'm sending love to everyone out there. I love a moist brownie just like everyone else. We are going to send love to Dog. I think we are about to finish up our chapters. It's been a
dog.
short fight.
Hey, Dog.
What is up, Dog? Mm-hmm. We are going to go into maybe a little bit of an open mic. We can't help ourselves.
A real Jews quote.
See, but who are the real Jews? That's what I want to know.
Not the
and yes, the UN did establish. It's why the UN is the Messiah, as far as I can tell. They are the Jewish Messiah. The prophecy has been fulfilled, except for everybody coming back up to life and doing the other shit. But they did get Israel back. All hail the United Nations. Wait, Soros is allowing me to say that. I don't care about any of those. I'm just telling the facts of who actually gave the country. And so, which is what you were saying, just that's okay. Fake prophecy. Get with the program. I asked you a question. I don't even know what fake prophecy is, but I asked you, who are the real Jews? Both my parents are Ashkenazi. Both my parents are Ashkenazi, and I am an Ashkenazi. I'm an Ashkenazi atheist. So my ethnicity is Ashkenazi through some sort of fucking Slavic background, Polish and Russian or whatever the fuck, somewhere in there. But both my parents are Ashkenazi. So if you're saying I'm the fake, because, well, first of all, I'm an ex-Jew, so I'm not the people who
identify as a Jew.
Well, yeah, the people who dislike Jews, I'm always like, they tell me that I have to be one. Like, I'm stuck. One. Like, it's Hotel California. Like, you're in and there's no getting out. No exit.
California.
Just like anal. So, yes, I just want to know who the real one is. Sounds like an early Howard Stern game show. Who's the real Jew? Yes, we're allowed to say politically incorrect things because we are on the side of rational sanity and the minorities. We are on the side of the people that are getting picked on because it's not cool to be prejudiced. It's not cool, kids. Don't be prejudiced. Yeah, we don't have to use sophisticated language. The spices. Yeah. Are you kidding? Oh, I'm not showing that up. Are you kidding me? I've literally stated how part of the transatlantic slave trade are the real Israelites. Yes, okay. So you think black
Hebrew Israelite.
people, the Hebrews, I'm trying to, because I get the feeling there's a whole bunch of TOS breaking things that I
most likely.
Nonetheless,
are
we have
perilously
found,
close to.
But we have found once again, we are trying to bat these claims away. We're trying to be. I'm going to cough again.
Cough away.
Trying to be the vaccine, and the only way to be the vaccine sometimes is to tackle these claims head on. But what makes you think that? Is that just like it's just a Bible thing? Do you have any actual evidence that? Because first of all, I'll go as triggering as I can. First of all, we're all Africans, factually. We all come from Africa. Yes, we. If you have light skin, you may have some extra Neanderthal DNA, though I think all humans have Neanderthal DNA. We all came out of Africa. Yeah, and so there is only one species. Race does not all hail commie. Yo. But here's the thing. What do those words even mean if they are a capitalist company? And they're not authoritarian. Yo, that's the great thing, Mo. Well, I don't want to say mofo. I love you, Rebel. I know there's a lot of... I can hear it in James's voice. He is like, I am done with this clown. I guess that's that. I heard it in my head.
I don't hate Rebel. He's just just a clown.
Oh, I get you. No, he's a flurf. I mean, flurfer's gonna flurf. But I love you, Rebel. And no, we're saying the exact opposite. YouTube will let us say anything almost as long as we are following the TOS. And we got bombed, X-rated bombed last podcast 4 times. 4 times. And a YouTube person had to review the video by hand, because when you put in a monetization thing, they have to actually check it. And they went, you know what? These people were actually trying to bat down conspiracies.
We don't know that they looked at that particular
and they're
part,
still,
but...
And as far as we can tell, there's been nothing edited. There's been nothing turned out. It turns out when you're not spreading misinformation, these companies actually like you. So all you have to do is give up being a conspiracy theorist. Now, I mean, I don't want to ban you from nothing. It's just, it's hard to like, I have my violin ready for you, though. It's very hard to feel sad, though.
Is it?
If I was a rich girl. No. We work for George Soros and he pays us in memes.
You should probably integrate that in with the Brucatad Noi.
Exactly. No, see, that's 2 beats. I even tried to do that in my head really quickly. It'd be interesting, a mashup.
Barukata, George Soros.
The chapter you took in Eternity to read today is by far one of the best evidence for the true identity.
Oh my God.
Who? What?
He's saying it's the Africans from the slave trade. They're the real Jews. That's what he's trying to say.
Africans from the transatlantic slave trade. Do you have evidence, or is that just the way you feel?
Oh, well, he interprets that this is talking about chattel slavery.
To decide?
They were enslaved chattily, so therefore they must be the descendants of the things.
Scientists and people in the technology field, the people that are actually know what they're doing. I hate to point this out because Wikipedia, when we first were the even more of the Wild West, was not as good as it has become. It has become a valuable source. Now, you should not quote Wikipedia, ladies and gentlemen. You should quote the sources. You should go and find out the sources. But academia, you should be using Google Scholar. You should be using all sorts of actual academic sources, journals,
I think a lot of
Nature.
even though I think you do get some misinformation on Wiki, I think in a way, like a
Oh
lot
no,
of the
you can
academic
have
people,
well.
I think they
Here's
consider like cheating. It's like it's not fair to have everything
So,
in one
Wiki.
source.
Absolutely. So that's why you have to check the sources. That's why I had a girl in I'm taking just started a new class in my health degree, and I had her. She quoted Wikipedia. You should not quote Wikipedia. You should, if Wikipedia has a source, it should have it at the bottom linked, and in fact. If you can't have Wikipedia quote Wikipedia on Wikipedia. It has to be an independent source from somewhere else. And so you should be quoting that source. You should be going there, seeing if it is a reputable source. We should be training youths and adults, apparently, on how to find out what is good information. Because this is definitely science.blogspot.com. Probably not cutting it. Yeah, exactly. Plenty of historical and archaeological, including on map. Incorporates it.
Oh, cool story, bro.
Yeah. Please show us those journals. Feel free to link that to me in Discord.
I get it, Rebel. Reality is so mundane and so boring.
But I just want to go out of my way to say that Black Hebrew Israelites and foundational, I forget what the fucking term that they use. They're not there's no such thing as true Jews, but they were not the Israelites who wrote the Torah. I don't know what to say. They were not white. Like, these people were tan. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know why you need to try to have accomplished. Like, here's the thing with, like, racism. Is it's trying to take pride in accomplishments that you had nothing to do with. And yet, if you just were to take a step back and just enjoy everything that humans do, you would love life a lot more. Like, when I go over giant bridges, I marvel. Like, it's just very, very subtle things. There are certain structures that aren't even made to maybe be pretty, but are just amazing that just humans accomplish. And these are people that probably go home and their socks are wet and they have to shower afterwards. They're not the Messiah chosen people that we think they are. They're people that we should be paying better pensions. And yet they create the marvels of the earth. Once again, just listening to a bit today, people are like, how did these structures get built? Well, just throw slavery. Just throw human suffering and hardship at it, and you can create anything. Also, TM, that's not my bit. That's someone else's bit.
I mean,
but it's true.
When a flat earther is criticizing your ability to think critically, that means you are on the right track.
Well, their whole shtick, they really do believe that they are the real skeptics. That they're coming at. That's why they try and use. That's why they don't answer questions. They try and do their own version of like this hodgepodge Socratic method. How do you know they were just tan? No, the majority, because that's the area, because that's how skin tone works. Like, it's an exact gradient, because the sun is just over there, and you notice that the closer to the equator that you get, the darker that the skin that you have. And so we know that Jesus wasn't German. We know that Jesus wasn't from a country. I'm trying to think if I'm becoming I bring up Nigeria obsessed because
Well, I mean, Amy, although according to Mary Baxter, he was.
He wasn't. Yes,
white
we know
skin.
he wasn't from Nigeria. The reason I keep on bringing up it's the second time. It's because they are the middle. Not only are they the middle power, I think they're the largest. They have the largest capital and the highest GDP in Africa. They're a very interesting country to me. Whatever. Sending love out there.
Did we finish yet?
So why are pale Jewish people claiming to be Semans of biblical Jews? Well, because they are descendants of the people who wrote the Bible. I'll give you an example. That you see me now, and you go, "Well, this bee is pale as hell." But the difference between me and a redhead, I listen to people go all the time. Like, they're like, I go out in the sun and I burn. Yeah, that's not me. I always laugh when people say that. I can go into the sun and all I do is get nice and tan. You should have seen me at day camp. I get brown. And so, I listen to they say chameleon and all this stuff. And yeah, there are gradients. It is true that people migrate different regions. And I bet I could guess my family tree out of Africa. You go out of Africa, you go around through the Middle East, you go up to the Slavic countries. World War II happens, you go over to the United States, and you get an Amy.
Scientifically so.
But yes, my brother, who is a cop and spends all of his time in the sun, is tan. So
before we get too further sidetracked, did we finish the chapter?
Oh yeah, I can't help it.
I know
because
there's
I will say these are the people. I have been. And Rebel, can I ask you a question? Have you ever been on the politically incorrect board of 4chan? I've just been on there and other servers for a while, so I'm used to this. Sound like an old woman. I've been used to this for 2 decades now. Almost a decade. I went on to X Music, let me tell you. And this isn't 4chan's fault, but Poll, they got raided by Stormfront hard. Hard, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. They had dedicated raid boards to 4chan and Reddit is much more liberal, and so it didn't really stick. But the politically incorrect board, unfortunately, it stuck hard, and it leaks out onto it is leaked out into ways in our culture that make me uncomfortable enough to want to fight back, and that's part of this. The whole not burning thing. Meanwhile, I'm over here peeling like someone poured a bag of potato chips. I know, I'm sending love to you, Doorknob Head. It's like the subtle difference that I have noticed is, because I listen to like people like Bill Burr. There's my second, who just, he said he was a roofer, in the hot sun, and all he did was come out looking like a lobster. And all I can remember is just endless days at summer camp having a great time. Great time. And it's crazy how much. But I like to remind people, skin is the only organ that changes color. Like, we act surprised that, like, sun changes our skin tone. And once again, I'm sure if I went into
the organ
the
exposed
desert,
to sunlight, though. Yeah.
But and I love heat. Now, once again, that might just be an estrogen thing. But I swear, like, I don't know why. Why do Jews migrate to Florida, Arizona, and California? I cannot. Like, once it gets past 80, I get a little bit kvetchy. You can hear my Yiddish. But like, I like the warm. I'll take it. I'll even take the humidity. I like the dry heat, but I'll take the warm heat. I don't care. I don't like cold. I like being cold unless I'm sleeping. I'm gonna through my mind. Yo, what am I reading? I love you, Rebel.
That's it.
I love you.
We just finished the chapter, then we can banter with them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. James is like, woman. Fucus. And my life shall hang in doubt before thee. We are reading Deuteronomy chapter 28. We are finishing it. We are going to throw the ring into Mordor. And thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance, not even Geico, in thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even. Oh, yeah, I was tripping over the sentence. I'm sorry. It just, the vernacular just sounds off to me, or something similar. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even. But this sounds like all your base. All your base.
All your base are belong to
us. And even then thou shalt say, would God it were morning? I don't know. Were it more morning? You don't know? For the fear of thine heart wherewith thou shalt fear. And for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. Okay, again, somehow at the very end it sounded like English. Like it had English words in there, but there were feels like there were words missing. Anyway, and the Lord Bob, with all her noodly appendages, shall bring thee into New York again with ships by the way of the Mandalorian, where I spake unto thee all over. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bond. Oh, I'm sorry, I got slavery stuck in my throat again. And no man shall buy you. Wow, dramatic much?
You don't want to buy me?
Yeah, oh my, I don't know. How much it cost?
Too much.
Maybe we I'm too much for you, girlfriend. And actually, I'm always scared now. I'm going to read it, though. You know God's chosen people got the melanin because their skin loves this. I don't understand this. Chosen people got the melanin because they lived in that area. That is literally the only reason they had the melanin.
That's
because their skin loves the sun. White folk be getting burned to a crisp. Yes, that's why I read. That's why the Germans and like the Anglo-Saxons from the very, very north, they burn. They go out like timber. That doesn't make me. Well, actually, I say it doesn't make me. I guess I'm the rare thing because I don't identify as white. And once again, I know I basically should just dye my hair blue right now. That's funny, Ralph. I've heard that go both ways. Because a lot of comedians, I wouldn't say are leftists. I would say they're, oh, hi, baby girl, are liberal, libertarian, centrist, apolitical. Now, there are a few.
They're not all Jon Snow and
Babylon
Stephen Colbert and Bill Maher.
But see, what hurts me about the Babylon Bee is even they have a narrative sometimes. I've never seen The Onion break character. I have seen Babylon Bee and a few others. Now, once again, I'll at least take them because they try. All I care about is people are trying to make jokes. They are my brothers and sisters. Anyone trying to make other people laugh, what more can I ask in a brother or a sister, in a family member? Except for skepticism. I'll add that. But comics tend to be natural skeptics, if I may continue to pat ourselves and everyone else on the back. Yeah, but we definitely muscled through 68. So it was Looks like, yeah. So almost 30, almost 100 chapters. That's why we normally do 40. This was almost 100. That's why. Climbing up that hill, be climbing up that mountain. But yes, the gears are turning. It's going to be day. I'm gonna send that in there, but it's basically going to be close opens, and if no one joins us,
We'll give you like 5
then we will
minutes.
go into me.
I already know who's gonna come on.
Hey. Put it up there. I am going to show something though, because I said I would, because I can't help it. First of all, I'm so happy that for outlines work, ladies and gentlemen. I am on chapter 2 of my book. I'm not just going through chapter 1, I'm done chapter 1. Now, I'm sure my chapter 1 will be terrible compared to later chapters, because I had to really retweak my outline earlier once I went through it, but it's been great. It feeds one into each other. If ever I don't know where to go in my story, it's because I was very vague in my outline and I need to be more specific. I get more specific in my outline, and then I know what to do in my book. So it's been great. But I am going to show off a Rick and Morty cosmic horror scene that I've been showing. We'll do some commentary on it while we're waiting to see if anyone joins. I'll also pin that up there. But because this dude could be an SCP. Just like Rebel's about to join. It's about to get spicy. But I'm going to still show my cosmic horror before he joins. Because I'm obsessed. If you don't know what Rick and Morty is, it's just cartoon about a grandfather who is a scientist with a drinking problem, but he's brilliant, and his mundane, naive, but slowly catching on grandson. And there's just their world is organized the same way that DC and Marvel situates their world. So they handle multiverses the exact same way. So just like there's Rick C-137, I should know the number, but the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a specific universe, even within Marvel, and like that you can go through all different types. But yes. That's how you visit X-Men and all sorts of other things. But I want to show cosmic horror. Are there any funny overtly... that's an interesting thing, and I'll play. Are there any funny overtly right-wing comedians? I think Gutfield is remotely funny. Why does Gutfield sounds... My brain is blanking. There are funny right wing.
He's a Fox News guy.
Is he a comedian?
I mean, he's got a show on Fox. He does joke a lot. I don't know if he's like a professional comedian.
When I think of a comedian that is a right wing comedian who I disagree with, even though he is a comedian, it would be what's it called guy who sits there with debate me, Steven Crowder. Now, I haven't seen much of his comedy to judge whether he is actually funny. I just know he's a right-wing comedian. Norm he wouldn't consider himself right-wing, probably, but he was more of a guy that I think would consider himself more of lay of the earth. I don't think that Norm Macdonald would have liked my lot of my bits. He chewed out a comedian for doing an anti-religious act, for doing. He basically said that if he asked J.K. Rowling, and this was before all of the transgender stuff, said that that Harry Potter was an not analogy, it's a word for it, but shared similar characteristics to the Jesus story, which I just think is just mythic structure. If it shares anything, I don't think Harry Potter really is anything. Who am I to argue with the person who wrote the book? But I think what she means really is mythic structure shares in it. You need a sacrifice. You need, in a metaphorical sense, you need a hero that's sympathetic, and all of these other traits that are going to, go out of their way to do good for others. Because if not, what the hell are you listening to? I'm trying to think. Bill Burr is liked, I think, by a lot of right-wing people, but he would not view himself, I don't think, as right-wing. I think he would view himself as out there. There's one or two. There's a guy that I'm trying to think. There's a guy who he was on SNL who wasn't conservative, but he's now Nick Fontes. Who is right wing. I try not to think in terms of that. It is a good question though, because a lot of times, both sides kind and attack that. I do think I have my biases. My joke is everyone thinks they're a centrist. Yeah, Bill Burr. I don't think Bill Burr is right. Dennis Miller, kind of. Tim Allen. He would probably. The problem is that comedians are very reluctant to pick sides. And so, it's something that I like to think about, is that, that's kind of the shtick, is that we kind of have to look at the edge. If you can't take both sides, if you can't devil advocate, sure, Roseanne.
Well, if I could just say, I think a lot of the evolution that we've been seeing, there are a lot of people reluctant to take more conservative positions, because a lot of what was considered just a left-wing viewpoint maybe 20 years ago is now like sacrosanct political correctness. You can't challenge it or you'll be canceled.
I agree with that to a point. I'm starting to feel like, I don't know what it is. I feel like there's a Lenny Bruce rule that I need to make, which is there's always that there's always going to be a line, and that whatever that line is, that's comedians' kind of job to find where it is, push people into the uncomfortable. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Rebel. I can't help it. We call half our shows ranting and something because that is what we do. But we'll let you on. We'll let you say something. I do want to show this, and I can't help myself. This is the catharticism of it. But yes, Cosmic Horror, Rick and Morty. I can't help it because once again, and here, can you hear this?
In Rick's room.
Yeah, we heard.
I don't care how cute he is. We agreed. No boogans in the house.
Wait, season 2, Jerry, don't!
Mr. Frundles.
Everybody in the car.
Just bit him. This little cute little thing that Jerry here, who is one of the main characters' dads, just released. And once again, there's a lot of repeating characters because multiverse.
I'm Mr. Frundles.
Wait, but I thought he was Mr. Frundles.
Everybody in the car, now!
Oh. Spreading. Oh my. Done.
Fuck, Dad, why would you bring that thing into our house?
It was cute, fuck! We gotta find a new timeline now. You know how hard that shit is without portals?
Can't we just go back and fix it?
Mr. Frundles, ladies and gentlemen, the cosmic horror coming to your
Oh,
galaxy
now
near
Mark
you.
shows up. Hey, Mark.
Soros. I know Soros has been once again, we are paid by NASA and Soros, so he's been trying to hold Rebel back, but we're about to get him on. What is up, Mark Reid? Sending so much love. We're actually about to, I guess, have intro outros. Who knows? I
probably
get the
should've
feeling. Just said, I told
called
you.
it, but, yeah.
I told. I see James is a little bit. You feel that bug too. You can't help it. It's why you're a master debater.
Yeah.
All right. There was something else I wanted to share, but we're just gonna bring Rebel in. We're just gonna bring him in like the join the discussion kind of format, and then we can tucker ourselves out, I think. What is up, Rebel? We are Skeptic Bible Studying on curses, blessings, and plastered stones. Oh, I didn't do my shtick. Hold on. Wait, I have one more. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. It's a combo deal at McDonald's. You
2
get
for 1.
Yes, it's 2 McDoubles for $3.50. It's a great deal. Anyway, how are you, Rebel? We were Skeptic and are Skeptic Bible Study on curses, blessings, and the plastered stones. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Yo, what's good? Peace and blessings from the Most High.
Not just the high, the Most
Israel. So I was wondering, what did you guys get out of that Skeptic Bible Study?
So it was an interesting chapter. You know, some of the laws and blessings and curses. Some of the don't be mean to blind strangers. It's like, okay. But then God, like the vindictive girlfriend, was like, oh my God, like we get it. Like the curses at the very end were overkill. Like it was basically like just someone's dead and they keep on shooting them. Like
It keeps
we
going
get
on
it.
and
We
on
get
and
it.
on and on and on and on. I don't know. We're just getting a peek into the mind of Bronze Age, Iron Age man, seeing what they were thinking at the time.
And the other reason is to go over chapters that we don't think that the apologists go over, or chapters that are read in church. We're just going in order. And that way, all of the really boring stuff we really want to put out there. Like, this is the mind of God, apparently. This is the inspiration of God in all the pettiness and all the...
One of the things they love to accuse us of is cherry picking the Bible. You guys are just cherry picking Bible. You don't read the whole thing. You don't take it in context. You just cherry pick the bad parts.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are guilty of that. Even theists themselves that want to allude to a false, unbiblical doctrine. It's not just atheists.
So theists other than you, basically, who disagree with your interpretation of Christianity.
I'm not the only one that has my kind of doctrine.
Okay.
I belong to a church and community that also have similar beliefs. It's not.
What
I'm not like this.
what church denomination is that?
It's not. It's no denomination. The Bible speaks of no denomination to label yourself as.
Okay, but what would you call yourself? What type of Christianity?
I'm a Nazarene.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair.
So, but as far as Deuteronomy 28 goes, I mean, are you guys forgetting the beginning of that chapter where God makes the promises of the blessings that he would give to the Israelites had they kept his laws, statutes, and commandments. I mean,
What about them?
I mean,
yeah, they're pretty like grand promises that should have motivated them to follow his ways.
yeah, they had absolute proof he was real, and they were able to evaluate it, and they said thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's really good, but did you see the really bad?
I mean, if his laws are so good and they make so much sense, and we get all these benefits from them, why does there have to be all these like negative penalties if you don't avail yourself of the benefit of them?
That's like saying why would there be a penalty of paying a fine or going to jail if you broke a law of the land?
But no, that's like saying if you drive down the road and you don't speed, we'll give you money. We'll give you like $1,000 every day if you don't speed. I mean, and if you do speed, you just lose that benefit. It's not like you know what I mean? Losing a benefit is a penalty in itself.
Well, yeah, clearly there's a fundamental difference between the laws of the land and something coming from a eternal supernatural creator who made this whole place to begin with, of which the laws of the land are even based off on, like killing people. You can say came from biblical moral values of God saying, "Do not murder people."
Nah.
I think we might have figured that out without it. But
Yeah, and I also think he's a little bit of a hypocrite when it comes to that. He's like, "Do not kill people," he says as he stabs someone, slits their throat, makes a baby fall out of someone's stomach.
blood.
Love your neighbor. Slash, stab.
Well, no.
Well, this would be a stab. What?
No, not quite, because you have to realize your position being inferior to the Almighty God. Like you can't put yourself in the same position as He has, being in the position of authority that He's in. That the point you're trying to make there is almost like saying, like if you were just a tiny young child and you had parents, and there were adults that were old enough to do things like drink alcohol or go to the club. That's like you saying, "Oh, I don't care how old I am. These are my parents. I look up to them. They love me. I love them back. I should be able to drink alcohol and go to the club too." Like you have to realize there's a different set of standards for God being the head honcho boss.
Why does what God do seem less moral than what we do?
Well, Amy, that's the key word. It's the key word there you use is seem, when actually, from His point of view, he's holy, he's perfect, he's perfectly righteous, and he unlike
he's a narcissist.
He thinks very highly of himself.
Sure.
And
he well, I mean, he's not perfect, clearly. So like if he thinks he's perfect, I don't know. I think he should get help. I don't know what else to tell him.
But I mean, he chose to take whatever his attributes happen to be and define those as righteous and holy. Now, he could have given us those same attributes so that we would think just like he thinks, but he didn't do that. He gave us a completely different outlook on life, on everything, but then he demands that we conform to his arbitrary viewpoint of how things ought to be. But he didn't give us that same nature, did he?
I mean, I align with the character of God and the ethical moral standards that He expects me to behave at for my life. So He's giving me the free will to decide that. So I mean, just because you guys don't feel that way doesn't mean other people.
Right. We have our opinion. He has his. You have yours. Why? Just because he's in a position to enforce his on us. I mean, that's like the mafia boss saying, "I get to do whatever I want because I'm the boss."
And he also can't enforce it. I'll just point that out. He doesn't seem to be able. His believers say that They have to make like crude threats like, oh, you'll find out when you'll die. It's like, okay, but while we're living, you got nothing.
Wait, but those curses in Deuteronomy 28 were actually carried out while the Israelites were still living.
I mean, oh gosh. Okay,
Yeah.
there have been lots of people who've been slaved over the centuries. Bad things have happened to lots of people. You're just trying to say, oh, okay, God said this would happen. Can we find a group of people who maybe we can find these analogies to? Sure. You can do that with anything, though.
But can I also? I just want to go over. It's going to start political, but I'll take it right back into religion. Can I ask? Are you for or against abortion?
Generally against. I know it's a nuanced issue. When you get into things like rape and incest, or I don't like the health things, but no,
But you're not motivated by the fact that they created it so they can destroy it.
Wait, sorry, I'm not sure I understood that.
But you're not motivated by the argument they created it, they could destroy it.
She's comparing it to the authority. You're saying God.
Who created what?
So we're just right now we're just talking abortion. So they created the baby, the mom, but you don't think that they have the authority to destroy the baby. I'm even using BABY.
I would argue that the mom and the father.
What if they both agree? They're both like, we created it, we can destroy it.
Yeah, see, I would argue that my point of contention would be in the fact that they even created it, like, because all they did was have fun, sexy time in the bed, and go to sleep after that.
So created it.
No, all they did was have sex. What took part after the what do you call it? The fertilization and the conception of the sperm and the egg inside the woman's womb? That was all a divine process that God did. Not the woman. The woman didn't have some kind of conscious ability to be like, okay, someone just nutted at me, so okay, I'm not having my period, so yeah, let me start taking this DNA and start replicating the cells to start developing the nervous system and the heart and all these things. No, like all the woman did was like maybe chill, relax, eat some food, and that's about it. She didn't have any part of the actual creation, growing process of the baby itself.
So I feel like we have to go over meiosis, which is the cells just actually cloning. And so they are direct copies of each other. And gametes, meiosis, sometimes I get them reversed, but that is the gametes that are the reproductive organs, which are actually have half the chromosomal information mixing so they could form a full human. It is a well-known biological process, not supernatural. And to be like, well, she's just sitting there eating ice cream. I mean, yes, and your immune system does things. You don't have to be like, I'm going to heal.
You have to tell your body how to digest the ice cream.
Yeah, your immune system is not a potential life that can come out of you and live independently. It's fundamentally categorically two different things. You can't relate the two. You can't. I mean, if you kill your immune system, first of all, you didn't create it, and if you kill it, you're only going to kill yourself. You're not going to kill another life.
I mean, I don't understand. So please, I just want to know the answer to: can a creator destroy its creation?
It depends on what creation you're talking about.
Oh,
I mean,
that's interesting.
Wait, technically yes. Should they? I think that's the question you're really trying to ask. Like, morally, should they?
Morally, should they? So do you think it's? Do you notice how you kind of say? I hate to say I sound like a politician. do you think it's morally right to do so? Do you think it's morally correct for a creator to destroy his creation?
A supernatural creator?
Who knows?
Well, I mean, you can't. Can you not specify your question?
Oh, I guess. I mean, that is the next question, which is, I mean, to just and what's up, Wildheart? I'm also
Wildheart will be the last.
Probably
one.
our last, exactly.
Nobody else.
Like for example, Amy, you're the
But,
creator of the content of your channel. You can delete your YouTube content anytime you want. That's totally fine.
Indeed. So there are creations. So what type of creations are immoral to kill?
Living, breathing, blood circulating, metabolically, physiologically active, conscious.
Now I got the answer I want. Thank you, Rebel. We got it clear. Now, let's go to the subject of evil babies. Bring me to evil babies. We are Noah, and there is just a whole bunch of babies out there that we assume just downright dirty, nasty. I imagine they have knives in their hands and stuff. Does God have a right to kill those babies? He created them, right? Creation?
Absolutely, and yes, he does. Can I tell you why, or you have another question?
Oh, I mean, I would love to know why.
Is it right just because he has the power to do it and he can punish anybody who disagrees with him? Or is it objectively right?
I get the feeling it's just going to be they were going to grow up to be bad, in which case that's what God should be doing. And he fails every time that he does not do. Like the fact that he just did it once and then now, like, it doesn't follow. But okay, bring me to why. Why does he allow, evil to exist, but this time he drowned those evil babies?
Well, evil exists because he wasn't some sort of draconian authoritarian entity that just wanted everybody to be some sort of like robot, right? He gave us.
That's exactly what he is. That's exactly what he is, because he gives you a choice, but if you make the choice to do what he doesn't want to do, he punishes you. So what kind of freedom is that to say that I'm not going to force you to do what I want you to do, but I'm just saying, if you don't do that, I will do these horrible, terrible things to you. Now it's your choice. Do what you want to do. I'm not trying to force you either way. I mean, that's like rapist logic and mentality. He is that forceful person who forces you to do what he wants you to do.
Do you feel like God is punishing you?
Well, I don't think God exists, but you and other Christians are telling us that we have some type of punishment in store for us because we reject him. So
yeah, the universe seems uncaring, cold, about just 50-50. Bad stuff happens to me, good stuff happens to me. It seems to cut about even rate.
The punishment would just be you die and you forget that you ever existed. That's pretty much the extent.
I think that's what's going to happen either way.
Exactly.
I mean,
so that's not really a bad punishment, is it?
Oh, it's not a punishment.
Oh, okay.
That's
so I'm not
the
sure where you're getting
position.
the word punishment from. What?
Well, I mean, you're basically saying what is going to happen to us is that our bodies are going to break down and our consciousness will not be able to last because we no longer have a physical medium to do so, which is what is going to happen.
But I mean, we just read through not only punishment like eternal, but punishments like we just went through all this list of bad things he said it was going to happen to his people if they don't do what
and
he
we
says.
didn't exist for billions of years. It's going to feel exactly like that. We won't even know. And all yours, Rebel, and then you're going to make your comment. Then I'm going to get Wildheart in, and then but yes, what were you about to say?
Wait, we were talking about something else before, but no, the one step you missed, Amy, was the fact that everyone will die unless they're still alive by the time Yeshua cracks to that firmament, and makes his second
When he
coming.
breaks through the dome.
That's right. That's right.
Then they'll all know the dome was real when he breaks it.
But if you do happen to die before that, the step that you're missing is that you will be resurrected and come before the judgment seat of Christ, and you will know that God did exist and that He's always been there, and that you had no excuse to ever say that He didn't exist, and you'll be sent. I mean,
You didn't have any good evidence.
You still have some sort of potential for salvation if you're somehow an exceptionally good person, as lined out in the book of Matthew 25. Like even if you are not a believer, Christ does say if you have potential of living up to God's moral and ethical standard, you do have potential to be saved. It's called the great goat versus sheep's judgment of Matthew 25. But so yeah, I do believe that will happen. But if you do get judged,
And Amy can have sexy time with Jesus on the throne.
Yes.
You will get sent to the lake of fire, which will be, probably a short duration of burning.
Which is still pretty bad. I mean, burning to death is not. I would consider that to be pretty terrible.
And hell never makes any sense anyway, because if we got sent to hell, we would join up with Satan. We'd be rocking. It'd be amazing. He wouldn't be torturing us. That's all.
That's right.
Sounds like Yahweh propaganda. Not you, Rebel. The Bible.
Good luck with that. That's fine. Yeah. I'm not gonna stop that.
I mean, hey,
I don't know what to say. We are literally convinced of that.
I mean, you would like nothing more than to just sit in heaven and look up at God all day and say, God, you're so great. God, I love you. You're the best God ever. You're a really great God. I really love you. Doesn't that sound like the best time in the world, Rebel? It is. And you can spend eternity doing that. But don't worry, you won't be tempted to do anything else because God is just going to make it so that you love praising Him forever. You'll be mindless. You'll be a mindless automaton praising God, but you'll love every second of it.
Did you know the Bible actually describes the kingdom of God to be down here on earth and not in heaven?
Well,
whoops.
You'll be down on here. Well, you have a very unique interpretation of Scripture.
What do you mean unique? Bro, it's literally in the Lord's Prayer. It's like one of the most famous ones. Every church
what is heaven on earth? It's just here. There's no
90% of Christians would disagree with your interpretation of it. So,
and it also sounds like you're about to make a Beatles song, but I'm open to it.
Yeshua literally says, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." And when you read the book of Revelation, John the Revelator sees New Jerusalem, which is the kingdom of God, coming down from heaven. And then in Matthew 5, Christ says, "The meek shall inherit the earth, not heaven." So don't give me this BS about it's just my unique interpretation. No,
it is just your unique interpretation.
Yeah, the heaven on earth thing. But like I just saw this recently, which I thought is a great thing. That Christianity is kind of like a mass victim complex. The meek inheriting the earth, Jesus dying, and that
whoever is last on earth will be first in heaven.
Yeah. But I'll say, Rebel, you have one more statement before we get Wildheart on, and then we are finishing up. We're gonna do this last little Socratic gangbang with all four of us, and then we are gonna. You know what? I interrupt just to be like, I'm going to interrupt you in a second. Why don't I just do this? Wildheart, we are Skeptic Bible Study on curses, blessings, and the plastered stones. My favorite Harry Potter book. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight before we head out?
I've been watching. I've been watching most of it. It's been very good. Thank you very much. It is actual quality content. Yeah, actual quality content, not like mine. No, just thank you very much. The heaven thing, heaven, hell, makes no sense whatsoever. I agree with you. Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. And plus, I put it in the private chat. would a perfect creator create a creation that he wanted to destroy? Surely he's a fuck up at that point. He's a fuckwit. Why would an all-knowing creator?
Yeah.
So he knows the future. So when he creates the creation, he already knows that it's going to fuck up, and he has to destroy it. Why?
That's the thing. Humans
Why
do
would-
things that have unintended consequences. We don't know what's going to happen when we do something. We don't know how others will react. There's unintended consequences to what God doesn't have any of those excuses.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He does it anyway
not true.
because he gives
That's not
no
true.
fucks. He just doesn't care.
That's not true.
Why would you create a creation? Why would you create humans and then have to destroy most of them? Knowing in advance when you create them that he would have to it makes no sense whatsoever.
Sure, it makes sense. Look, the problem is if you guys saw like this in a movie, right? Like you saw a setting or environment where these people who ultimately get destroyed, you saw were like doing wicked, evil, heinous things.
Yeah,
like,
no.
I
can. Sorry for being rude, but I can cut you. Sorry for being rude, but I can cut you off there. He already knew when he created them that they would turn out evil. Why create them so to have to destroy them? Why not create them better?
How do you know he would already know? How do you know that?
He's
You
omniscient.
don't believe God is all knowing. Okay, so that's another unusual interpretation.
Yeah,
of
that gets
Christianity you have.
Yeah, fair enough.
The Bible does suggest that there are some things that he limits his power to not know. Yes.
Right.
Rebel,
Yeah.
have you always been a theist?
Always, yes, but I did not know the Bible was true only until a little over 2 years ago.
What convinced you?
The flat Earth.
Knew it.
That would
Well,
be an amazing soundbite.
I just think it's funny because, like I said, other creationists, the young Earth creationists,
every so
give a
often,
shit.
theists give us.
But I love
special
you.
gifts.
I love you.
The flat Earth.
No, and some people
We're not
get
trying to be
angry
mean to you. I'm sorry, Rebel. We're
when
not
I
trying to pick on
take
you.
the religious
bro?
view of attacking flat Earth, but I think it's the flat it's religion that makes people flat earthers, and so
Wait, no, Amy, do you not get the chronology of my revelation? The Bible didn't prove to me
I
the Earth is
suppose
flat.
I
It was
don't.
all the way around.
The science proved to you that it was flat.
No, the flat Earth.
That's right.
The flat
Earth.
The scientific, observable, empirical evidence proved to me the Earth is flat and stationary and closed in a dome. And then once I saw
What
the Bible,
paper can I ask? Do you have any papers or videos or?
I literally showed you like dozens of them. The
You
last
give
time
me
I-
TP.
You not remember that? James
those
even
papers
mentioned
are
that.
worthy of TP. Those papers should be used as toilet paper.
Even though they're official documents from the government like NASA.
Okay, but they don't.
Our own U.S. military.
You are taking them out of context.
No,
most likely intentionally so.
No, it literally says if you want to know how to fly a plane properly, you should realize the Earth is flat and stationary.
That's not at all what it says.
Yeah, it is actually.
It says there are certain. It says you don't have to always take the curvature into effect over certain short distances.
It also goes against what the vast majority of pilots and helicopter technicians, as in you would need actual, like someone saying the Earth is flat, here's my model, here's my testing methodology, and here's how you can replicate my results.
I mean, there's videos of pilots literally admitting the Earth is flat when they're flying.
Oh, but there is also video
People say all
of the
kind of
round
crazy
Earth.
Shit on video.
There's videos of the round Earth?
Yes.
What? You mean that's not CGI or a green screen?
Yes, that's my thing. But
this guy's a troll.
But can I ask? No, he's not a troll. But can I ask, do you have any expertise in CGI, visual effects, or motion graphics?
No, but do I need to?
Yes. Why do you think that it's CGI?
for the same reason I can realize a movie production uses CGI. I don't have to be an expert to realize that it
Okay,
is.
but I am an expert in CGI and motion
okay.
graphics and
Okay.
visual effects, so I don't understand how you can make that claim.
Okay, can I give you one example why? Let me ask you this: How many satellites are currently orbiting the Earth?
I have no idea.
Thousands and thousands, if not
Okay.
millions.
Okay, Wildheart said thousands upon thousands, if not millions. Okay, all right. Okay, it's about 4,500 or more or less. Okay, so, but why is it that anytime you look at any alleged live feed from the ISS on YouTube or wherever you find the stream, you can't even see one single satellite orbiting the Earth?
And is it the distance? Maybe they're too small to pick up on that kind of.
Is this also the same problem for why they claim that you can't see stars on the moon? The fact that if you were to have such an ISO rating, you would blow out everything else? Could be that.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Well, first of all, it's not.
Then.
No, it's not part of the same issue because first of all, the stars would be, quote, allegedly against like a black background, but satellites should be against the blue, green, white background of the Earth, so they should be more visible. Okay, and the stars has to do something about like the lack of exposure in the photography, or like the sun.
Well, they're going to be tiny compared to the size of the Earth. If you take a picture of the Earth, the satellites going around them are going to be. They're not even going to show up on a picture. They're going to be so tiny compared to the size of the Earth. It depends on the distance between, the camera and the Earth. If you take a full picture of the full Earth, the satellites, they're not even going to show up.
An ISS feed is not of the full Earth. They're literally showing you like them hovering over like an ocean or like a continent at a time. It's not always. It's never always.
But it's around
the entire Earth.
Why are the moons and other orbital planets? Why are they all round? Why are the sun round? Why is our moon round?
Yeah, I've heard that argument from flat earthers. It's only the Earth that's flat. All the other planets are round.
And I know his creation. I know his answer, or the only answer he could possibly give. It's a special creation, but that's just special pleading.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
I still believe the Earth is round. It's just it's a flat circle.
Wait. Okay, you're saying it's a disc, but that is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a quarter coin is still round and circular, and it's still 3D as well.
See, this is, and I feel. Can I tell you what makes me feel bad? I feel like if we pulled this linchpin, you could have your life back. Like, I know you're saying that nothing has changed, but don't go and tell me that you can't show your power level to other people without them freaking out. And so, like, if it's why we think that superstition just bleeds. That, like, once you start accepting, like, conspiracy theory mindset, why it's just going to go into every other subject. You're going to accept all the other alternative conspiracies because you're already going to think that the mainstream people are already bad agents with political operatives trying to spread their agenda and make money, when unfortunately
That's right, Mark.
that is the people that are trying to push these type of conspiracy theories. Like, that is really the only angles.
Yeah. I just love Amy's face.
Thank you. Sending so much stuff, Lana.
Thanks, Wild.
And Rebel, I also know it's 3 against 1 on here. So I always that's
he
the
knew what he was
Lions
getting
Den.
himself into.
That's true. You know what you get. But we're not hating. I know a lot of channels. We're not even trying to
I never noticed his avatar that it's
Enough
got a
spice.
black Jesus, so that makes sense. I didn't notice that before.
Well, are you? Is it the foundational? I forget the word. Foundational. I got kicked. What's
Black
that?
Hebrew
Oh,
is
Well,
like,
There's a big. I learned because I tried to give a counterpoint because I'm not a big fan of Louis Farrakhan. Surprise, surprise. And so,
Go figure.
but no, there's something else. There's like foundational Black Americans, I think is what they call themselves, which is someone else tried to tie religion to it. And when I didn't agree with them with their position, they just started calling me a tranny and screaming and all that shit. Don't you have a debate with Flair? Yes. So Friday with Snake is right. Taylor, we are going head to head with Wits It
Balls
Gets
to the
It
wall.
and Karen B, I think is her name.
Flat Earth Karen.
Yes, both of them theists. Now, I think Wits It Gets It is a Christian, and this other person, I think, would view themselves as a theist who is against, the normal views that people, because she has her own Bible study, and it basically, in the description, it says, not your mama's Bible study. So something, obviously she's a little bit more spicy than some sort of the traditional Abrahamic religion, but she's still a theist.
It's 10% more stupidity than your normal Bible study.
Well, no, I mean, hey, listen, anyone that isn't trying to take it from a fundies perspective, I can appreciate. It's just I don't like the Fox skepticism. Is that the Flurfs think that they are the skeptics? That's their shtick. Is that we're just asking questions. I'm not even saying it's flat. I'm just round skeptic and all that sort of terminology. And then you have to listen to Nathan try and be like Kent Hovind and say like, it's a myth. It's a hoax. I'm sorry. Rebel, basically, I'll give the ball back to you and us back and forth a few more. But then I think we are heading out. There are not going to be even outros. I think we are. These are the outros. So everyone get it out.
Anything
now.
you want to say it now.
Amy, I was gonna say you have balls to go up against Witsit, no pun intended.
Amy's got balls, all right.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I mean, I always enjoy these type of debates. I think that I have an interesting take on handle.
You'll be as giddy as a schoolgirl.
Yes,
maybe
and I always
even
go
dressed
as
up like
high.
a schoolgirl.
I go, oh my, that would be hot. I try and tackle it from high level. When I go on Muslim streams, I end up arguing about deism because they don't want to talk about ants. And so the subject never gets led there. And, in this, as much as I will try to prove to him that there is a round earth, I will give the reason that why Aristotle knew the earth is round even back then. I'm really just attacking the conspiracy theory mindset that it is the scientists that are actually trying to deceive us and not these specific types of politicians and hucksters and people that are really trying to make a buck. What they do is basically they are like, it's the scientists. It's all these people that are lying to you, and they're really trying to make
trying to get
money off
money.
you and control your mind. And while I have your ear, have you ever heard of Nitro Juice Booster? Nitro Juice Booster has been proven to improve testosterone levels. And you're like,
grow your penis by 6 inches in just 1 week.
So yeah, I'm telling you, it is not the guys.
Your
in
wife
lab
will
coats
thank you.
Trying to fucking get out of debt after the and getting paid whatever from our K through 12 education system basically has to they have to whittle their own pencils. But Ian Davenport.
Sorry.
Yeah. Let us do this. Hold that thought. Hold it. We're just gonna.
Thanks,
and I feel Thank you so much, Ian. Sending more stickers going up and down.
Appreciate the support, Ian.
Celebrations.
Really, definitely appreciate it.
Because, and we were scared, like I said, the last stream of not being monetized, the super spicy, and yet the TOS gods continue.
So
Somehow,
far, they're
for
on our
some
side.
reason,
Yeah.
we get to say kooky language things, maybe not kooky ideas, but we get to use kooky language. We get to use potty mouths, and yet the TOS gods don't seem to care.
Can you just highlight? Can you just highlight Def's Hercules comment? I bet he's had a cockatoo. That's all I would say. I bet he's had a cockatoo.
Woohoo! Sending love to cockatoos who have the best name.
They're amazing, and they're amazing birds. They really have like such vibrant personalities. They're almost like people.
Once
you
again,
can almost
you
have a
start
conversation
getting,
with them.
You start getting animals that can also pass the mirror test, and I mean, just think about what your relationship is with your cat and your dog. I think everyone thinks their cat and their dog is brilliant. We're always like, oh my God, you should see Fluffy. They're so amazing. Just think about that with someone who could pass the mirror test.
Ryder, I love him, but he's not that bright.
Well, but that's, Cooper's very smart, though.
German Shepherds are smart.
Can just carry on the point about don't you think the airline companies would be more interested?
Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly. It's not. The pilots are making money and shit, but it's not off the earth being round. Or not the pilots, the companies, but it's not off the earth being.
On a flat Earth model, the airline companies will be losing money because they would have to fly further than they have. Don't you think?
Oh, exactly. You have to. You can go over.
Yeah. Don't you think they'd make?
Oh, it's all profit. Lionheart, it's all a conspiracy just to make you think the world is round, so that you won't believe in God.
Well, it's to control you to prepare for an Orwellian apocalyptic future where they control your minds. But, it would suck to have some sort of device that tracks you day in and day out.
Before I forget, guys, I want to ask you something. Do you guys think everyone on Earth, especially in positions of wealth and power, have the utmost level of integrity and are
honest
about everything they say and do?
Definitely not.
Of course not.
Okay, so if you say no, then are you also saying that it is possible for those people, especially in those positions, to be capable of a level of corruption so high that they can lead agendas of deception and propaganda to socially engineer the public to suit their own ends?
I do.
It's so hard for them to do that.
They wouldn't be working in conjunction with each other.
Like, what are we talking about?
An individual politician could be corrupt, but all the politicians in the world wouldn't be working in conjunction with each other.
Well, can I just give you an example of how it's the entire world? It would have to be the capitalist, the communist. It would have to be the left, the right. It would have to be the atheist, the theist. It would have to be everyone. It would have to be. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because there's something called compartmentalization, which means everyone's on a need-to-know basis. It's why that classic symbol of the triangle hierarchy is associated with the cult Illuminati. It's on the back of your dollar bill, for God's sake.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Can I ask you?
He's not at all. Are you sure?
No, he's not. He's not.
No, he's not. He really believes.
And that's it. And let me tell you something, Wildheart. It's the same thing when we listen to Wesley. When we listen to, it's hard. But I will say, Rebel. If I was in his position, I get from his things. I mean, they feel like they are. I'm telling you, the skeptics, they feel like they understand or have tuned in. They have tapped in to an agenda,
All
a
the
narrative.
secret knowledge that they know that none of us have access to.
And yet,
everyone has the same. We all literally have the same access to the same information. So that is not true, James. The difference is whether or not you're willing to open your mind. And
we're skeptics. We literally only want to believe as few false things and as many true things as possible.
Really?
Tell me, big game here. What do they get? Like what do they get, and what is the goal? Is there a goal? What do they get? Do they get anything?
Good question.
Well, who do you mean by they? You mean like the people in positions of wealth?
People trying to convince us the world is round.
Trying to convince us the world is
There's
round.
no God. Atheists,
Because
the elite, the Illuminati.
It makes Ken Hovind and me be on the same side. And I don't want to share a jail cell with Ken Hovind. It's a very awkward position to be in.
Oh, he might be happy with it though.
I know. Who knows? Him.
Maybe Matt
and
Powell.
Matt Powell, exactly. We'll all be having a three-way.
Well, okay. So if I can answer your question, you remember how the Egyptian pyramid, which I have no idea why that belongs on an American dollar bill, right? That pyramid that has a gap at the top of it, and the capstone is the all-seeing eye of providence and of Lucifer, also known as that the Freemasons, admittedly say they worship in the quote Bible of Freemasonry, known as.
But hold on, I have to interrupt you. I don't mean to, but come on, give me the big picture here. Is it to become? You're getting there. It feels like you're Xenoing me.
No. I had to preface.
Okay.
He's got to prime the pump.
Here's the ball. It's back over to you.
Throw me your globe ball, so we'll just.
She's got a couple balls. So yeah.
Oh, do I?
Yay. So okay. No, the reason why I brought that up is because.
By the way, you are looking particularly fine. You are looking particularly good.
Hold on, I have the world in my hands currently.
Yeah. You look very nice.
But so the eye at the top of that pyramid is purposely cut off by a gap because that represents Satan, who is leading all this deception. Okay, so what he gets out of
together, Wildheart. Keep it together.
What he gets out of it is like I don't know. It just out of pride to fight against God. He wants as many souls to go to hell with him.
So what you're saying is this is a massive conspiracy, it's a massive movement. I know the C word. It's a massive movement by Satan. So basically, all the atheists, the theists, the communists,
why would you say
capitalists.
You're not in on it. You're an atheist. Why would you say all?
Well, I guess the people in control. Because even William Lane Craig says the world's round. So
that's how big the deception is.
But wouldn't it just make more sense that the scientists are actually telling the truth? That bad things just happen sometimes to good people, and good things happen to bad people, and that we have to be the difference.
You already admitted that it is possible for people to not have integrity.
I have been charged with conspiracy. I know that conspiracies happen. I had to plead guilty happily because I was like, "Give it to me, baby." Because a conspiracy is just two people doing a crime together. If they communicate with each other, just two, at least two. And there was 4 of us.
There are a lot of conspiracies.
Exactly. There are a lot of conspiracies.
Yeah.
What we don't agree with is massive conspiracies on a worldwide scale. If anything, please take into account how dumb humans are. Like just the fact that if you want to hold a lie between two people, one of them has to be dead.
Can I give an example?
Sure.
Bill Clinton couldn't keep a secret.
That he was having sex with Monica in the Oval Office.
Yeah, like three people knew about that.
Terrible analogy.
Three people, and it turned into a worldwide scandal.
Who cares about
they couldn't keep secret.
You say you couldn't care, but if you were Bill Clinton and you don't want to be impeached and you are the president at the time, he was the most powerful person,
man in the world,
and they couldn't even technically. And he was impeached, but the Senate couldn't even get it through.
Amy, I get it, but I'm talking about I'm giving you the motive of a conspiracy that would affect the majority, if not the entire.
But
world
you say that. What does it actually affect? Basically what you're saying is that by getting people to believe in a round Earth, Satan is getting souls. That is what you're saying, in my opinion.
Ultimately, yes. That is the deepest.
There you go.
Most fundamental level of the conspiracy. It is spiritual warfare, yes. But then when you go down from that, like Satan's little minions, which are the flesh and blood humans that are working for him, right? Because Satan himself can't really do the work. Yes, like
I have one last question for you. Were I really were I really charged with that? Yes. I have to. You have two options in life, to hide everything or to say everything, in my opinion. And yes, I was charged with criminal conspiracy as one of the sting operations. I have a bit on it. I had attempted sodomy. I have pimp S charges, which I'm very proud of, and all this other stuff.
That is something to be proud of. Yeah, I will go with that.
Should all be legal.
I wish I had that.
Yeah, well, my always thing was it was very easy for me to plead guilty because it was like, I mean, you're right, I did it. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna, and because of that, they basically just completely patted me on the wrist because our system just not guilty. They will throw the absolute booking. They are because they just want to shame you. They just want to be nutty boy.
It's just about getting cases off the docket. If you make them work to get to convict you, then that's when they
easy. If you just say that you're guilty and admit everything and just basically take every plea deal, work with the judge, be nice, be like, nope, you're right. Got me.
I think it's a stupid law, but hey.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I broke it. It's dumb.
I wish I was
fix that.
I wish I was cool enough to have that kind of conviction. I wish I was cool enough to have that. I'm not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not that cool.
I'm not that cool.
Well, no, and like I said, some people think I'm crazy for going for that. Because it's an admission of a whole bunch, but I don't think I was doing something wrong. I'll always tell people, I'll look you right in the eyes. Wrong. I do not lie, cheat, or steal because it hurts other people. Nonetheless, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, well,
get in. Yes, get in.
Okay. Dog has a question. We're gonna ask that. I have a question of myself.
We only have a few more minutes.
Question. Yes,
this turned into a marathon.
I know we couldn't. Dog asked, please ask Rebel, what is the horizon and what is its purpose and what does it do?
What is the horizon?
Before you answer that, can I just say hello to Dog and I hope you're doing well. I think he's in hospital at the moment. I hope you're doing well. Yeah.
Send him love, Dog. We hope you're doing well too.
Yeah, I hope you're okay.
But yes, if you would like to answer that, Rebel, it's all yours. What is a horizon to you and its purpose?
It seems a bit vague and ambiguous, but I think what he's trying to ask is like in relation to the cosmology, but the horizon on the on the true biblical cosmological model is it's an apparent horizon. And it only looks the way it does, which, by the way, horizon comes from the word horizontal, which means it's parallel left to right. And it's there due to angular perspective and resolution. And the ability for our eyes, the limit in our vision, not forever. And what we're seeing is the vanishing point, and it's the same reason why the sun seems like it's setting. What you guys say is like the Earth's rotation or ships going over the curvature of the Earth.
It's just the limit of our vision, and we just can't see further than that because we just can't see further than that.
Yeah, and
okay,
it's the same. I don't want to call it an illusion, but for lack of better terms, it's the same reason why it seems like the blue sky at the horizon is literally touching the ground or the ocean if you're at the beach. But we all know that the sky is much, much higher of an altitude than the ground itself. But even when you look out at the horizon, it looks like the blue sky is touching the ground. But that's only due to the law of perspective.
I have 2 questions for you, and then that's it. And and then James and I think are going to land the plane.
Park the car. 2
Park
cars.
the car.
Mow the lawn.
6 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, you have done a shift. Yeah,
that is done a shift.
Yeah.
If you were a rebel to be flown up like rocket, if you were to go up there and you were to actually see that it appears round, would that convince you?
If I got to some kind of environment that's the alleged vacuum of space where astronauts go to like dock into the ISS and stuff like that, then absolutely I would be wrong. But too bad it's never happened and will never happen.
See, you say
We'll
never.
make sure of it.
I feel like then we have an answer for Flurfs. We just need to make like a space program, like a very specific funding space program for Flurfs.
And then they're just gonna say, "Oh, I was drugged. It wasn't real."
And that was my that wasn't going to be my follow-up question, but I was thinking that like, how do you know that it's just not really?
How do we even
fancy?
know our thoughts are real? And yeah,
how do we know we're not brains in vats? Dogs to Sally Rose. Sent us so much love, dog. I do have one final question though for you, Rebel.
Well, about the rocket thing, just the whole idea of it is patently absurd because, I mean, even if you're in like some kind of supercar on a racetrack going say like 200 miles per hour, that's pretty like thrilling of a ride, right? But allegedly, the escape velocity of a rocket ship is like nearly like it's like thousands and thousands of miles per hour. Just alleging that like actual human beings are getting to this thing and are reaching those kind of speeds is just absolutely ridiculous. It would never happen.
That just sounds like incredulity. You're like, it can't happen because I can't imagine it happening.
I don't think it can happen.
Yeah.
No, it definitely doesn't happen.
Well, wait. It definitely doesn't happen. Why?
Because we're all enclosed in a solid dome and no one can leave.
God damn it. I tried. And thank you for having fun with us, Rebel. I want to ask you one last question. Because that I could help myself. But this I ask doesn't matter, Flurf or
Turf. Turf.
Yes, and you can call us Globetards. We don't mind. But you are a good example of what I think that Witsit gets it. I think you guys are flat earthers because of religion. You could say
not true.
Okay, you say it's vice versa. You say it's science.
He's religious because of the flat earth.
Yeah.
Were you ever but you were never an atheist?
Never, because realizing that the irreducible complexity of life and nature had to come from eternal supernatural being.
Michael Behe?
It's just simple logic and common sense.
Pendulum. But the supernatural thing didn't have to come from anywhere. He could just exist. But
hey James,
the universe
that's what
existing.
Makes him God, buddy. Literally the definition of what makes him God is that he wasn't created. This is how ridiculous it is. You guys accept the atom being the most fundamental building block of
empirical evidence, sure.
and you wouldn't go, oh well, what made the atom and what made that? Like you would never infinitely regress for that.
We admit at some point
when it comes to God, you want to go, oh well. I mean, James, if I answer your question about who made God, then it would be this infinite regress of like, oh, who made that God and who made that God? You don't want to accept that God is just happens to be the fundamental source of all life. Just accept it. Get over it.
That's just you saying we could say the same thing. You don't want to accept that the universe is where life forms.
Exists.
Life doesn't spontaneously just pop out of existence. I'm sorry.
Never said it does, but life doesn't seem to arise, at least naturally, from an intelligent means.
That's the only option we have because humans can't do it. And we're
not the only option. And the fact that humans can't do it has nothing to do with it naturally arising. In fact, once we are able to make it form, you will just say it takes a creator, but it seems to have just formed naturally.
Naturally arising is a very nice poetic way of saying, oh, we're just random chance. That's really what you're doing.
No, no. Not only was it not random, but the environment was good for life to form, and the right stuff was here. Yes, we have carbon, liquid, water, or in the circumstellar habitable zone.
There are fundamental laws.
That's like saying I can put a thing of Legos in a bag and I just shake it up and then like out comes a helicopter. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what we're saying. That is a straw man of what we are saying. Once again, wait. It is like you basically have soil and you just throw a seed out there and water happens to go on it and it just happens naturally because we just have sex and then humans.
That process was set by a supernatural designer.
That's your claim.
There are fundamental laws.
That's not the. Not only is it not the only option, it's not even the best option. A natural means with the stuff actually being the fact that we have a star that is pouring sunlight onto us, which means that they try and bring up entropy. Entropy has nothing to do with it because a star is pouring energy in on us. We have liquid water. We are around the circumstellar habitable zone. We have a ozone layer and all sorts of things that are great for maintaining life and our natural forms. And oh my goddess, what is up, Rachel Holland? I'm sorry, Wild Heart. You were about to say something.
The sun's energy.
The sun is almost down.
I know. Look at that.
It's 7.
There are fundamental laws of the universe. There are fundamental laws of the universe. It's not random. Those fundamental laws
were given by a lawgiver. I know.
No,
they're observations.
Descriptive laws. No, the descriptive laws, not prescriptive laws. They're not given by a lawgiver. They are descriptive laws. We describe the laws that.
That only makes sense to be observed because it was created by an intelligent being.
Are you sure he's not a troll? Are you sure he's not a
troll?
No,
are you a troll, bro? Are you sure you're not a troll?
We're not trolls. We can be a little bit banty, though. We love the bants. In fact, what we're going to do in opposite order as our normal, we're going to have just like
Wild Heart.
Minute
Very brief.
Closing statements. Wild Heart closing statement.
Thank you very much for letting me on. That's it.
Woo, thank you so very much, Wild Heart Rebel. We have been Skeptic Bible Studying. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I don't have much to say either. But I just want to encourage people to, just like the name of this stream called Skeptic Bible Study. It's completely fine to be skeptical and about anything and everything that you come across. Question everything should be your motto. No matter how quote authoritative the source may be, it's okay to have independent thought, to be critical, to have critical thinking about whatever information you came across. Don't be so naive and ignorant and gullible to think everybody's out for your best interest, because there are a lot of corrupt people out there that are capable of an intricate conspiracy that can deceive you and ultimately lead to your damnation. So God bless everyone.
Oops.
Well said.
Thank you, Rebel, for joining us. It was lovely having you on. And we like, I still stand by it. We like having opposing viewpoints.
Can I have another final nice pussy, James?
A final statement?
Come on.
Nice pussy. Nice pussy, James. Nice pussy.
Thank you.
Oh my, that's right,
Our
baby.
producer.
Trying to see if Penelope's probably having a cat nap along with Moonlight. But Gizmo, our producer, is who makes the magic happen. I need to make a t-shirt of him. All right.
Get a high-res photo of him. Put his ass on the shirt.
That's right. And all right, James, the captain of the ship.
Oh, that's
help
right.
us land.
That's right, Doorknob Head. Rebels like sunflower light. It's more pleasant, a little more palatable, easier to drink. Yeah. But all right, guys, it's 7 a.m. I'm heading to bed. You guys probably should too. Thanks for coming with us, and we'll be back in a day or so.
Woo-hoo!
Newman, do it to us.
Our bodies are ready. With that, I hope you all had a fun
Manchester
time
United
on this
Wild Heart?
episode of Skeptic Bible Study. Curses, blessings, and plastered stones, where tonight we continued the book of Moses as he commanded his people on how God blesses and cursed the Israelites, but also goes over some laws written on plastered stones for a plastered good time. Oh my. I do, however, want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guest, Rebel and Wildheart, along with our awesome mods who make this stream so great and basically made last podcast amazing. So, and this podcast, all the podcasts, the lovely people in chat.
The turfs.
Exactly. Surf and turf.
No, it's flurf and turf.
Oh my goddess. Yeah, don't go on Twitter if you want to start a fight. Oh my jeebus. Though they're fun too. Oh, we kid.
Love the turfs.
I do. They don't like to fight with me. They do. I think they smell it. They smell the lack of identity politics on me, and they're like, religion. Okay.
Good night, Reservoir.
Okay. Good night, Reservoir. And so, but whatever. I'm sending so much love. We not only the mods who make the stream so great, but the lovely people in chat, and of course viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow if you're on Twitch, that's right, Ryder, or subscribe on YouTube, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or be part of our live streams. That's right, it's not special pleading, just special reminders. Or hey, why not leave a comment after the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks, and we will read it back as thanks on the next episode.
We promise.
We'll also be opening up the Discord at the Skeptic and Ranting Community Discord, the link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members and their badge system that just naturally evolves. I don't know. Just seems like time passes and it just must be collecting mutations. But also the best way to help us is by going to our Patreon and becoming a supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, or I think good
night,
day.
guys.
One of those.
Happy Sodomy Day.
Oh, my.
So